Hello, everyone, and welcome. It is time for another GCD TV tournament, and today we are putting our sights on the EU region. My name is Rich Campbell. I'm going to be your host today, and I could not be happier to be covering this tournament with D-Machine and Zico. Guys, it's been a little while since you guys have actually been in the booth casting. Zico, I think you said it was Cataclysm the last time you casted.
Yeah, around the late Cataclysm, early MOP, I would say.
So are you excited to be back?
Yeah, for sure. It's always fun, and obviously I've always been a big fan of GCD, so I would always want to help out in any capacity I can.
Definitely very happy to have you here today. And D-Machine, when was the last time you guys actually got to cast?
Dude, I don't even remember, man. It's been a little while. Yeah. A lot has happened since then, but I'm super excited to be back, and I feel the WoW esports passion in this call, and it makes my heart warm.
Yeah, man. I also, you talk about a lot of things changing. I think we kind of jumped in at the perfect spot for that kind of talking point to be going down here because we had a hot fix actually go out on Tuesday. So this tournament, not only is it special because it's the first time we're going to get to jump in on EU on GCD TV in a couple of weeks here, but also it's going to be a brand new meta. We saw nerfs go out to Demonology Warlocks. We saw nerfs go out. We saw some nerfs go out to Warriors, Resto Druids, and also that Temporal Shield nerf that went out to mages. So yeah, I saw that finish there for a second there. Yeah, that one's quite rough. So if you guys haven't actually been able to keep up with all the changes that did go down, because they're pretty fresh, they are pretty new, and we expect to see a lot of new things today. The Temporal Shield nerf basically makes it so you can't cancel the duration of Temporal Shield like while you're in it. So we could actually see mages die during that cooldown. Zico, how important do you think that's going to be here today?
The temp shield nerf is, I would say it's very significant because at the moment, when you die as a mage, it's like you get stunned, and then at one point you run out of trinkets, human trinket, ice blocks, etc. And when you get that stun, so what you could do before would be to you temp right before you get stunned, and then you let your HP dip to like 20%, and then you cancel it, and you get full HP again, and you survive. And then you just blink after the stun. But now you can't do that anymore. So you'll just pre-tempt the stun. And because people kill you, obviously, with burst cooldowns, they will just burst you and kill you with temp up. So we're probably going to see mages die more faster than in the previous cups.
Yeah, well, I also I think people dying more quickly is going to be an enjoyable thing to watch too, because it's going to be a big change of pace. Like I actually like when it kind of goes back and forth between having like some of those longer dampening matchups, and then the meta changes a little bit. It gets a little bit quicker. But I think the biggest question is how quick do we actually think things are going to go today? I had a chance yesterday. I was actually playing with Dillypoo, and we were just kind of talking about what we thought the meta was going to look like as we jumped into the GCD TV tournament today. And we were talking a lot about how important disc priests are actually going to be in determining that tempo that we're going to see today, and they're going to be in a lot of the big comps. And also talking about marksman hunters potentially being a very big factor in today's cup. And trying to figure out like some of the comps. Like we obviously know like things like Demo definitely got nerfed, right? Like they definitely it's like 15% decrease on the PvP template. So
15% stam.
15% stam, yeah. So that doesn't just affect Demonology Warlocks, though, right? I mean, like, are we going to see Demon Hunters today, for example? Like, the Demon Hunters were paired with those Demonology Warlocks a lot. So different things like that, they have implications that are much bigger than just whether or not the class is going to be played, because obviously comps in World of Warcraft are so synergy-based.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a Demon Hunter today, on the very least on KFC managers. I know that Reelson has been playing that Demon Hunter, and he's been doing a really great job on it. And if you guys don't know, KFC managers run Shadow Priest Boomkin Shaman with Drainer, and they also run Demon Hunter Boomkin Shaman, and they've had a lot of success with that. They even knocked out Method EU to get to the final 8 with those compositions. So I think we will see a Demon Hunter today, which I'm pretty psyched about. I love watching Demon Hunter gameplay.
I do too. They're so mobile. Their damage gets really scary. But you touched on something that I definitely want to unpack a little bit, which is the teams that we have here today. We've gotten down to the top 8, and by the end of the day, we're going to be left with just 4 teams remaining. The first match of the day that we're going to be taking a look at is Emo versus ABC. Now, what do you guys think of that first matchup? We'll take a peek at that first.
So Emo is Cervantes, Nerd Rage, Linnae, and Infernion. So immediately, Cervantes, if you aren't familiar, he plays Death Knight. He's widely known for playing that Death Knight. And we've been seeing them in the earlier stages as well as in the EU Cup #1, playing that TSG composition at a very, very high level. They also been playing at DK Affliction Warlock. So really high pressure compositions where just the damage is pretty incredible. The CC might be a little bit lacking, and they're going to be going up against ABC, which is Alec, aka you might know him as Daisy Duke, but his name is Alec, Nixie, Asgrath, and Kara. We saw them play like Ret Warrior in the EU Cup 1, but if you're unfamiliar with ABC, they have a lot of experience on Rogue Mage Druid, and they've also been playing Warrior Mage Druid too.
Yeah, I also you kind of touched on some things within that emo comp that I think are going to be really important. We already mentioned Disc Priest potentially being a very important thing. I think an Affliction Warlock paired with like any Roddy composition should play very well into that Discipline Priest. So if they survive through the day, that could be a big thing going forward. But definitely don't want to turn my back on the fact that ABC kind of being one of these teams that has always remained cool under pressure in the tournament scenes. We've seen that a lot last year. We're also seeing it this year. So this first matchup definitely is going to be an awesome one to watch. But as those players are getting ready, we have a quick word from our sponsor, MSI. They actually prepared a little video for us today. So let's jump in and watch that one.
You took her to a fancy restaurant you had reserved many months before. You selected the most expensive wine on the menu and asked her to order whatever she wanted. While having her $100 steak, she curiously asked if something special had happened today. "I just want to make you happy," you replied with a gentle smile. Finally, you took out the little box and carefully gave it to her. Inside was a 3-carat diamond necklace that you had spent all of your money on, along with a small request. Of course she was angry, because your computer is f***ing ugly and doesn't go with her furniture. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
Major shout outs to MSI. They've helped us out quite a bit today, beefing up that prize pool. So if you do want to go and support them, show a little bit of love, you can also gear up for Legion with the all new MSI Aegis 3 gaming desktop. And as I mentioned, the prize pool, this prize pool is primarily supported by you guys watching the tournament. We've had absolutely crazy support throughout the previous tournaments, and all of that money is going to go directly to the players. And in chat, you can actually check. We have a Matcherino link. You can jump in there, and there's a free $1 if you type in, if there's like a code you type in, and that'll also be in chat. So you can get that free $1, and then any extra money, we thank you so much for the support. It all, like I said, goes directly to the players. But now we have this first matchup actually getting queued up here. Do you guys have any predictions of what we're going to see? I mean, David, you've already touched upon the comps that they actually do have available.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet we're going to see. Yeah. Exactly.
That was just like right off the cuff, pretty concrete. So
you think it's going to be TSG versus Mage Warrior?
Probably.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Unless they got some tricks up their sleeves that we're not aware of.
You know, I've noticed that they're playing Fire Mage with their Warrior a lot, which is pretty common. Do you think that they might play Frost Mage against this double melee?
Maybe. I mean, I think they would go Fire because it's the safer option. It's just more overall safe. You can't really get like Frost Mage is more high risk, high reward because you can get severely shut down as a Frost Mage. Yeah. But you can also take over the game completely as a Frost Mage. Right. But whereas Fire is you can't really shut it down. You can't really stop what's happening as easily. Mm-hmm. So I think we'll probably see Fire, but they could go Frost.
Especially going into the blind pick, being safe is like the way to go, I think.
Yeah. If you're not familiar with the format at home, the blind pick always being one of those matches that is just the most important, because it actually is going to determine quite a bit of advantage going forward if you are able to win that, as it actually goes back and forth choosing your compositions moving forward. But really excited to have you here today, Zico, just because you're one of those mage gods, man. I'm not ashamed to say it. You're a mage god. So
thank you, man.
What do you think about
I'm
this
excited
matchup?
to be here as well.
Have you played this matchup before?
Fire Mage Warrior into I've played similar matchups.
Ooh.
I played it, but not on this level, I would say. Like, not against a team as good as Cervantes team.
Hey, well,
So,
we just jumped into Grand Arena and forget everything we said.
Yeah, forget everything we said.
You guys were so sure. And this is actually one of the compositions that I've been thinking quite a bit about in preparation for the day. And
it's Beast Mastery too.
Yeah, which is definitely interesting.
Beast Mastery Ret, dude.
Beast Mastery Ret. So I can speak by a little bit of experience here in this composition. I'm expecting Kara to be running that Divine Hammer and going for the cleave, because it is just so much fun to be a Retribution Paladin against double melee. You know, you pick Eye for an Eye, you have Divine Storm, you have Divine Hammer. The pressure is pretty remarkable, but this is so weird. I'm used to seeing Daisy on this mage and he's on this hunter, so this
is not what I expected.
Well, we got a great comp to start off the day. The gates are open. We got to throw it up to you, casters. Take it away.
All right, Cervantes drops the AMZ basically immediately. The full Hodge goes out onto Lene into the full trap, and Cervantes is taking a bit of damage. This is the wings from the Retribution Paladin, so Cervantes really needs to be careful here. He's got the Iron Bark as well to follow it up from Lene. He should be A-okay for now, but the pressure from the opener of ABC is pretty remarkable, but they're not getting too many defensive cooldowns just yet. All they got was AMS. They still have to get through that Icebound Fortitude, but they got Iron Bark, they got AMS, and they're continuing that onslaught. The triple
there's the triple fear. We got I Am Daisy in big trouble. We might see, there's the PS coming out. He should maybe stabilize through that. Full Hodge into Lene. Can they follow it up with anything? Nothing, no trap. We got the Wind Burst coming out. Just trying to get some distance here from the melees. Oh, he tries to get off the Wyvern Sting, gets lined. Cervantes is taking some damage, though. He
finally gets the Wyvern Sting, and Cervantes may just go down here. He dips down to 10% health here. The Thorns is going to come out, as well as the Rallying Cry, and Cervantes is terrified. AMS is back off of cooldown as the full Hodge hits Lene. Is he going to have to pop it? He's trying to line of sight as best he can, but, against the BM Hunter, that's kind of impossible. They have 100% uptime with those pets. Cervantes is trying to slow them down as best he can, but nothing so far. Daisy Duke is the main kill target for Emo. But Emo so far has not really gotten a lot out of this Discipline Priest. This Discipline Priest just feels like he's keeping up quite well. They did get that pain suppression a little bit earlier, but I feel like they just look so comfortable as they continue this onslaught onto Cervantes.
There's the full Hodge into Leon. Can we get a follow-up? No, he gets nice shockwave coming out of Norwich. He does get the trap, though. And Cervantes actually doesn't have AMS or Corpse Shield, which he blew earlier here. He only has Icebound Fortitude, but he's going to manage to hold on to that for now. As the pressure is turning a little bit to the Warrior. He's trying to get a Wyvern Sting off there. Can't connect. We got the Warriors just trucking right now. Oh, another Hodge. Can we get a follow-up?
Oh, he gets interrupted on the Wyvern Sting before he could get it off. But actually, he did get the Wyvern Sting off, and Cervantes is dipping down to 50% health here. He drops that AMZ, and Iron Bark is also going to be used in retrospect of that. And so far, it seems like Emo is doing a good job dealing with the damage of the setups from the Red Hunter. They go for the Wyverns, they go for the stuns and everything, but they're not really able to get too much past, like, Iron Bark or AMS or anything like that. They're never getting the Icebound, and those are short cooldowns, so they're going to have to pump out some more damage. Another Hodge hits Lene. Can they follow it up with the trap? Let's see. Daisy Duke looking to... Ooh, the fear instead of the trap for now. He gets feared actually into the middle of them. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a trap out of that. Daisy Duke is consistently being the kill target. Trinket actually going to be used on the Discipline Priest of ABC out of that Asphyxiate as the Wyvern Sting hits Lene at the same time. And it's just a cleave matchup right now. Cervantes is actually on the back foot, though. Icebound Fortitude finally going to be procced. He's going to get aggressive with this Griffin, though. The full Hodge out onto Lene. Can they follow it up? Doesn't look like they will be able to right now. Nice double shockwave coming out from Nerd Rage, stopping a lot of the momentum of ABC.
There's all the Nerd Rage cooldowns as well. He's trying to turn the pressure around to I'm Daisy. He's kiting away. Seems to be stabilizing for now. doesn't seem to be getting that uptime. So they're going to switch their attention to Kara. But Kara just pops that eye for an eye, and he's going to be completely stable. This priest mana is looking good. Druid mana, though, a little bit ahead. They are losing out on the cooldown war, though. Cervantes and Liana. Oh, there's a full hodge into Liana. Can we get a follow-up coming out of Daisy? There it is, full trap. Can they force anything here? See if they have the damage. They get a triple shockwave, though, to negate that. And Nerd Rage presses Sharpen. He's going to try to turn that pressure around. Nice Vortex as well. Cervantes, though, is taking a lot of damage here. We got a Mass Root and a kick coming out on the Priest. But Cervantes... Oh, another Hodge. Kara is just getting so much uptime right now. He's just reducing the cooldown on that Hodge over and over. Into a Fair, and there's the AMZ being popped. Can we get a Wyvern off that as well? Nice CC chain here coming out of ABC. And another Shockwave. He's just getting these Shockwaves. That's the problem.
I love that he chose Shockwave against BM Hunters, man. I think that's a brilliant move to do that. So he's going to get that reduced damage. Another Hodge onto Lene. Cervantes going into this CC chain is already at 50% health here, and he knows he's in trouble. Is this going to be the AMS? We're going to have to find out. Dipping down to 25% health here. Corpse Shield coming out at the last second. AMS as well. Cervantes getting a little bit scared here. Ironbark being used on that as well, and ABC is catching some serious momentum. The Fear goes out onto the Discipline Priest. He's going to force the Trinket for now. Kara is still caught in that Fear, however, but ABC is just looking so healthy moving on into this. Nerd Rage dropping into that battle stance, trying to get aggressive, trying to turn this back around. 40% mana remains on the Discipline Priest here, and the mana war is definitely going in favor of Emo.
They just countered the go there. Nerd Rage got another Shockwave off on the Hodge, actually, so he couldn't follow it up with a trap. So that's going to negate the pressure, and I think the team of Cervantes here, the team of Emo, is going to try to take advantage of the fact that Hodge is on cooldown now and try to get something going here. Priest doesn't have Trinket.
There's the Hodge on the Lene yet again. The triple shockwave, though. Love that grip synergy. That was really sick. 4% dampening at this point, and the disc still is down on mana. But he's looking for those drinks constantly. Lene actually gets Werben stinged up there, and a bunch of damage is going out onto Cervantes to follow it up. This is the Crows. Now, Lene still not caught in any CC just yet. Daisy waddling his way, trying to get something happening, but Nerd Rage knows what's up. He's looking to try to maybe eat a trap or something like that. But as dampening continues to build up, this is going to get harder and harder for ABC. Hodge goes out onto Lene. Can they follow it up? Yes. They get the trap out of it. Cervantes is just line of sighting as long as he can, and it just looks like Emo, the further and further this game goes, the better and better the TSG is looking.
They're going to have to pull out some miraculous win. I think it's going to be really hard for them to actually manage to kill something as well, though. Cervantes dipping quite low here. He gets Ironbarked, overlapped with the AMZ. Another Fear coming out to the Priest. Doesn't force anything, though. This was the Wings of Kara, though. So it was actually a really good AMZ. We got the Icebound was being popped there as well. So he's got Corpse Shield. There's a DR Trap. Are they going to force it, though?
I guess not. There it is. The Corpse Shield's finally going to be used. That was getting really scary. Lene didn't have Ironbark or anything there. AMS still available for Cervantes, but look at this damage going out. I've noticed that Kara actually doesn't seem to be running it at Divine Storm. He is going very single target spec, and you see the damage that it's being dealt onto Cervantes because of it. Crow's still up for now. Lene blinking away, trying to avoid any more CC. Cervantes is just constantly defensive, and it seems like dampening actually is going in favor of ABC, even regardless of the Priest's mana, because Cervantes just can't catch a break. He can't get stabilized at all. Werbenstring trying to go out for IM Daisy. He can't get it just yet. The full Hodge lands. Can they follow it up is the question. Pain Suppression going out onto Daisy, keeping him nice and aggressive here. Cervantes Wraith walking. He's getting the heck out of there. DR Trap to follow it up. Cervantes down to 1 million health. Triple Fear lands. Rallying Cry yet again. Is this going to be it for Cervantes? 4%, 1%. Down goes Cervantes. ABC. Regardless of the Discipline Priest mana at 40%, they didn't even need to go that deep into dampening. They had that game, and game one goes to them.
Wow, it was just it's just a bit crazy because they had to, in the start of the game, they weren't overlapping any cooldowns whatsoever. That's why at the start it actually was looking like they didn't get much used, much done. But now here in the end, they managed to overlap a few Ironbarks with Cervantes cooldowns.
Yeah, they overlapped a little bit.
Got punished for that right away. I think it's a good blind pick, though, from ABC. I think that was a really smart comp. Didn't expect them to pull out that.
Yeah, before we jumped in the match, it was everyone was pretty much saying it's definitely going to be like something Mage Warrior based, and we just get completely turned around there, see a brand new comp from them. And we talked quite a bit in the last GCD tournament about just how important it is actually going to be with the like current tournament structure that is brand new. Like we're having tournaments all year long. We're having them all the time between these cups and between the actual Blizzard sanctioned cups. There are just so many opportunities for teams to actually play, and the game is constantly changing. So it's really important to see teams able to actually switch things up, not only rely on one composition. So we're seeing that out of the ABC right out of the gates. But overall, what do you think about that comp moving forward? Do you think that's just going to be the comp that they lock in on the blind pick, or do you think we're going to see more of it moving forward in the day?
You know, seeing like kind of like what you said, like as these tournaments evolve, so is the gameplay. And something that I noticed that I really think that they locked in this composition, Rhett, Hunter, ABC specifically, because they saw this team, Emo, playing TSG often. They saw, like, you know, this is kind of their bread and butter. They're probably going to play this into the blind pick. And so these blind picks are coming off even a little bit less blind picky, if that makes sense. Yeah. They see these teams, they understand what they're playing, and they adapt accordingly. And that blind pick was absolutely brilliant by those guys. I was starting, I'm not too familiar with Discipline Priests on that comp. I immediately thought that their disadvantage was that mana. Zico keeping me honest. He's like, nah, dude, that this TSG's in trouble, trust. And he absolutely was right. They were in trouble, and you saw that. The defensive cooldowns just were being forced way too quick. I think that, going into these next games, I think that they might lock in Ret Hunter yet again. I mean, the other compositions that are available to Emo, DK Affliction, that sort of thing, I still think Ret Hunter has a pretty decent chance against that too.
Yeah, so we do know that the map is going to be Dalaran, so that's going to be a little bit telling here. And I think the main thing is we should probably talk about healers quite a bit, right? Like, we know that the nerfs went out to Resto Druids, but yet we are still seeing one. So we should talk about how that nerf actually did affect that class, because the main thing is it is going to be, when they get into dampening, they're going to have a little bit less of that actual mana regen. And in that past game, that mana regen didn't seem to be a problem. And as we already mentioned,
the healing output a little bit as well.
Okay. Yeah, so like definitely going to be a factor as we move forward throughout the day. But also we talked about Disc Priest being an important healer as well. And their biggest weakness, I mean, you mentioned Affliction Warlocks. It should be those Wizard Cleaves. It should be the Roddy comps that we actually do see out of these magic damage dealers. So maybe that's the right move for Emo to lock into that Disc Priest.
Yeah, with a map choice like Dalaran Sewers, though, I'm not sure if they're thinking
I think they're going to stick to the same thing.
Yeah.
No,
with a map choice like Dalaran Sewers, I think Zico's right on this one.
Yeah.
I think the issue was that they couldn't really get uptime on the Hunter. So they'll probably play Dalaran and just maybe hug the pillar and go right behind the pillar a lot, or maybe they'll manage to get like grip shockwaves and just go on a Hunter during that time or something like that. I don't see them changing anything up, because if they go Warlock, I don't know how safe that would be. And yep, it's going to be the same.
Yeah.
Do you think that the map change is going to be enough for them, though? Do you think that it's actually going to be enough, or do you think we could see ABC in the driver's seat here?
I think we could see a 2-0. It depends, to be honest. I think that maybe they aren't so experienced in this matchup, and they felt like, okay, we maybe went wrong target, or we could have done something differently. I mean, they certainly feel comfortable not bringing out the Warlock. I think maybe they will focus, like, if they focus the Priest more, or just more attention to the Rat, plus the smaller map, they could turn it into a 1-1.
Definitely.
I think we're going to look at a 1-1.
Ooh,
I believe in the boys.
You believe in the boys. You believe in the Ret Dream, man. I like it. But yeah, I think that the Ret Paladin absolutely can be, a valid kill target. 100% uptime on both of these melee definitely adds some value for sure. The gates are about to open, and it's yet again the same compositions from both ABC and Emo. Here we go, and it looks like the TSG is just immediately running in, and it looks like actually Nerd Rage is on the Ret Paladin this time around. Wings coming out from Kara immediately into the full Hodge, into the full trap, and they have the setup going immediately. Cervantes already dropping that AMZ, respecting the damage of this Wings. AMS to follow it up, and Apocalypse as he's trying to get aggressive as well. Looks like actually they might be swapping damage over onto the Hunter there for just a brief moment, but Cervantes, I think he's more just trying to reposition, get closer to the box, and get ready for this damage. Werbenstein coming out onto Daisy Duke. Looks like he isn't actually able to get it off onto Lene. For now, Ironbark going to be used onto Cervantes, keeping him nice and healthy and keeping that pressure up throughout this game.
We got a full Hodge into the net, but he gets the Wyvern off as well. Probably a trap too. There's the DR trap. Cervantes walking to safety here. Tries to hold on to his cooldowns, but I think it could be a little bit greedy here. We'll see how that pans out. There's the Corpse Shield activated. It's probably going to keep him nice and safe. There's the Shockwave coming out now. They're going to try to turn the pressure up. They got a stun on the Priest. Gets immediately removed though by Kara. It's very nice Sanctuary there. We got Kara is just coming in now, trying to reset that Hodge cooldown, trying to get their next setup with Hodge trap. And there it is, Hodge full. It looks like he has an easy time getting that trap. He does indeed. And now let's see, Cervantes has to burn Magic Shell here. Anything more maybe?
Doesn't
Probably
look like
not.
it just yet. He's sitting pretty for now, but the fear to follow it up on Lene, and Cervantes is now starting to take it. And I love this awareness that Cervantes has. He's communicating with his healer, and he's like, oh, my healer's in CC. I better try to negate as much damage as possible throughout this next setup. And it's working out so far. Even the Penance going out into Cervantes, trying to get aggressive onto him. Hodge going out onto Lene yet again, as they're consistently pushing this pressures into Cervantes. There's the trap to follow it up. And this Rep Paladin has so much uptime that he's just generating these Hodges so fast. If you don't know this, Holy Power spent reduces the cooldown of Hodge. So great job by him. But Kara's actually taking a bunch of pressure, dipping down to half health here. Pain suppression is going to be used to keep him up. It fades. And Kara's in a little bit of trouble. He gets gripped defensively. He's popping those Divine Storms on both these melee DPS, but he's still taking so much pressure.
Ooh, the Shockwave.
The Shockwave to follow it up on the
bubble.
Discipline Priest. Is this going to be Kara's bubble? And the backline, Lene is getting trapped up into the full Hodge as this Ret Hunter team is trying to turn it around. Wings pops, and AMZ is going to respect that damage. But Cervantes is still dying through it. Huge damage goes out onto him. There's the Corpse Shield yet again, and he's got to be careful.
AMS as well. Cervantes is still in big trouble here. Can he get anything on Leander? Maybe. We got the Kara's trying to reset this Hodge. Nice Master Root on him, trying to negate some of that Wings damage. Leanne's trying to... Oh, there's some damage coming into Nerd Rage, though. Are they switching them?
Looks like they're switching to him. They invested the Crows into this switch, dude. 30% health, and it's going to force the die by the sword. The Hodge, is there anything to follow up? The Werven follows it up. Nerd Rage is taking a bunch of damage. He can't even duel to prevent the damage at this point. He's just sitting in defensive stance. Spell Reflect out of desperation, and there's the Swiftman. He's going to get stabilized to 50% health here, but can they continue this onslaught? Kara's still the main kill target for this TSG, and you can see the uptime is paying dividends right now, but I don't know if it's going to be what takes this game. A super DR trap lands onto Lene. Cervantes at 30% health here. He's got to be so careful. He has that AMS available to him, and Corpse Shield just came off a cooldown. Whoa, the mind control coming out, forcing that AMS straight away. They're trying to chunk through it. It gets interrupted, and Lene is back out of CC, popping that Thorns and keeping Cervantes up for now.
We're looking at... They don't have much left at all. He's going to have that Icebound up in a moment. But Cervantes' team needs to get something done here on the right, in my opinion.
Another swap to Nerd Rage. He's popping Avatar. He's trying to swap that pressure back onto them. Crows goes out to him. Full Hodge on the Lene. Into the trap. This might be it for Nerd Rage. 10% health. 6% health. Rallying Cry comes out. He needs to stay alive. Lene comes out of CC. He's desperately trying not to get interrupted. The Blade Storm to stop the slow from Nerd Rage. He's desperately trying to get away from this Rep Paladin Hunter, but the Hunter is just lighting him up. The T-Rex reconnects back out onto him. Lene caught into the fear out of it. Cervantes also caught into a fear, but a bunch of heals go out on the Nerd Rage. I think that might have been Overgrowth because he's looking pretty right now.
Yeah, he got the Overgrowth off right before the fear, so nice job there by Leanne. We got Nerd Rage, though, with no more defensives, and Cervantes. The thing I don't like about this, though, is that Cervantes is getting his cooldowns back up now, and he was running out of things, but Nerd Rage is not really going to run out of D-stands. We'll see what they can get done here as they turn their focus onto Cervantes. Can they get the Icebound? Doesn't look like it.
He wants to hold on to it. He's being frugal, and I love it. And that's what's going to get him into the late game. And as we talk about late game, 1% dampening just hits. Cervantes taking that Ashbringer. He's taking a bunch of pressure right now. And, you know, I don't know. They did really invest a lot into that warrior. They got die by the sword. Maybe they need to go on him. But as I say that, Cervantes is taking the Crows, the full Hodge onto Lene. Daisy looking for a follow-up. The fear actually occurs. forcing that Iron Bark to follow it up. Wraithwalk trying to kite this Ret Paladin for now. The Ret Paladin's actually hitting the Warrior quite a lot, which is causing Lene to actually have to off-heal. The disarm goes out onto Kara, so Kara's not going to be doing a whole lot of pressure right now, and Cervantes looks to be A-okay with that Thorns and the Corpse Shield moving forward. And 4% dampening, it's getting harder and harder for this Ret Paladin to keep these heals from the Discipline Priest.
So Kara got his PS here. He's going to be nice and pretty. And there is a full Wyvern. Let's see if they can get anything off that. Doesn't look like it. They just need one setup maybe, and then they can kill Cervantes right here. But right now it's the Arch, so we're going to see the pressure turn on into Kara. He does have an eye for an eye, though, which is the major issue why they don't want to go on him.
Yeah.
Because every time they do, he just pops that eye for an eye, and it's so effective. Turning the counter pressure back to Cervantes. There's a kick onto the Priest. Nothing much right now happening. Both teams are just trying to wait for that next setup.
Good shockwave onto the Priest. Into the Typhoon. They're really trying to control this Priest right now. And as dampening continues on, into the Fear. And the trap, it's a race. Who can kill Kara? Kara dipping down. Is this going to be his Bubble? Bubble gets proc. Cervantes is dipping a little bit low too as the Warband follows it up into the full Hodge AMZ. And it looks like they got Bubble there and they're not getting too much out of Cervantes. He's still holding onto that Corpse Shield. 10 seconds left on that AMS. And Kara's has got to be feeling the pressure right about now. He has his wings up. He wants to get aggressive, but he gets shockwaved on it. That's going to reduce a lot of damage. And Cervantes just on the run. He's getting that efficient trade. There's the stun going out onto the Disc Priest. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Kara taking still the brunt end of the pressure, and this is his wings. There's the full trap. Nerd Rage now the kill target. He's in that D stance into the. Yeah, there's the die by the sword. They weren't on him, so it actually came up. And the Hodge into the Fear. Actually, they did not fear Lene and Kara. I'm not sure. Kara is still taking a bunch of pressure, and he's getting really close, but so is Nerd Rage. Iper is doing a bunch. Sharpen goes out onto Kara. Can they take out Nerd Rage in time? But Kara, that was so close. There was a race for the melee.
We got the sack as well there. If the TSG can get one more setup here, Kara, they could actually look to close the game out here. I want to see them keep their pressure up now. Just try to keep it sharpened up, try to keep going. There's a nice pre-Ironbark there on Nerd Rage. He does get feared on that. He chooses to actually tank that fear. He gets trapped off of the fear. Nerd Rage does sit pretty though in distance with Ironbark. Should be fine for now. As that season change should end. And yep, there's overgrowth.
Sharpen going out onto Kara, into the Fear, onto the Discipline Priest. Is this going to be it, Kara, or can they take out Nerd Rage in that Hodge? Nothing to follow up from that Hodge. They need to get a trap immediately. They need to take down Nerd Rage because time is ticking onto this pressure of Kara. Eye for an Eye comes back off cooldown, and they're going to go ahead and try to swap that pressure back onto Nerd Rage. Wervin to follow it up onto Lene. Nerd Rage still sitting okay for now. That artifact is healing him for so much throughout this game. It's got to be nice with that tournament. Into the Fear. Nerd Rage at 50% health here. Kara also at 50% health here. And this is such a close game. There's the full shockwave. It's going to force the bop onto Kara. The Hodge lands on the Lene. Nerd Rage sitting in that AMZ, desperately trying to save his life in defensive stance. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like it just yet. No rallying cry, nothing available. Iron Bark now coming off a cooldown. Lene's going to go ahead and pop that onto Nerd Rage. Nerd Rage has crows on him as well. He wants to get the sharpen out onto Kara. He presses it. Kara's going to be taking a lot less damage.
Here's the wings.
Up.
Another trap.
Is this going to be a
trouble? We'll see. He's just right now. He's right now just pillaring, trying to survive, but they seem to be turning their attention to Cervantes. This is what I don't like, though. They keep switching back and forth, and they just have their cooldowns back up. And if you look at Doge Priest mana right now, this game cannot go on for too much longer because he is actually and that was his PS. And
19% health here on Nerd Rage without CC. And Lene gets locked out. Is this going to be it? He's whirlwinding. He's trying to get out of there. He's trying to peel Daisy from trapping Lene. The Displacer from Lene trying to get out of there. There's the disarm over out onto the Ret Paladin. Even the penance is going out onto Nerd Rage. Full trap onto Lene. Into the defensive Fear. Into the shockwave on Doge Priest.
This could be it. There's a full fear of that.
Is this going to be it? Nerd Rage has to die right here, right now, or the Priest is going to be out of mana. 1% health. In that Hodge, down goes Nerd Rage, but holy, what a close game. 30% dampening, 1% mana on ABC, and they got the kill on Nerd Rage. Great job by them. They're going to take game number 2 on the map pick of Emo.
I feel like if they just survived this one setup here, the Priest was completely tapped.
Yep.
And they could have had it on the Rat. Actually had his bubble back.
Yeah. They didn't
maybe not.
Maybe not so
I don't
much.
know. It was actually a close game, though. I think I think this is a tough matchup for the TSG. I think they did well in this game, but I think we're probably gonna see a comp switch. DK Affley maybe.
Yeah, I definitely
wish,
think so.
I really would have liked to see them go more on the priest, just due to the fact that they can't hit anybody else. Who can they hit?
Right.
They can't hit the rat because he's gonna put eye for an eye and counter pressure that, and they're gonna lose that damage trade, which is what's been happening every time they try that. Yeah. And on the hunter, they don't get enough uptime because the rat is there. He's slowing them with the hand. He's slowing them with the Ashbringer on use, and the hunter as well is just slowing them and running. So the only time they actually get anything done on the hunter is when he grips shockwaves.
Right, and I mean that's not enough. Like,
yeah,
you see the composition advantage or the opportunity for this composition to gain an advantage against ABC.
Wait, we got a cross kill.
Yeah.
Whoa!
I was about to jump in.
Oh my god! I didn't even know this.
Actually broke, so
it's all good. I got this. Okay, so we got Cervantes here. What does he have? He's got pretty much nothing right now. Daisy. Daisy's actually in a huge amount of trouble because Doge Priest is completely oom. He's at 60% HP right now. He just popped his BM cooldowns as well, so he's not going to have any of that counter pressure available. Cervantes is running in. We're going to see what he can get done here. He's trying to get some pressure onto Daisy. And all he has to do really is just keep riding now, and they could win this. We got a full trap on Lian. Doesn't seem to be too much happening though. Cervantes just lining. We got a full fear coming off that. Cervantes choosing to go back up now, try to put some pressure on. And the thing is, Cervantes is actually the 2's lord. I really don't see DK Druid losing this.
I mean, yeah,
they're probably just going to dampen this.
Lene has 30% mana, and I know the Discipline Priest had like 1% before going into this. We're at 44% dampening, so I am Daisy on that Hunter, dipping down to 50% health at this point, and the Discipline Priest just doesn't have anything to keep him up through this. And this is pretty incredible. EMO just keeping that consistent pressure all game long is paying dividends as they get that incredible cross kill.
This might just be it, honestly.
Yeah.
He is completely tapped.
He's getting rooted by the DK. 19% health here. This has got to be it. Unless they pull off some sort of miracle.
There's the turtle. They got one more setup in them. If they can get a wyvern, they could potentially maybe do something, but I really don't see it happening. Leon's doing a good job of trying to avoid that. There's a full trap though, as I say that. It's fixed on Daisy, triggers that. There's the BM cooldowns. This is their last kind of push here on Cervantes. Can they get him low enough to actually have him pressured?
Maybe mana doesn't matter. 50% dampening. Maybe
they can't out heal it, you know.
Yeah, maybe they just have the 50% dampening to as like another CC. Basically, it's a huge mortal strike on a Cervantes. So if Daisy Duke is able to keep this pressure up, it really can take the game. AMS is going to be used. There's the Wyvern Sting, and you know, even smites are going off from this Discipline Priest. They're going to follow up that trap with the fear. They get the full fear, and Cervantes is consistently getting kited. He's wraith walking. He's trying to reconnect. He's trying to get that pressure that he desperately needs. Grip goes out onto Doge Priest, and he gets rooted up after that.
There we go. That's what I want to see. I want to see him go on the priest. He doesn't have to go on a hunter if he can't reach him. Only go on a hunter if you can reach him and then hit the priest in the meanwhile, because this is a dampening game. You're not going to win this by running someone out of cooldowns. You're going to win this by dampening the healer.
Yeah.
So there's a nice script though.
He's pressing smite. He's pressing penance aggressively this entire time. Daisy Duke gets that full trap and is consistently kiting Cervantes, but every single grip, his health gets a little bit lower. 7% health here. He's got no turtle available to him. 2% mana on the Discipline Priest. This has got to be it for Daisy Duke.
Oh my God, how is he alive?
He's still kiting. He's still kiting through all. Wraith Walk. This might be the end of Daisy Duke. There's the crows on the Cervantes. This is their last ditch effort. Iron Bark on the Cervantes. Daisy Duke 1% health here, 8% health. He gets the kick onto Lene on their entangling roots. The Wyvern Sting to follow it up. Daisy Duke gets stunned though. No dispel for that stun. This has got to be it. How is the priest healing?
How is he actually alive?
59% dampening, 1% mana, and Daisy Duke is somehow still alive.
That's got to be it. That's the Soul Reaper.
Okay,
it's not it.
He's rooted. He's over. Jeez, them though. EMO. They lost the game and they got the cross kill. Unbelievable.
I told you I believe in the TSG.
Dude, you believed in the boys. You said it from the very get-go, man. I should never have doubted you.
I don't think they're going to run that setup one more time, though. I definitely don't think so. That looked really rough.
Yeah, I mean, during the game, there was so much pressure on them throughout like the entire time. It looked like Daisy Duke's squad was just trying to decide who to actually set the kill up on. There was so much pressure actually going into the Warrior throughout the entirety of the match. The cross kill, you can't base your comp selection off of that cross kill at all.
Yeah,
No.
Man,
not so
Daisy
much.
Duke, what a live lord, man! I just
That
don't
was
even understand
crazy.
how he's staying
Yeah.
up there towards the end. But do you think this may be the time that we see the Warlock actually come off the bench and jump in here and see what he can do up against the squad of ABC?
I feel
They'll
like this is
definitely
going
have
to be
more
the game change.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
think
mean,
they are or aren't, Zico? Sorry, I talked over you.
it's
I
totally
just said I think we're going to be looking at a cross kill.
Or comp change.
Cross kill. Comp change, sorry.
yeah. We
yeah,
haven't
I
really
think-
noted. This is an elimination match. The entire tournament is a double elimination tournament, but we are on the lower side of that tournament right now. So whoever does lose this match is going home. They have made it to the top 8, but you definitely want to keep pressing forward throughout here today because there's a lot on the line. Not only is there a prize pool, which is up for grabs, but also we do have those points up for grabs, which go towards the actual regional finals. So you want to be trying to get those points if you want to keep competing in the Blizzard tournaments. But also that prize pool is mainly powered by you guys at home. What are
Sorry
you
to
seeing there,
interrupt you,
DMG?
Rich. We saw a map. We see a map choice, and that map choice does not say comp swap to me. What does that map choice say to you, Zico?
It's ruins, by the way.
Wins.
Zico.
Ruins of Orderon is the map choice. It's a super close quarter map. Maybe they're thinking if they stay just one target throughout the game, and like maybe they swap a little bit more.
They'll probably stick with the same comp. I don't know. It
The Red
seems to
Hunter?
me that the
Oh, there you go.
that they are
Those are locked in.
both teams are locked in the same comp. Okay.
Yeah, spoilers, guys. We're going to see the same comps
Gotta see
for
the same
both
comps.
teams. And honestly, I'm going to make a prediction, which I never do. I'm going to say ABC takes this one cleanly.
I
Who?
think so too.
I think
ABC.
ABC is going to take it. Nice and
ABC?
clean.
Yep.
Nice and clean.
No, I think so too. I think that they may have learned their lesson on switching targets between the DK
Yeah.
and the Warrior too
Yeah.
much, and I think that they're gonna get a lot more pressure a lot earlier on, and they're not gonna get that deep into dampening. So they're gonna eliminate that option for a cross kill. But
mean-
you know, ruins can backfire. Ruins
That's
can
true. But the thing is, what I think is the biggest issue is that they can't always hit Cervantes because he's always running away. But I
Right.
think they should only hit Nerd Rage if they can't reach him. They should never do an actual like Hodge trap and go on Nerd Rage with it, because that's what they were doing in the Dalaran game.
Right.
And they were doing that when Cervantes had one cooldown left or no cooldowns left. So I think that's the one thing I would like to see change. By the way, I have a quick question about this spectator client. Can you zoom out somehow? Because
Yeah,
it's
use
really
your
hard.
arrows. Like where you
Oh
use
my
your
god,
FT
dude, I'm
Zico.
playing FPS mode. It's so hard to see. All right. It's fine. It's fine. We're not
Here we
playing
go.
Call of.
Hey, is there any value in going on the Arms Warrior instead of the DK as this composition? I mean, they don't have to play around duel in that case. And, Cervantes using that Wraith Walk, I guess they have to deal with, the heroic leap and stuff like that. But
I think what they like about it is that they can just drag the game down forever and then get to dampening, and eventually the DK won't have any cooldown, whereas the Warrior will always have these stands.
dude,
I think that's
wings instantly
Oh,
gripping the
there's a full
shockwave on
launch.
both those guys.
Got a full
They're
launch,
going out of the
full trap.
display. They even sharpened him there.
Yes, that's what I
popping
told
up.
you.
Yes, Cervantes at 50% health here. He's taking damage from the crows and the wings. Lene caught into that Werb, and he's going to pop that Iron Break right before it. But Cervantes is just going ham onto this priest. The double fear on the Ret Paladin and the Discipline Priest just stopping. Lockout on Shadow. This Discipline Priest has got to be careful for now. But the
Oh, the
TSG
double
on a
stun.
map like this, he's got nowhere to go.
They gotta get those double stuns every single time, because the red will just remove any pressure they do on the priest. They got the barrier being forced here. They're not gonna go into the room. It grips the priest out of the room. Actually, smart grip there by Cervantes. Trap is fading on Leanne. He's gonna get nice and
Cervantes down to
free
10%
probably.
health. He's going to pop the Corpse Shield. Sorry, I thought he was going to die. That was Eye for an Eye and Ashbringer, so that was really, really, really close. Cervantes actually pulling back a little bit, and now the Discipline Priest is positioning himself in a way that if they want this TSG to go on him, then he's going to have to overextend and get damaged like that. Cervantes is definitely going to think twice before that happens. There's the Werven on the Lene. Cervantes is on the run at down to 50% health here. He has an AMS. He's going to pop it. He respects the damage of ABC.
That was actually quite cool what Daisy just did. He faked White Wyvern 3 times on Linné, and he got him to fake his Shadow Meld, and then he Wyverned him into the trap there. So that's the mind games there coming in out of the veteran. We got a full fear coming out of Lian. Can we get any more cooldowns forced here? Doesn't look like we can. Lian is just trying to blink that trap now. He got kicked. Can he get the trap too? He's looking for it. Oh, he gets it. Full trap. Okay, there's the pre-Iron Bark though on the trap.
Pre-Iron Bark. Solid play from Linné, man. It's going to stop that pressure basically completely. And another swap onto the Displease.
Super hard on the Priest. They sharpen.
They know. As soon as this Displease gets out of that dungeon, they are on him immediately. And I love this strat. I feel like the pressure is seriously there. The double fear on Akara, he can't get him out of that fear as well. I love when they get the cross CC on the Rep Paladin to really pump that damage out into Discipline Priest. They've removed those sack opportunities. The Wyvern on the Linné in the back foot, though, Cervantes has got to be careful, and he knows it. He stayed in the full duration of that AMZ to try to reduce some damage. He has that AMS as he pushes forward, but are they going to risk the biscuit and go into this dungeon? Shockwave goes out on the Doge Priest, but Kara wasn't in it, man. I don't know if he got the sack off, but the full Hodge lands on the Linné. Can they follow it up? Daisy Duke looking. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Not going to get it just yet. And Cervantes should be okay. And it looks like they're doing a bit more cleave damage on a Nerd Rage and Cervantes in this game.
I think Nerd Rage just got overgrowth here, so he's going to be quite pretty. We got a full trap on Lian, followed up by what? Followed up by a Hodge. Cervantes taking a little bit of pressure here now. He's going back in the defensive positioning. I like that. There's a full fair coming on the healer. This is going to be it. He's going to have to pop a lot of cooldowns here. There's the corpse coming out. There's the Iron Bark as well. Okay, Scenarion Ward as well. He should be fine. And as soon as that's what you got to notice here. As soon as he knows that okay, I got the cooldowns, I'm fine. They turn the pressure onto the priest, trying to burn that mana as quick as possible, trying to get those cooldowns used. And they got a nice double shockwave there. Can they get the sharpen as well? There it is. The sharpen on that heal rips the next heal. I think they might just commit here into the room. They choose not to. They got the pain suppression. And there's the Hodge trap.
That's the presence of mind that you see in top caliber players like that. Cervantes feels the kill. He sees it, but he knows Linné just got hodged, and he's not going to risk it. Instead, they swap that pressure over out on the Kara. They stay out of that room. They deal with the eye for an eye for now, but they're still getting a good amount of damage going out. And that's the name of the game when you're playing TSG, is just get that consistent pressure throughout the game.
Oh, trap nice grip shockwave.
Shockwave on both the Ret and the Priest. And Kara still the setup. Actually, the stun goes out onto the Disc Priest. They're hitting them as much as they possibly can, but Kara is also taking a bunch of damage, and then Disc Priest has to deal with 2 kill targets. He gets interrupted by Cervantes to follow it up. 30% health here on Akara. He's going to go ahead and use that wall, but it gets exploded immediately. Aurora Sacrifice even coming out from Daisy on Akara, and now he's popping wings. He's getting aggressive as the full trap, but the half trap out of the Wyvern lands. Cervantes dipping down to 50% health here. The Hodge out of it. AMZ gets dropped, but Cervantes is still on the back foot. 30%, 20%. This might be it for Cervantes. He's desperately trying to get healed. A bunch of hots going out into Linné.
He's got that
to follow it up. He's Wraith walking away, and he's going to stabilize. And now it looks like this Rep Paladin is pushing in to try to get aggressive. That was Ironbark as well. And they're pushing in.
As well. He's still in trouble.
To get in there.
He's still in trouble. He pops to his artifact now. He's trying to counter pressure. There's the grip shockwave. Nice setup. The red trinkets and freeze the priest out there. I really like that play coming out of Kara. And now they're going to turn the pressure on Cervantes. They're going to have Hodge up anytime soon. And if they manage to get a trap off that, that could just be the game on Cervantes. No Ironbark available. We got the kick now.
Disc Priest, man. They're on the Disc Priest. They get the Hodge onto him, and they're pushing him back slowly but surely. And that really does stop a lot of the momentum of ABC. And Cervantes is going to be able to stabilize for now. 10 seconds left until that Ironbark.
There's the Hodge.
There's the Hodge. Cervantes has got to be careful. This is the Crows as well. No AMS available.
Oh, but Kara
is in a lot of trouble. Is this going to be his bubble? Shadowman's being spammed off onto Kara. Kara's just trying to kite away as best he can, but the trap lands, and he gets aggressive. Cervantes down to 40% health here. The fear to follow up. He gets it on the Linné, 20% health here. Corpse Shield gets used, but the cleave damage of the Rep Paladin may kill that pet fairly quickly, so he's got to be careful of that. But the Hodge on the Linné, Cervantes is still constantly getting pressured, but it's like back and forth, whichever team has the momentum.
all the cooldowns, yeah, it's like kind of turn-based. They grip, they do the stun, they do the go, and then the next team gets the hodge, they do their go. But right now, the Iron Bark was actually used during this setup, so that means they have literally nothing. They got the Cold Shield, the Icebound coming up soon for Cervantes, but he is definitely going to be in big trouble. And there is the full hodge, the BM Hunter cooldowns, the crows, everything is being popped, but Kara is also in the big pressure. This could be his bubble. That's the wings.
There it
they
is.
do force the bubble. And the counter pressure might actually be enough to keep Cervantes alive. Oh, no, he pops out the anti-magic zone. I like that. That's on his wings. That's a fair trade.
He's playing safe, and I mean these cooldowns are coming up when he needs them, right? Like this is the wings, but he might not be out of the war yet.
The
There's
hodge is back again.
Tranquility. They're gonna have the follow-up for this. The shockwave out on the Kara. Ooh, it looks like Cervantes is still going to be the one in trouble. His Icebound Fortitude fades. He has that AMS available to him. He's got to be so careful. 30% healthier. Linnea's just desperately trying to keep him up. Wraith walk out of desperation. This is the Crows down to 9% healthier. Kara's pushing in. They want to get the kill right here, right now. Defensive stun goes out onto Kara instead of the Discipline Priest. They're just trying to stop this momentum as best they can. And nice, there's the full hodge on the Linne, 40% health on the Cervantes, 14% dampening. Can they keep up this pressure? Mana's slowly becoming a problem for this Discipline Priest as we get deeper and deeper into dampening, but they have so much momentum on Cervantes right now.
They have nothing. This could very well be the game. We got Cervantes, he's running around the pillar right now, trying to survive the best he can. He knows his druid is going to be stuck in a CC chain. They managed to get the bop out on Kara. Kara actually has nothing left as well. If Cervantes somehow managed to get this, survive this, there's a nice scenario ward trying to keep him top, but there's a lot of damage coming in right now. He has nothing to deal with this right now. He's trying to survive. It's a while left for his corpse shield to come back up, but he could maybe survive. They're trying to grip in the priest to try to get something to happen here, but there's the corpse shield, just comes out in the nick of time, and the next setup is going to be deadly. I know I've said that a couple of times now, but this is definitely it. There's a full hodge coming in, all damage being popped right now. Wraith walk, no follow-up. Where is the fucking follow-up?
I don't know, but he gets the Iron Bark out of that. There's the Crow going on to Cervantes. There's a super DR fear, and Cervantes should be okay with this Iron Bark up. We're at 20% dampening just yet. Double Shockwave from Nerd Rage is going to peel not only the pets, but also the players off of Cervantes right there. Grip goes out onto Kara, trying to make him line of sight. The Discipline Priest is sharpened, follows up on Kara. Kara has no bubble available. He does have bubble back. This might be his bubble yet again, as Doge Priest has nothing left. There's the Human Trinket, 8% health on Kara. He's in execute range there for just a brief period of time. He has the wings up, so he wants to be aggressive with it, but he just can't. He's on the run and being a wizard as that rep paladin. Full hodge on the Linne. Can they follow it up with a CC? Where is the next CC? Doesn't look like they have it just yet. Linne popping those Swiftmans, keeping his team alive, but the key pressure is there. Kara down to 10% healthier. Is this going to be his bubble, or is this going to be Cervantes' life? We're going to find out here in just a second as Linne's dealing with the cleave damage of both the Warrior and the DK, but down goes Kara. I'm not sure. It says that he still has bubble left.
Yeah.
Is he? Let's see if he's running. He is running Divine Intervention. Maybe the UI is just broken.
It's just a UI bug, I think.
Damn, I thought Kara was completely fine. That actually makes complete sense, as Kara was trying to kite them so desperately throughout that game. Like I thought that.
That's why he was running with the wings up.
Yeah, Cervantes was so low. He had nothing left there for a while, and Kara was running with wings up. That actually makes complete and total sense. But man, that was much closer of a game. And Emo, after a cross kill, taking some momentum and taking game 3, it is now 2-1 in favor of the TSG, who's sticking with the bread and butter comp.
Yeah, man, I think sticking with the comp that you're best with may have been better than I initially thought. That's definitely for sure. I do want to commend ABC, though, before we even jumped into this match. I know, Zico, you were really bringing up this point quite a bit, and that is the idea that they didn't really want to be putting pressure onto the Warrior too much. They wanted to stay onto Cervantes as much as they could, but Cervantes just running around the map the entire time, but they were able to keep the pressure on him pretty well. Do you think that's still how ABC is going to find a win condition in this next map if comps don't change at all?
I think we're gonna see a comp swap, but if the comps were not to change, I don't see what else are they gonna do differently. They could try to go on the Warrior, but I don't think they will manage to kill. Maybe in dampening they could. Nah, I don't think. Not with a priest.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, something to note too. That was Runes Lordaeron, and that was not the map choice of TSG. That was the map choice of ABC. So going into this next game, we're running out of small maps. So they might not be able to hit this anything that kites on a different map, because we're out of Dalaran, we're out of Ruins.
That is true. But why wouldn't they just pick a big map then against the TSG? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe
Why
they
don't
thought
just
that they
go
needed.
Tolveron is open. Ashamane is open still.
Right. They went to Ruins of Lordaeron, I'm assuming, because, Cervantes was kiting so much. You never really hear that. It's like, yeah, we need to go to a small map because the DK keeps kiting us. Yeah, that's kind of peculiar. But yeah, Cervantes utilizing that Wraith Walk very, very well, and we should be jumping into this next game. And I'm really curious to see what ABC does. If you're not familiar with this team, they have a lot of comps available to them. And sticking with this Ret Hunter after losing twice in a row, maybe not so much.
They got a bit. I would say the reason why they haven't queued Warrior Mage is probably because they've practiced it and they got the short end of the stick in those war games. Otherwise, we would probably see them bust out their main comp, which is Warrior Mage. I don't think they'll pick Rogue Mage. I know Nixie plays a Rogue. Nixie plays Ellie. We could see some crazy like Frost Mage Ellie on Tolveron or something like that, but I doubt it.
Old school WAD days, man. I remember seeing that comp all the time.
Yeah.
Well, everything is definitely on the line here. Emo has officially put ABC on match point. If Emo takes this one, ABC will be going home. So this is one of the most important maps that we will see in this series. We could potentially see another one after this, but if not, we're going to close out the series right here, and it's all going to go down on Tolveron. The map has officially been locked in. So there's that big map for you guys. Does that give you a tell here?
I don't know. Maybe they want to go with the same comp, but with a big map. Yeah. Basically the polar opposite of Ruins of Lordaeron. If you're unfamiliar, Tolveron is gigantic in comparison. So,
I think
comp?
we're gonna see something magey. My mage sense is tinkling. I can feel another mage close by.
Like a spidey sense.
They will lock in their comps very soon, but before we actually see what they lock in, Zico, I want to ask you, before we jumped into that match, both of us were predicting that ABC would definitely come out on top. What did Emo actually do there to win that series? We're going to just go super meta right now, look down at that series. What was the determining factor that actually allowed Emo to win that series that we thought ABC was just going to blow out of the water?
I think it's because they went priest. They went. Yeah. Did you notice that when they went priest, the ret was also at like 60% HP from cleave damage, and then the priest would go into the room, and then they would switch to the ret, and he would already be a little bit low, like a little bit, like massaged. So then, so I don't know. I think it was a strategy chain, but also that they played just in this last game. I think this was the best game defensively. I did not see any overlaps at all. I think in last game. They didn't have any like Iron Bark overlaps, or I think maybe at one point they might have overlapped something, but it might have been intentional as well. So I just think that if the TSG does rotate their CDs well enough, it will be really hard for them to be killed. I think they're both really tanky comps.
Yeah,
but
definitely. I mean, we are getting into dampening with these matches too, so they're definitely pretty tanky comps. They're living pretty long. I'm still thinking about just Daisy Duke, and not that past game, but the one before that, just staying alive at 3%. I'm trying to work that out. Like, what was that man even doing?
He's been actually playing the Hunter quite well as well.
Yeah.
Nine games. He's been landing quite CC. I saw him. He even landed some traps that wasn't like out of setup, just caught healer on global, and he's been doing an all right job actually, considering it's his ult. You can tell he's been practicing it. But that's now raises the question: if they know that Mage Warrior loses and they know that they're not winning with Red Hunter, what do you do? Like, this is what you've been practicing. This is your prepared counter, and the reason why you have this is because your main comp isn't doing well against this. So how do you actually beat the TSG? I would say just throw a curveball and just pick Frost or pick some crazy spec and go on a big map and just try to, not let them play the game. Just kite them.
Yeah.
It's obviously easier said than done, but they're a good team. They can definitely pull it off.
Well, I remember
they also have the comps to do so.
Yeah, back last year, we had Daisy Duke. We described him as like the strategist. We had lower thirds for every player. I don't know if you remember that day. Like whipped one up for every player. And we had Daisy Duke as like the strategist, the mastermind, like the guy who's going to actually come up with crazy comps. But I just saw from Toxic right now, or we got the whisper from the admins.
Whoa.
It's like maybe we don't need to see any master strategy. We're just going to stick to the same comps that we've seen the entire series. What do you guys think about both teams? I hate to give the spoilers, I hate to do it, but we're going to see both of the same comps when we actually jump into Tolvaron Arena here.
I mean,
What do you guys
regardless of
think?
no
of them staying
composition change, we still might see a strategy swap. Of course, like in
True.
game, they might swap something up. And ABC, they definitely, talking to some other RMDs back in WAD, they kept saying, ABC was coming up in wargaming all the time, even before tournaments were going on, and saying that they were capable of like figuring out new stuff and brainstorming and theory crafting. And I love that. Let's see what they can theory craft, because they are down 2-1 at this point. One loss, and they are eliminated from the tournament. As Rhett Hunter on Tolvaron Arena, I definitely think that they have like the advantage of kiting. They have this big, huge map, and if they do want to swap over to that Hunter, it's going to be really hard on a big map like this. Also, the Priest can position themselves, so it's difficult for this double melee to push in on him.
I think a lot of the game is going to come down to how Kara plays. I think Kara is the let's say the focus point of the game. Like, he's the turning point. If he plays really well defensively and he just like tries to not do maximum amount of damage all the time, because I mean, we've been seeing him, he's been resetting his Hodge. Like, his Hodge been having 26 CD or less, it's been crazy. He's been doing a phenomenal job with just having uptime and doing great damage. But I would actually almost like to see him do less damage and not risk dying, because I feel like if he plays well, if the Hunter just spams slowing people and the Hunter has a full uptime all the time and he's still doing range damage and just doing damage when they have the Hodge setups, I feel like they won't actually manage to force the cooldowns on Kara and actually manage to kill him. I think he's the only one who can actually die. When they went Priest, he was just bopping and sanctuarying the stuns. And when they went Hunter, I mean, nothing really happened. When they went Hunter, they didn't even force Aspect of the Turtle the first game. So I think Kara's literally the only person who can die. And if he plays well defensively, they should be able to bring this to a game 5.
Well, you heard it from Zico. Keep your eyes glued on to Kara at home. He could be the X factor in this match as the gates do open.
Here we go. Slow goes out onto Daisy Duke, with Cervantes is yet again the kill target for ABC. Grip goes out onto the Discipline Priest, and they're actually going to swap the damage over out into him. Hodge onto Lene on the backline. Cervantes sees it, drops the AMZ. He knows what's up as the wings get used by Kara. Double fear goes out onto the Ret, and the Disc Priest is still the kill target throughout it all. Cervantes and Nerd Rage are just going in on this guy, and Kara's wings are still active, but it just doesn't seem like they're getting a whole lot done just yet.
So right now we got the eye for an eye up, the wings are up. There's a grip shockwave. They have no break for this one. They managed to hit both of them. Seems to be doing quite all right now. He's looking for that Hodge. He gets the Hodge in cast form. BM Hunter cooldown's being popped. Cervantes is definitely gonna have to use something here. The earlier the better. Uses Great Walk, and the pets are going on the Warrior right now. So he's just lining, trying to survive here. Didn't expect the pets to be cleaving like that, but it's okay, I guess. Cervantes is just trying to come back now, go on Kara. No eye for an eye for a little bit. Can't get too much done here. Gets the Sanctuary onto the stun. Warrior popping cooldowns on the Priest, but the Priest just out healing that with ease. Full Hodge into full trap. Kara is dipping a little bit low, but Cervantes is in a full blinding shot trinket stat. We got the crows on him. We're gonna have to see more. This could just be it. He's lining his healer a little bit. And there's the Corpse Shield and Ironbark there overlap. So there's quite a bit of cooldowns coming in. There's a grip shockwave. Priest does use his human trinket for that one. Gonna probably stabilize and be safe. Nice vortex. Sucking him back in. There's the sharpen as well. They're still trying to brute force it here. Kick him. They get a double fear of nice fear there. He knows he's not gonna fear the druid anytime soon. So that's a good state of mind there coming out of Doge Priest.
Yep. Full trap on the Lene, and Cervantes is still consistently taking the pressure, but the Discipline Priest actually gets locked out there. He's got to be a little bit careful. He's sitting inside that orb of himself, so he's going to be taking a lot less reduced damage. He gets gripped out of it, however, and rooted out of it, and he's taking so much damage. The bop comes out before the execute, saving his life for now, but the pressure that's going out onto this Discipline Priest is playing dividends. Now Kara now taking some of the pressure, popping that eye for an eye, respecting the damage of the TSG for now, but they're swapping it right back onto the disc as soon as that bop is over. Hodge goes out in the Lene, fear on a Nerd Rage, great peels into the trap. Cervantes sees it, drops that AMZ as the wings get used, and he just has that AMZ available every single wings, but he can't go on the Discipline Priest if he's going to stay in it. He gets Binding Shot stunned up before he can reconnect, and that's the Ironbark from Lene, keeping his team completely aggressive, and the onslaught continues onto ABC. And it looks like the Discipline Priest isn't the kill target for now, but I'd expect to swap at any moment.
There's a Hodge coming out. We're going to see a full fear coming out of that. Maybe a trap. Doesn't get it. He blinks it. Nice blink there coming from Lina. We got Kara dropping a little bit low, but he should be fine. I really like what the Emo is doing right here, where they keep going on Priest, and then with the grip shockwave combo. And then as soon as the Priest gets away, they just switch up their attention back to the Ret. The Ret pops Eye for an Eye. They switch back to the Priest, and they just keep going back and forth like that. And I think that's really the best. There it is. Grip Shockwave again, popping an artifact now. But Cervantes is in a little bit of trouble. Has the overgrowth though. Should be fine. There's a sharpening coming out on the Priest, and he's actually running low on cooldowns. He doesn't have any pinch suppression or anything really to deal with this damage. Nice spear though, and the team doesn't break it right away on Cervantes. A lot of slows coming in. A nice freedom. The Priest should be going away to safety, and now as soon as that happens, they switch back to Kara, and we should be seeing the Eye for an Eye being popped shortly. Nope,
he doesn't have it. He used it earlier. He used it earlier, actually, on a double shockwave earlier, and now Kara's in trouble. Dipping down to 20% health here. Doge Priest desperately trying to get the heals out onto him, but this might be his bubble. Defensive grip getting him out of line, getting him out of melee range of these double melee. Execute range gets there. There's a stun. He human trinkets out of it. Can Kara hold on to his bubble? And there it is. It gets procced, and I really do think it was because Kara popped that Eye for an Eye on the double shockwave when they swapped to Doge Priest. And TSG found that vector of opportunity to really abuse it. Now they're swapping back over out onto that Disc Priest. Hodge goes on to Lene, and Cervantes, it does need to be careful. He needs to be aware, but nothing to follow it up just yet again. And just doesn't look like they have the CC chains on Lene this game.
Oh, there's the double shockwave though. AMZ being forced out here to answer the wings seems to be the trade of choice. Kara's in huge trouble right now. There's no pain suppression available. There's no barrier available. He's got a healer out of CC though. But dampening is about to kick in quite soon. Let's see what they can get done here. The next grip shockwave should be up soon. There it is, and a full Hodge trap coming onto Lian. Kara is in the most trouble right now, I would say. Cervantes has all his cooldowns still, so he should be fine. Kara is dropping to 50% right now using that Sanctuary. Freedom, trying to just kite. This is what we were talking about. Kara's trying to just do a good job of staying defensive, but they see that and they switch to the Priest. And Nerd Rage is taking quite some damage right now, but he's in D stance. Should be fine for now. And we got the Hodge there. Might be a full trap coming out of that. Looks like it. And nope.
They're investing in a Nerd Rage with Crows right now. They're really trying to pump some damage out into him instead of Cervantes, but it might be too little too late. There's a full trap finally landing on the Lene. Nerd Rage down at 50% health here as Crows are going to be fading, and they're consistently pushing that pressure into him. Kara doesn't have anything left. He doesn't have bubble. I think Eye for an Eye might be back, and he doesn't have wall, so he's got to be careful as well. Hodge onto Lene, but he gets the preemptive Iron Bark onto Nerd Rage before the Hodge. Nice play by Lene. The defensive fear going out onto Cervantes as well, and it looks like ABC is catching some momentum back against this TSG, even though they've been rotating these defensive cooldowns so well, but they still got a lot to get through. Sharpen going out onto Kara. He's got to be careful. Eye for an Eye gonna be procced immediately. Lene caught into that trap into the Hodge. Probably a fear even to follow that up, and Nerd Rage is on the run defensively, not going to do damage into this Eye for an Eye. Instead, they're going to swap the pressure back over out onto the Priest, and at 8% dampening, this is going to get harder and harder for ABC to deal with.
So the reason why they just went Priest here is because he actually the asphyxiate on the Priest, Kara that is. So now the Priest doesn't actually have that Sank, so they got a full shockwave on him, and they're popping all their CDs, investing everything they have right now. They get a nice fear there as well on the Ret, so he can't help out this Priest. He might actually just go down right now. He's in execute range. There it is.
Oh, he gets the bop at the last second. Crazy bop by Kara, saving his life. He had to execute artifact proc, so he's going to take a bunch of damage from that Mortal Strike, but he gets saved. And holy crap, Emo just a click away from being able to take this game, but they are still in it. Kara's got to be careful too. He's got no bubble available to him, and now no bop. There's the double shockwave on the Kara and the Discipline Priest. The human trinket's going to come out, as well as the pain suppression on the Kara, dipping him down to 30%, 40% health here. Trap going out on the Lene as Nerd Rage pushes in. He's in that defensive stance, but is it going to be enough? He wants to stay aggressive. He sees the game in his clutches. Kara's got nothing left. There's the Hodge to follow it up on the Lene, and Nerd Rage has to pop the die by the sword in retaliation.
I would say that they're still doing okay, the team of Emo right now. One more setup. There it is. They don't have cover on the Ret though. The stun gets removed on Askaraf. Not good. They're still trying to brute force it just with damage. There's a grip. There's a shockwave. Misses though on the Ret. A little bit unfortunate. We got a full trap on the end. No Iron Bark available just yet. And there's the Crows.
Nerd Rage has no. He's got Rally and Cry, and that's it. There's the Hodge, 50% healthier. He's still sitting defensive stance. Crows are going to be fading, but they're going onto the Discipline Priest. They're trying to get the pressure out onto him. He catches the Ironbark from Lene. Isn't going to be enough to keep him aggressive here. 20% dampening. 50% healthier onto the Discipline Priest. He actually jukes some of it. He gets gripped on one of his casts as well. They're even using the Fear sometimes to interrupt these casts. This has got to be hell for this Discipline Priest, and he's just desperately trying to kite these guys as best they possibly can. Nerd Rage blade storming out of those slows. That was his avatar, and it got kited in basically half of that duration. And the Discipline Priest is still taking pressure from Cervantes, but Nerd Rage has got to be careful. He doesn't have that die by the sword. They don't have Ironbark available as well. So the next setup could be the end of Nerd Rage's life at 22% dampening. We're going to have to wait and see, but they really think that they're catching some momentum going on this Disc Priest.
I like what the team of Emo is doing here. They're just switching back and forth. They got the and there's the barrier too. Nice full Hodge, and don't seem to be getting any follow-up. No, there's a trap on the ground already. He's missed it. Cervantes is staying in that zone right on the edge. They're still doing damage. Doge Priest is actually in huge trouble right now. I don't think they have another Bob. There is a Sank though and a Freedom, and he's shielding himself to get the body and soul speed. And he's trying to get a heal off.
He's desperately trying to get this heal off.
If they get another slow off, if he gets another slow, oh, he's in big trouble now. He's actually in big trouble. He's not gonna get away because there's no freedom.
There's no freedom, there's no stack. I mean, if they can continue to connect onto this Discipline Priest, this could be it. But Nerd Rage is also trying to play safe right here. He's got nothing left. He has that Rallying Cry. 13, 12, 10%. Rallying Cry comes out at the last second. He picked up the eye on accident, so he's taking a bunch of damage. Lene desperately trying to keep him up through this. He's spamming the regrowths as he had to deal with those other two interrupts, but it looks like it might not be enough. 28% dampening, and he is so low. And Lene's mana is so low at 4%. The full Hodge. Is this going to be it for Nerd Rage? They played it so safe. They played it so concise. The triple shockwave to peel. Sharpen goes out onto Kara as well. Actually, onto the Priest as well. Nerd Rage is trying to get aggressive with the Avatar, but it's too little too late. Lene desperately trying to keep him up through all of this, but I don't think he's going to be able to. A defensive Fear go out onto Cervantes into Nerd Rage. The trap onto Lene. Nerd Rage is all alone, and there's a Ret Paladin with Eye for an Eye smacking him down, tying up the series 2-2.
Looking at that game 5.
Looking at that game 5.
This was. I would honestly say that both teams.
Is Kara gonna die? Does he have bubble available to him?
Oh, not again.
No, I'm not letting a cross skill surprise me again. He gets the pain stuff. They're not playing around. They're not gonna go. They're not playing that game.
He doesn't have any mana. The Doge Priest doesn't have any mana whatsoever, though. This could actually be possible. Cervantes right now looking to just close out the series, but Wings do come back up. We got the Penance. He's got some mana, but he's barely hanging on there.
Ironbark before the Hodge.
Of that.
Too little, too late.
The Fear. Yeah. Was a nice try.
I was waiting for that cross kill, man. I was waiting for it, but it's tied up. ABC and Emo, the next game, going to decide the fate of the entire series. Once again, just to reiterate, whoever loses this series is gone. They're out of the tournament. And then I believe the winner of the series is actually going to play the loser of Northern Gaming Blue versus another one. So they're not out of the woods yet, even if they do win this series.
Every team, man.
That's sounding pretty difficult, but we will have to see. I mean, now at this point, it has kind of seemed like Emo has mostly been in the driver's seat, but ABC managed to clutch up in the end and take that win there to tie it up.
I really wonder if both teams are just gonna stick to their guns. I feel like that's what it looks like. I feel like if ABC had something else up their sleeve, I feel like they would have brought that out. I mean, I'm sure they have other comps up their sleeves, but I mean, against this particular matchup. So I think they're going to just stick with it because I feel like that's their best shot at winning. And I think Cervantes' team, I mean, they feel like they're in the zone right now. Last game, they played phenomenally last game. Yeah. How they were switching between the Priest and the Ret was very, very good. I don't see why they should change it, but they might, since there's only big maps left now. There's only, what is it, Blade's Edge and Ashamains, right?
Ashamains and I think Tigers might be available too.
Tigers.
But yeah, like you said, no Ruins, no Tolvaron, no Dalaran, no Nagrand. So
they could go Tigers.
They could go Tigers. Tigers would probably be the best choice out of all of those. But is it still? It's no Tolvaron Arena, right? It's no big large map.
We're going to Blades.
We're going to Blades Edge. Whoa, what does that say?
That's really interesting. I mean, the thing is like you kind of have to look at the fact that kind of saying their best, both teams feel like their best chance to win is to stay on the comps that they are on, and I do not feel like that feels very good for either team. I mean, you've been going back and forth, trading game after game in this series, and we're all the way down to the wire here on Game 5, and it is nearly impossible to call who is actually going to be able to take this one. And the stakes are huge.
These players are so good too. You see like these nuances that like these swaps. Daisy Duke, I think, could be doing a better job getting his traps. I think Linné was doing a much better job as he's getting more and more used to this hunter. He's getting less faked out with the shadow melds and whatnot, and the traps are missing every now and then. Maybe they do need to sync that up with the Hodge or something like that. But the CC chains earlier on, I definitely felt better versus on Tolvaron Arena. Maybe the map had something to do with that, but regardless, they were able to actually take it. So yeah, Blades Edge Arena, I don't know if that's going to be what they need, but that's what they've chosen. And I wonder if they're going to go underneath, if they're going to play defensive, or if they're going to go on top and really just play in their face. Because when you're on top of that bridge on Blades Edge Arena, it's basically a small map. It's basically a map where you can jump down theoretically when you get really desperate and possibly maybe even line of sight your healer. But it's effectively a bottleneck of damage in the middle of the map. So I can't expect the long game.
I think the TSG is going to because of the choke points on the so the ramps that goes up towards the bridge. Every time someone has to jump down and then go back up, that creates a stack in those areas because it's such a little narrow spot, which is going to make it very easy to land shockwaves there. And also, in general, if you play in the middle of the bridge, the healer is also going to have to play in the middle of the bridge, but further back, which is going to make it easier also to go for that grip double shockwave that we've seen them that they like to do.
Especially on ruins, like when the Disc Priest kept running back into the room and that bottleneck of the door entrance to the room, you saw something similar there. So that absolutely helped them and work that out. But I don't know. I mean, between these two teams, I would still be pretty nervous as emo. One out of two of their wins was a really close cross kill. So this is just so freaking close. I have to say I'm really impressed with the variety that ABC is pulling out with this hunter. I love that they're preparing something else. I love that they're kind of. I can't imagine emo knew or expected Rhett Hunter going into this against ABC.
They didn't see that coming. Well, we didn't at least.
We definitely didn't. We definitely did not. And I mean, we were talking just a few seconds ago about like the level of play, the nuances that we're actually seeing, and they're just so much more impressive in context with the fact that we had hot fixes go out on Tuesday. This is the first tournament that we're actually seeing with these changes live, and these teams already look like they've been playing them for months. So it is really interesting, but trying to pick up on those little chinks in the armor, like you mentioned with Daisy Duke, could his traps be a little bit better as we go into this final game of the series? Or who's the X factor?
I think the issue isn't at one specific player. I think the issue, so what happened a lot of times would be that they would go outside of the setup, or I don't know, maybe it's because of the Hodge cooldown or something, but there was moments where they only had the Hodge and they couldn't get a trap follow-up on that. And I don't know if that's because Daisy tried to trap on his own and like Linné blinked it or something, or if that's just because they sync their cooldowns poorly. But what I like to see though is that they just time those so that you just have like a written rule in the team, where you never Hodge if I can't trap, and I never try to trap. Without you having my back there, So I think that's just the coordination.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. When you see mistraps and stuff like that on the ground, you really got to remember, like, this is definitely a team game, and for them to get those setups and them to ensure that those things land, they really do need to sync together. And it's risky going for like those free traps. It's definitely skillful, but it's hard. And this is Daisy's ult, so I would love them to maybe sync together with the Hodge or something like that. That might help them out. But this is Blades Edge Arena. These teams are playing the same composition, and the gates have opened. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be swapping over onto that Discipline Priest. Wings immediately going to be popped, and Cervantes sees it. AMZ instantly 50% health here on a carry. He's going to go ahead and wall. He gets the Hodge. They're making a swap onto Lene. Bark's going to be used instantly. Bear form to follow it up. He's jumping down. He's not hanging out with them. And Kara's still going to be taking a bunch of pressure. He's pulling back. Eye for an eye is going to be used as well as they swap the damage over onto Cervantes. They're not going to overextend for now. And Kara's still not out of the water just yet.
Kara is in quite some trouble, actually. They're going to have that double shockwave grip set up soon. They're trying to look for it. They got a Wyvern in the DR trap on Lian. And this is what I'm saying. A go without... Oh, yeah, there's the Hodge to follow it up. But that could mess up their next go, though. Nerd Rage seems to be on the receiving end of this go. He's not going to use his parry just yet. I think he might just be fine. Yeah, he's going to stabilize. There's the grip. Double shockwave. Trinket from Kara into Sanctuary on the Priest. Nice. Respecting that damage there. And they're turning their attention to the Priest. Nerd Rage popping all his cooldowns. There's the Battle Cry. Trying to get some damage done. Gets PS. So now they got PS and Red Trinket in this go. So it was a really good go. We got the bear form, Hodge into trap, trying to turn their attention over onto Nerd Rage, it seems, or Kara. I'm not really sure. Both of them are taking.
It looks like Nerd Rage definitely seems to be the main kill target. He catches that Iron Bark, double fear lands on a Cervantes as well, and he's still hovering at about 40% health here. And I love seeing these swaps onto Lene. I hope they do it some more because it's absolutely so exciting. They can get something done with that, but it is risky, and so it doesn't seem like they want to do that. Seems like they want to stay on the Nerd Rage for now, but they still haven't even forced die by the sword just yet, and Wings are still down for 10 more seconds. Trap lands on Lene. As I say that, Eye for an Eye still up for Kara as well, as he's going to be doing some pressure back onto Nerd Rage, but they swap it over onto Doge Priest. I love that double shockwave. He can't stand come out of that if he's stunned as well, and that's going to cause the barrier to occur, and they're swapping off of it. Hodge onto Nerd Rage. Nerd Rage's avatar is still up, but he's going to jump down, and they are not going to follow.
He's going to stabilize.
Whoa!
Oh, and Cervantes jumps down.
Yep, Cervantes jumps down to follow it up.
And there's the AMZ to respect the Wings and the fact that they got they overlapped a little bit there, Trap and Fear. So we should be quite fine here, Nerd Rage. They got a Hodge though, and they do have Wings up for a little bit more. He's going to jump down and be fine. They're switching their attention onto Cervantes. And I do understand the map pick here with Blade's Edge. And they are playing at that ramp with those choke points, looking for that grip any moment now. There's the pet root, Light's Wrath, probably gonna get gripped on it. There it is, grip. Popping all cooldowns now. We got a full trap on Lian as well. A counter go here. Nice shockwave. He waits there to aim the shockwave and hit both players. I like that. But Nerdage is on the receiving end of this go. He does get Ironbark. That should be fine. They left a gap there in the CC. You can't have any gaps in your CC against Druids because they will overgrow for Ironbark and it will mess up your go. The artifact is being popped now. Nice shackle on that gargoyle. Something Doge Priest's been doing this whole series long. There's a grip. No shockwave to follow it up because you had to wait a little bit. So those two cooldowns are a little bit out of sync. We got a full trap on Lian, followed up by the Hodge. And they're trying to get something done here on Nerd Rage. I'm not sure how much I agree with going on this warrior. He still has his parry. They've done 4 goes on him. Just because he's pressing D-stance, because he's playing in D-stance rather.
You know, something that I want to point out is that ABC is human. And for those of you who play an NA like me, they have to deal with not only regular Trinket, but they also have to deal with human Trinket. And you also have to deal with the Ashbringer removing the stun as well. So, yeah, the Kara's always able to Trinket and Sanctuary his Disc Priest every single time. But he's taking a bunch of damage regardless of that. Dipping down to 20% health, you're almost getting executed.
Nice kick.
Wervin to follow it up onto Nerd Rage. And both of these guys are looking to take out one another. 20% health here. He's catching huge heals as the CC stops onto Doge. And Nerd Rage is sitting absolutely fine as he disarms the Hunter. And I wonder if that disarm is preventing CC or what it's doing, but it definitely stopped a lot of momentum. And now it's in favor of Doge Priest. He gets sanked out of that fear. Hodge going out into Lene into the full trap. Finally, the setup occurs, and Nerd Rage is starting to take a bunch of pressure, but is it going to be his parry? It doesn't seem like it just yet. A defensive stance is working well. He jumps down, and the tranquility from Lene is going to stabilize him. Yeah, I don't know if this warrior kill target is working out for this Hunter team.
There's a full Hodge into Lian. They counter go though with a shockwave. Battle Cry is being popped here. Answers with an eye for an eye. Nice vortex as well there to keep him in the middle of the map, to keep him in center. Oh, nice trap there on Lian. Daisy Dukes manages to snipe that one. Can we get the parry though? He does disarm the red.
No parry. Yeah, the disarm and the jumping off the bridge. He's fine. Yeah. He's been holding on to that defensive cooldown for so long, but dampening is starting to hit now. So maybe that's what ABC needs to get the defensive cooldowns. But it looks like they're swapping over onto Cervantes. No cooldowns invested just yet, just the Ashbringer. And the cleave damage is coming out from Kara as well. The double shockwave on both the Priest and the Ret Paladin, so he can't Sanctuary out of it. There's a sharpened blade on the Kara, but the trap lands on the Lene, and he gets the Iron Bark beforehand. That was a solid Iron Bark from Lene.
That was a good Iron Bark. But the CC chain isn't over just yet, but Nerd Rage honestly should stabilize, and so should Cervantes. We do have the Fear, though, which is that last bit of CC they have. Now, the tricky thing is that Hodge is coming back off cooldown. Oh, nice MC there. To get that,
almost got him off the ledge. Didn't quite hit the mark, though, and Nerd Rage should be able to survive through it, possibly. He gets the shockwave, he gets trinketed immediately. Now a Hodge going out onto Lene, and Nerd Rage still sitting in that defensive stance, and he's still not having to use that die by the sword. Eye for an eye on Kara is going to swap that damage back over out onto Nerd Rage quite a bit. He's dipping down to 30% health here. Lene trying to juke some kicks as well. Nerd Rage jumping off yet again. Is it going to be enough to save this die by the sword? The heroic leap juke onto the Ret Paladin, but the Typhoon! Oh my gosh, the Vortex countering the grip, so good for coming out from Lene, and Nerd Rage is completely fine and continues to hold on to that die by the sword. What a Vortex, man.
That was a DK grip, but still,
it
was a sick grip. Yeah, he gripped the grip. But still, that was an amazing grip. Cervantes is taking huge trouble though, but he does have Corpse Shield. He does have some defensives to his name. He should be doing quite okay. He does have the Overgrowth Hots as well. Turning that pressure onto Doge Priest, taking no chances, immediately barriers that, switching their attention onto Kara. Can they get something done here? Do they have Sharpen? There's a full Hodge onto Lian. All cooldowns being popped right now onto Nerd Rage. Answers with the die by the what it's called, Eye for an Eye from Kara.
Yep. Looks very similar though, but it's gonna do a back to Nerd Rage. He's dipping down to 40% health there. He's still holding this die by the sword all game long, even at 15% dampening. And this is why I think that they wanted to go in the DK throughout all the other series. Hodge on Lene. Can they follow it up? Daisy Duke sitting right next to him, gets the Werven Sting to follow it up, but he gets the Thorns in between. Kara on the back foot, dipping down to 40% health here. At 25% mana, this is gonna be a problem for ABC. Double shockwave yet again, forces the pain suppression out onto Kara as we get deeper in dampening, and now Crows on the Nerd Rage dipping down to 20% health here, catches some huge heals as well as the Iron Bark. The Hodge to follow it up, but these gaps in CC are allowing Lene to get these Thorns, get these Iron Barks, get these Overgrowths, keeping Nerd Rage from using his defensive cooldowns. Now Kara at 50% health here. He's constantly taking consistent pressure. He gets crypt back on that, and 15% mana. This is going to be an
DK artifact. Kara is actually in huge trouble here. They got a double shockwave. Kara is dipping low. So is Nerd Rage though. He still does have his parry though. He's trying to bait Kara to come down.
Hodge, maybe it's too late. He dipped to 3% health here, and Rallying Cry will fade soon. There's the Werven Sting. If they can continue this pressure on the Nerd Rage, that die by the sword is finally going to be popped. Maybe it's too late. Lene comes out, pops the Swiftman and the Overgrowth immediately. Nerd Rage should be okay through that. Now Kara's the one who needs to be careful.
This could honestly be Kara's bubble, but he does have his wings up though. Cervantes is kind of dueling Kara on the other side of the map, trying to keep him away from his warrior. Get a full trap, no trap, okay? They get a Hodge only. See if he can snipe one. Goes for it. No, doesn't seem to happen. Got all cooldowns being popped right now onto Nerd Rage. The Iron Bark, and like you said, maybe the dampening is that little bit of what they need. But right now, Kara is taking quite some damage. He might have to pop his bubble here. We're not really sure. There's a full trap on Lian, so they're trying to turn the pressure over to Nerd Rage. The Priest does trinket to land that fear out of the Hodge. This could surely be Nerd Rage. Oh no, he doesn't have it. It's actually he could actually just go down here.
Spell Reflect following up the Werven for only 2 seconds, and Nerd Rage is on the run. He gets the Overgrowth, but before that, Kara still has his bubble. He's down to 20% health here. He's just teeing off against Cervantes, trying to stop Lene from healing. But this game can't go on much longer. There's a charge stun. He's got to have execute. He executes it. He gets the bubble. Lene and a Hodge. Cervantes at 10% health there. He's got cooldowns for days because Nerd Rage is the kill target. But does it matter? 1%! ABC turns it around at the last second. 2% mana on Doge Priest. Unbelievable. They take the series. What the heck? They didn't get died by the sword all game long, and then a quick swap onto the DK at the very end there.
Maybe that's what they did need, though, to just stay on the warrior, wait for dampening. When they landed the CC chat, yeah, he will already be low, so they will have some pressure from that.
Enforcing D-stance all game long does reduce that damage. So
I think the problem was at one point Cervantes had to actually burn his defensives when he gripped Kara. So Kara was chasing the warrior. He had jumped down and then he leaped up. He was really low. So Kara was going to chase him and kill him. Cervantes gripped Kara, but he had wings up, and Cervantes lost on that. So I don't know.
Well, it went as close as it could go, but we are going to see Emo going home. ABC now is going to be playing the winner of Northern Gaming Blue or another one, whoever actually wins that match up. But that's not going to be the next match that we see. We're actually going to stay on the lower side of the bracket and get through that. The next series is going to be the KFC versus Boys with quite a few Z's on it. We got 3 Z's there. All right, cool. So it's going to be KFC versus Boys. That's going to be the next match we jump into. But as they're getting ready, as they're locking everything in for that first game of that series, I want to take a second to thank another one of our sponsors. It is SkillCapped, and they have put together another video for us. So we're going to jump in, watch that right now. When we get back, it's going to be more World of Warcraft arena action. Thank you very much to SkillCap. If you haven't been on the website in a while, now is definitely the time to check it out. There's new content being posted all the time, and the quality is just absolutely through the roof. I know myself, I use it all the time before I actually jump in, because all of the best pros are posting content there, so you can really learn from them, and you can learn the nuances of the game before anyone else does know them. So SkillCap, an invaluable resource for me as a caster, so I actually know what I'm talking about. And also, it's just, it is really helpful if you want to level yourself up, as the meta has already adapted quite a bit. Speaking of that, in the last series, we saw some stuff we definitely didn't expect. Do you think that's going to be the tone for the entire day? Do you think we're going to be surprised by the comps that we actually see in this next series as well with KFC versus the Boys?
KFC versus Boys, you know, Boys specifically has been pretty consistent on that rogue mage throughout the tournament so far.
They even have 2 healers in that team.
They have a druid and a disc, yeah.
And then they have one guy playing the druid. So I think they don't have, I mean, they probably have some little extra comps somewhere, but I think they are going to definitely try to win as rogue mage.
Yeah.
And
I can't wait.
With that, they might bust something out in the last game.
I hope to see some Ratipai, because you see how aggressive he is in the past. Toxic, aka one of our admins, was telling me a little bit about how aggressive that priest was and how much chat loved it. And I went back and I watched the VOD, and I have to say, it looks like a blast. But they're going up against KFC managers, which have that Demon Hunter, aka Reelson, Death Rune on the Warrior, maybe even a Shadow Priest, Drainer, of course, the Restoration Shaman. No one can forget about Drainer. And Corky on the Boomkin. So some weird compositions coming out from those guys. Or not weird, but different.
And it was these were some of the teams that we mentioned before we even started the day off as some of the more rigid teams that were probably going to stick to the compositions regardless of the changes that actually did go down. We felt like it was pretty clear prediction. Did we just have to off though?
Turns out that they're going to play God Comp.
Yes, so on Boys, we have Ratipai on the Shadow Priest, not the Discipline Priest, Eddie on the Frost Mage, and Neeperts on that Restoration Druid. So
interesting. Not
an RMP, facing not a Demon Hunter instead of a Death Knight on Reelson. Corky, of course, on the Boomkin, and Drainer on a Mistweaver Monk, not on a Shaman. So we are completely wrong, which is awesome.
Today is not short of surprises. Jump into the second series of the day. The gates are now open.
Here we go. We have that Shadow Priest Frost Mage going up against the Boomkin DK. Incarnation, like basically the first global coming out from Corki, getting the interrupt as well onto Ratapai, and they just want to get aggressive instantly. Reels in, waddling his way, trying to get in there, trying to get some damage going, and it just looks like KFC Managers is not playing around. They're looking to get some damage off immediately, but boys are going to position themselves in a way where they have to push in. There's the sun going out onto Neepers. He's going to trinket it instantly. Ratapai dipping down to 60% health. You're getting cloned up. He's going to trinket out of that. The swap over out onto Eddie, and KFC Managers are all over the place. Whatever they can hit, they are hitting. 20% health here, forcing the Ice Block and the overlap with the Iron Bark.
Yeah, they got a lot here. Let's see, they're turning the pressure onto the Priest. The DK artifact was used there. Got an orb as well. They're turning back onto the Mage now, though. They did force that Ice Block. Mage did get a full poly onto Drainer. Can he get a re? He does get the reshift. Do we have a clone to follow that up? Oh, no, maybe it was out of a clone already. He gets the Glacial Spike off, though. Takes him to about 50%, but Reelsin should be stabilizing from that. He's trying to get those Blizzards out, trying to reset that orb cooldown. Corki is having that full moon ready, just waiting for the good opportunity to use it. There's some sheeps coming out of Reelsin. The Mage is trying to get some distance here. Doesn't manage to get away. There's a nice sheep on that.
Connects, dipping him to 20% health here, forcing that Ice Snap. He has got that the second block available to him, but he doesn't want to use it already. And Neepers throughout all that was actually looking for drinks too, so he's already looking for the late game, but I don't know if he's gonna make it down. This Frost Mage is just taking an absurd amount of damage into the in cap out of that, and Eddie is just running for his life. He gets the polymorph onto Drainer full in the middle of the map. Full moon is coming out though. It actually isn't on. Oh, it actually gets cloned up. I'm not even sure what happened there. There's the bash going out onto Ratapai, and they had nothing to follow it up, but Neepers gets stopped on that clone. Glacial Spike coming out over onto Reelsin, but it looks like KFC Managers just completely find a deal with all of this.
Yeah, he just AMS'd it, but the DK doesn't have AMS now, so you might have to hit that. Depending if this Mage can get a fucking slow on him. Can he? Nope.
Leg sweep onto Neepers. Nothing to follow it up just yet, as Corki was in that mind control effect there. Drainer on this Mistweaver Monk is being great on his mana so far. He's at 93% mana, and that seems to be like the issue with a lot of Mistweaver Monks that I play with, so we're going to have to watch that. But Eddie at 50% health here. This is the Soul Reaper. Interrupts. Iron Bark going to be used here as well. This is not, and this is the orb onto Corki. They're trying to turn this around with the silence onto Drainer. Corki seems to be okay. He went into bear form. He got that frenzied regen just for a moment, and Draenor is healing him through that just fine for now. But it really can go either way. But this Frost Mage is the one who's on the back foot, seems like a majority of the game.
The Frost Mage is being really shut down right now. What I want to see is some slows on this DK and just try to kite him. Like, he's just polymorphing him and CCing him, and then the DK just gets dispelled. He sees a 4-second polymorph, and then he's right back at him.
Yep.
What I want to see is some slows, and then just actually try to save your blink for the grip and just kite, because otherwise he's just gonna be shut down the entirety of this game. He's trying to get that spike out. Yeah, I mean the Mage, like, he's gonna have really low damage done because it's really hard to do anything with a DK on you, obviously.
He's getting these glacial spikes off of it. They're really not getting anything accomplished, and I think the consistent pressure of KSC Managers is going to pull out ahead. And Drainer was at 90% mana just a moment ago. Now he's at 60%. So talking about that Mistweaver's mana, it is going to be like, if boys can hold out and bring it to a longer game, that may play a factor. Glacial Spike now trying to be casted in Reelsin's face. Gets him chunked out, 48% health here, forcing the AMZ. Mind Control to follow it up. He waddles him out of the AMZ with the Mind Control. Can they set up off of that? Doesn't look like it. Drainer's keeping him nice and healthy. Leg sweep onto Neepers to follow it up, and Eddie is completely alone. He goes for the invis, trying to negate as much damage as he possibly can. He gets stunned up. Is this going to be his block? Huge Swiftmend and Artifact coming out from Neepers. He's going to keep him nice and healthy, and they're swapping their attention over onto Ratapai.
Mana right now is kind of even. They just seem to be, the Moonkin is just spamming damage onto everything he can hit. And the Mage is...
Whoa! He gets taken out! Where's the ice block? And down goes Eddie.
Wow.
Man, that was a lot of damage. That has to be a move, man.
The funny thing is there was that the DK was actually cloned up. So what? That was just the Moonkin.
Corki just pulling out the 1-2 punch,
man.
man.
Moon either.
No, but I mean, from start to finish, that game definitely seemed in favor of KFC Managers. They seemed confident going into it too. They ran at them. They're like, the second global cooldown Corki used was Incarn. So They must have felt confident going into that game, and rightfully so. I just felt like boys had zero momentum.
I think that they just got too shut down. The team needs to play more around the mage. They need to make sure actually being able to do stuff. And I feel like the way that they approach the match, I think they're going to make a change in strategy after that game, or a change in comp. I don't know. I think a change in strategy.
Mind games in that blind pick, man.
Yeah. I like that the Monk came out of Drainer though, because the Monk is by far better at dealing with the Shatter than the Shaman. Because the Shaman you can actually go on the Shaman and just orb vortex him and just dump all your damage on them and cleave them with those instant blizzards as well, so that you can get a lot of pressure like that. With the Monk though, a lot more slippery, and also great at healing against spellcasters. So I really like the adaptation there that the Drainer does play in Monk, and that he did pick it in this match. But I think that what the Godcom needs to do to actually look like they even have a chance is to play more around the mage. Like, they need to hit the guy that the DK is hitting, get some more mind controls maybe on the DK, just make sure that DK isn't having so much uptime, and not through polymorphing him. Mage should just unbind polymorph. They should just spam damage on him, so the DK actually has to. So he has to run, to the pillar. He has to run away, and then he has to run back in, and then he gets slowed while he's running back in. So
yeah, I mean, we saw that in the NA Cups, man. Like, we saw, I think it was actually Affliction Frostmage, and they were going against Mez's DK, and Mez just could never connect ever. And so they have the ability to do that. I'd love to see more of it instead of the polymorphs. I think you're absolutely right. They could really abuse those slows possibly better, but you got to think that maybe that's not like a composition that they practiced a whole lot, especially not against Mistweaver Boomkin DK. So
I don't think they were ready for that comp.
Yeah, well, they have to get ready, because KFC has already confirmed that they're going to stay with this composition, and now they have all the momentum in their favor, not only in that last game, but they are going to have the composition advantage moving forward, picking up that first series. So how do the boys actually answer it? Is it with the God comp, or do we see them switch things up?
I think we're going to be seeing Rogue Mage.
I want to see RMP. That's what I want to see.
I think we're looking at
no Rogue Mage, but instead
Firearms Druid.
Firearms Resto Druid. So maybe Neepers swap it over to that Restoration Druid, Fire Mage for Eddie, and Bubs on the Rogue. Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Bubs on the Rogue. Who's on the Warrior on that team? I wonder.
It's got to be Bubs, right?
Think so? Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean,
it makes the most sense for Bubs.
It's going to be a good one, full of surprises, when even our admins, our professional admins, just go, "Oh, no idea."
Wait, who's playing the Warrior? No idea. Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
This is what we expect.
Ratapai Warrior.
Oh,
Ratapai
okay.
Warrior.
Okay.
All right, so he plays Shadow Priest, Disc Priest, and Arms Warrior now, huh? Let's see how this works out. Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map choice. Much smaller map chosen by boys as well. How do you think a small map like this is going to work out in this sort of composition matchup?
I think the map was. I don't know why the Warrior Mage picked this, right?
Yeah.
I like the fact that they picked it against a Monk, because it's very easy to sheep monks on this map. This map is super small. I would say this map is probably the easiest to land CC on Drainer, which is obviously going to be key. We're going to see them run down that Boomkin for sure. Against Warrior Mage, if you ever see a Boomkin, what you want to be doing is to tunnel that Boomkin and just drop crowd control on the healer. So we're probably going to see some bashes, some focus stuns, maybe storm bolts on Drainer into sheeps, also some Dragon's Breath sheeps, bash sheeps, followed up by clones, and they're just going to try to ride down that Boomkin with the help of dampening, probably. So I like the map. It does enable them to do what they need to do, but the only thing is, if they fall behind, they're going to be stacked up and get triple starfall, so I'm not sure about that part.
Ratapai jumping right onto Corki. As you said, there's a fear actually interrupting into the Stormbolt. Ratapai just desperately trying to get very, very disruptive on Corki here. It's Sharpen to follow it out, but Drainer's healing through it like a champ, and Eddie's the one who's really on the back foot here as he gets, oh my gosh, 10% health here. He gets the human stun, and he gets out of there. He's blinking away from Reelson as far as he can, trying to hold on to that block desperately. He uses the temporal shield there, and it heals him for quite a bit, but that was a scary moment for Eddie, especially especially after last game. But Corky, you know, he is definitely getting shut down a lot more by this warrior, but it just doesn't seem to really matter as long as Reelzin's able to connect.
The thing is, they need to get something on Reelzin and then go, or just top Eddie and go for that bash. There it is, bash into full clone coming out of Neepson. Nice place there. And now they're gonna try to Stormbolt Corky maybe. He does get kicked on that Cyclone. Tries to get some damage out here. Nice sharpen since they don't have a follow-up sheep on that. Eddie is trying to get it, but he gets kicked on that polymorph. Reelzin doing a good job riding down the mage, and they just keep polymorphing him right now. I do like that strategy as fire more, since you don't have the same like level of slows. Right. You actually lose damage to slow people as fire as well because you have to flame strike instead of pyro. But we got a full Stormbolt on Corky. I would have loved to see that when they actually have a bash clone or bash sheep or something. But they Stormbolt him now, so that means Drainer is just free to do whatever he wants. He goes after the incap, doesn't follow it up with the leg sweep. I'm not sure why. We got some polys being spammed again on Reelzin. Probably going to be followed up with some roots or a clone maybe from Neepson if he can.
Dude, the pressure is so much in KFC's. Like even Drainer's back there just popping crackling every now and then, just because he's that free to do whatever he wants, and it just seems like it's so in favor of KFC managers here. Cyclone goes out on the Ratipai. Eddie gets actually beamed up here. He's desperately trying to get out of that, but he's getting slowed over and over and over again. The fear going out on the Corpy and the stun on the Draenor, and actually the sharpen going out on the Draenor. Full cooldowns from Ratipai. A Draenor in the middle of the map. Can Eddie connect as well? Double leg sweep as he's getting swapped to. And the pressure from KFC managers continues on to them, but the boys really wanted to go on Draenor there, but the momentum's still in KFC's favor.
So basically, if they wanna actually get some pressure here, they need to play on top of the Monk, which is obviously very hard because the Monk is so slippery. I want to see Neepson just run at the Monk to force him to use some of his ability to help out this mage to get some sheeps. Because as it is, if they just trade damage, they're obviously going to lose that to Boomkin and DK. So right now we got Drainer just crackling away. Eddie has to burn that temp shield. Neepson wanted to go for a drink there, wasn't able to though. He's got that blob on him from the DK, keeping them in combat. There's a nice incap into full leg sweep coming out of Drainer onto Neepson. We're looking at a nice asphyxiate here as well. We got the Soul Reaper trying to proc that Cauterize. Doesn't even get close. So right now the mage is just pulling up Reelzin, trying to juke some kicks. Doesn't seem to be getting too much done. And honestly, I think a nice blink onto the full moon there. When someone full moons, you have to blink before the cast finishes, and he does just that there. So that's nice. And Ratipai is just trying to... Yeah, you have to...
Like, we are 1 minute away from dampening, and Neepers is already at 20% mana. This is not working for boys. They need to change something. They need to do something. I want them to just all push in as a team and just run at this Mistweaver Monk. They absolutely can die. There's the bash. Can they set it up? They're looking for the clone. It gets interrupted by the Boomkin. Great job by him. Leg sweep out onto Eddie. Is this going to be his ice block? Leg sweep. There's the block. Neepers could
he
not
saves the
deal
proc
with that.
there. That's the right call. He holds on to the Cauterize. Just block before he procs. Yeah, you can maybe live later with it.
Neepers
nice turn off though.
Damage though. Shadow Meld out of desperation. He's in bear form. He's on the run, and KFC managers smell blood in the water. They swap the damage over out onto Eddie, and he's got to be careful. No ice block, no temporal shield available. But he does have that Cauterize. He did hold on to it earlier. He catches the Iron Bark as well, and he should be okay. But Neepers can't keep this up much longer. We're just now touching dampening in 30 seconds, and he's at 15% mana compared to Drainer's 80%. Eddie getting lit up by this Boomkin, just trying to run away for now. Now 3% mana. This can't go on much longer.
He's gonna go for a desperation drink here. Now the mage has to try to stop everyone and live. The mage is in a very difficult situation here, but he does manage to sit down and actually start getting some ticks. The funny thing is, he's right next to Drainer's portal. I feel like they could have just stopped that. Eddie's just doing a good job polymorphing everyone. There's the temp as well. Right now, the name of the game is just trying to get some mana. And he does. 77% mana. Neepson is back. He's got a full tank of diesel and he's ready to go. We got the combust. No combust. Actually, yeah, that was the combust. He's just trying to survive. I don't really know. You need to get some crowd control on Drainer, especially now when he's pushing in. Like right now, I need to see a Dragon's Breath sheep before this game ends, because that's the only time they're going to land setups. There's sheep on the DPS. He was next to him. He just pressed Dragon's Breath.
Drainer was slippery. No block available. 5% health there. Cauterize rocks. double leg sweep to follow it up, and Eddie is on the run. Neeper's following him too, 4% dampening, but they need to make something. Yes, they got their mana back. Yes, they're continuing to survive, but for how much longer? They need to change up their strat. They need to do something different. I want him to see. I just want him to go on Drainer, but Eddie is just always so low. How could he ever find the opportunity to do so? He's getting out of there. He got the DB on both of them, including Neepers as well. Actually, I think it got stolen.
Yeah,
okay.
he stole the DB the healer. Even the DB landed more DBs on the healer.
5% health. Down he goes. KFC managers taking convincing game number 2 and are going into game number 3 feeling super good, super confident. We got a comp swamp from boys. We got a map choice from boys. It doesn't matter. KFC managers taking a quick 2-0.
I feel like the comp that they played was fine. I think they could have just done it a little bit different. They needed to set up, like, when you play mage, fire mage warrior, the main thing in this setup is the synergy between the mage and the druid. So ideally, what we saw them do was they would sheep Rails in, he would get the spell, then they would resheep him, and then on that resheep, since the healer only has 1 dispel, he can't get that. So that's a prime moment for the druid to go for a safe clone, where the DK can't steal it or kick it or something like that. So that's what I would like to see there. A clone on the DPS, and then, like you said earlier, during the game, they need to push in as a team together, the druid and the mage, and go for that bash when the DK is already in clone. You need to push in, double blink across the map, get that bash on the Drainer, and then they both cast together, a clone and a sheep. And the reason why you do it like that is because it's so difficult for the enemy to actually stop a clone and a sheep that's being casted at the same time with the kick, you know? So that's what I would like to see them do. And then save those Stormbolts for the actual go. Not sure what happened this game. Maybe the DK just played really well and he got a little bit too much uptime.
It definitely looks like it was tough for Eddie that whole game. Yeah, it seems like it was pretty rough for him.
It just looked like Rizin could do whatever he wanted on.
You know, I have to mention this. This is boys' first top 8. They almost made it to top 8 in the EU Cup, but they actually lost to KFC managers 3-2. Now, that sounds like a close series, 3-2. It has to be, right? So I'm thinking to myself, maybe all of these compositions, like the warrior fire mage that they're not so familiar with, or, you know, the composition before this that they're not so familiar with, that's not RMP. Maybe they're choosing these because of what happened in that series. Maybe they've convinced themselves that, you know, the RMP isn't the answer to beating this team. But I'll tell you what, right now, I would rather they go back to their guns. I'd rather they go back to the RMP and just play out of their minds, because what they're doing so far just isn't working out. Maybe you just didn't have enough time to prep. That was last week. So to be able to familiarize yourselves with 2 more comps in just a week is pretty difficult to do.
I think the Warrior Mage is definitely like something most teams should know right now, because it's such a powerhouse of a comp. I mean, we saw it over in NA as well. People were spam playing Warrior Mage, but I think, like you said, they should just play the RMP or the RMD maybe, and just stick to what you know. Stick to, I mean, they obviously know how to play God comp as well, but I would say stick to what you know best, which is that Rogue Mage. And just see how it goes. I mean, sure, maybe they war gamed. I'm sure they have their reasons of why they didn't pick it. But I think on stage, things are a little bit different. You know, people get nervous as well, like when it's streamed and everything. So I don't know. Maybe you should just stick with your guns.
They definitely don't have much time to change things up either, though. They are on point right now. KFC in the driver's seat here. If they win this one, they're gonna move on. And we are going to see a change come in from boys. I see it.
Oh, baby. We got the same composition from KFC. But going into this last game, potentially last game, if boys lose this, they're running the Frost Mage, the Sub Rogue, and the Disc Priest. How do you feel about that, Zico?
I like that adoption. But I think, I don't know, Frost sub is not let's say the common Rogue Mage. Fire sub is. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to actually see a Frost sub, because the reason why I think it could work is A, it's Tolerant, so the mage is going to have tons and tons of space to actually move around on, and B, it's an Unholy DK, and against Unholy DK, Well, there's a lot of pets, and Frost Mage is good against a lot of pets because you have that orb for every setup. You can really do those goes on the Boomkin without having to cast and risk getting locked out. So I think I like the change that they did, but I'm not sure how good it is because we also have to remember that this is a Disc Priest into a Moonkin Unholy, and Moonkin Unholy, they want to dampen you, and Disc Priest is not as good as Druid, I would say, in dampening or like to go long games with. So that short cooldowns of Ironbark and stuff is just so helpful to deal with the bursts.
You mentioned a little bit earlier that Frost would be kind of an all-in move here. I think this is the time with your back against the wall. You need to go all in. The gates are opening. Let's see if the Frost Mage is going to be enough because if the boys do not win here, they're going to be going home.
Yep, and this is the team that they lost to in the last tournament. Don't forget, they are trying to prove that they are here to compete in the top 8. They are a top contender, but they got to get past KFC managers. They got to get past this team to prove just that. Here's the opener coming out as they open onto Reels and cheap shot onto him. Kidney shot onto Drainer. They're going all in onto him. Orb the followed up. The DR cheap shot off after that. And Drainer gets in that AMZ, but he actually leaves the AMZ into a fear into the middle of the map. And he's got to be a little scared here. Bub's actually getting cycloned up after that stolen clone from, or I'm sorry, after Corky's cloned him up there, stopping a lot of momentum. Now some damage going out onto the Frost Mage, and they didn't really get a whole lot on that opener from Drainer.
And the Frost Mage has actually get his Blizzards off on the DK artifact. So he actually has Orb up back again, and there's a lot of damage coming on to Drainer. He manages to port away to safety though, and they seem to be going back onto the Mage. There's some nice roots and slows coming on the DK, popping that orb again as it just came back off CD, and nice clone coming out of Corky. They're looking to set up now on Drainer. There's a full blind into a full step. They're trying to stall the game for Meta Creator to get over there, and obviously they're trying to stop that from happening on the other side. Triple DR step, they're gonna have to go now. There's the Kidney, and Drainer is playing Orc Relentless. He blocks to reach here. I would say a little bit of a wasted opportunity there, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he just poured it away.
Yeah,
that's pretty rough. Now Corky's getting lit up though. He's gonna have to catch the cocoon as Drainer gets put into that super DR polymorph, and just boys are just looking for so many opportunities to punish KFC managers. You know, that fort from Drainer really just kind of negated that aggressive block. And now Eddie has got to be careful, and he's getting lit up. There is the cold snap. Is he going to have to press the next one? I don't know if he can. Pain suppression comes out, and Eddie is so scared right now. They're trying to get some damage out into Corky, but just too little too late at this point. Grip going out onto Eddie, a.k.a. Meta Creator. There's a stun on the Ratipi, and he's got a huge shield to follow it up through that CC, and the lockout goes out onto Corky. Nothing to follow it up on the Ratipi right now, but the damage is so much from Reelson, and the uptime from Reelson has been very, very good on this Frost Mage so far. He's got to be careful. There's the life grip, continuing to just kite this DK as much as he can as he sits in those Frost Novas. Full Moon coming out from Corky onto Meta. It got shielded quite a bit, but now Ratipi caught into that full beam. Can they get the damage set up? Doesn't look like it just yet.
Full clone though?
Full clone, and he's getting lit up 9%. Nice. Last block used. And KFC managers are finding their stride. There's the full polymorph on the Drainer. They're setting up on the Corky. They get the Barskin, the double cheap shot to follow that up as well. Corky's sitting in bear form, but he is still sitting in that orb. He gets a huge heal, and bear form should be able to keep him alive past that fear. But now he gets kidney shotted.
Oh, nice swap.
He's got nothing left. This is the AMZ. Fantastic job by Reelson to drop that AMZ onto him. The port coming out again, and Bubs is on his tail, but he gets leg sweep as soon as he gets around the corner.
They have blind up any second. They can go for a full blind and try to end the game on Corky. Corky has Relentless, and so does Drainer.
If he gets there, he gets leveled by that full moon, and it was just too little too late. They had some solid swaps, they had some solid setups, and I think that they did the best out of any composition that they played so far against this, but it was just too little too late. Drainer's ports on their setups, as well as the constant uptime from the DK onto that Frost Mage, just spelled the end for the boys, and KFC managers are going to take the series 3-0 in a very convincing fashion.
I think this was their best game, but I really think they started to get going too late, sadly, in this game. Otherwise, they actually had this game. This game was definitely winnable from the RMP side. I actually don't know why they didn't just go with RMP like right after the first game.
True, but Yeah, I do have to say that the KFC managers did look incredible, and they're going to be moving on today. And their next matchup is either going to be Enjoy Legion or Big Mortal, depending on the winner of that series.
Whoa,
That's not
both
gonna
of those
be
teams are
easy.
some serious heavyweights.
That was my next question. I mean, that side of the bracket is so stacked now. You're looking at two teams that could very easily win the entire tournament. One of them going to be coming down to the lower bracket. It's one of those situations where you look at that side of the bracket and it's like, it's very conceivable to be like, this could be the grand final. You may see this go down the bracket, someone tear through lower, go back up, and then the grand final see them play against each other yet again. But do you think the KFC managers with this composition, they look very strong here, but do you think they have what it takes to face up against the big boys like that?
Yes, because they already have. So last cup, they did knock out, KFC knocked down Big Mortal. So they definitely have the ability to knock these guys out, and they're looking super strong. KFC managers also knocked out Method EU, who, if you don't know, were the world champions last year. So this up-and-coming team, you might not have heard of these guys. I sure haven't. That doesn't necessarily mean much.
These guys are known on EU. Corky was the highest-rated player on.
Oh, yes, Corky is actually, I actually did know of Corky. Drainer as well is making a name for himself as he's the only shaman so far in this tournament. Death Run on that warrior as well as Shadow Priest and Reelson, of course, playing the Demon Hunter, but also, as we just saw, the DK. So I would say that KFC managers is probably at the same level of Enjoy Legion and Big Mortal.
They have a really strong roster in KFC, but I think the downfall of that team is that they have a shaman. It's not that they have a shaman. Drainer is a great shaman. Drainer is definitely up there in terms of skill, but I feel like the druid is the meta right now. There's some disc priests as well, some paladins too, but we don't really see the shaman that often, and the mistweaver as well. So it's like you have a guy who's really good at playing two healers, which aren't like, let's say, the top tier healers. I feel like if Drainer was as good as he's on a shaman, on a druid, or a pali, this team, like we could be casting the finals with this team in it, you know?
For real. That's solid. That's absolutely what I was thinking too. Like when I first heard that Enjoy Legion and Big Mortal were going up against each other, I first thought like that is finals worthy too. So I mean, every one of these games is so. Every team in this final 8 is just incredibly strong. Every single one of them.
It's one of those things that happens is the competition with more and more tournaments. You just have a more refined top 8 every week as we move forward. But this is going to be the biggest shift now in the tournament for us. We were in that lower bracket, so all those games were elimination. That's why we saw those 2 teams go home. Now we're going to go deal with business in the upper half of the bracket. So we have 2 matches there. First, we're going to see Enjoy Legion versus Big Mortal. Then after that, we'll shift over to Northern Gaming Blue versus another one. Then we will actually see the 2 teams that lose those matches drop on down and play against the winners of the 2 previous series that we did see here today. So, like I said, the next one is going to be that Enjoy Legion versus Big Mortal matchup. And we have plenty to say about that one. But before we do, want to take a look from our sponsor, MSI, who have provided us with this video.
You took her to a fancy restaurant you had reserved many months before. You selected the most expensive wine on the menu and asked her to order whatever she wanted. While having her $100 steak, she curiously asked if something special had happened today. "I just want to make you happy," you replied with a gentle smile. Finally, you took out the little box and carefully gave it to her. Inside was a 3-carat diamond necklace that you had spent all of your money on, along with a small request. Of course she was angry, because your computer is f***ing ugly and doesn't go with her furniture. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
Major thanks to MSI. You, of course, can gear up for Legion with the 3 gaming desktop. And we do want to thank them for incorporating some money into that prize pool. If you want to do the same thing that MSI did and support the players playing today, you can jump over to that Matcherino page and you can donate. Any amount helps. Even if it's just $1, go in, jump on there, and support the players. But that is not the only thing that they are playing for. When we were actually in the video, D-Machine, you mentioned the fact that there are points on the line, and the winner of this next series is guaranteed points no matter what happens because they're going to be entering the top 4. And let's just talk about this matchup in general. It's Enjoy Legion versus Big Mortal. Do you guys have predictions going into this one, what we might see here today?
For a blind pick, I'm thinking Demo Ellie for Enjoy Legion. What do you think, Zico? I don't hear Zico.
Yeah, I think his mic's broken, but I will say that we're definitely not going to see Demo Ellie because absolutely everything that we did so far today has just gone absolutely awry. These teams have so many comps to work with, and they're just whipping out the weirdest stuff over and over again, and we were seeing some really impressive things work here today in the first tournament since those hot fixes have gone out on Tuesday.
Right.
Zico, all right, can you speak again?
Are we okay?
I hear you, buddy.
Back with the living. Zico has returned.
We're back. Yeah, I think I don't know what we'll see from them. I mean, they have a lot of things at their disposal, both of these teams. But could we see a demo? I don't know. I think the demo nerfs were quite
fair.
Quite fair.
Oh no, I meant like I was saying like fair to you. I was saying fair to you. Saying like the demo nerfs happened. Maybe we won't see demo because I was watching these teams in the past and there was just so many. They play Demo Ellie just a lot, and that's such a strong composition. And so you brought up the fact like they got nerfed, and I'm like, oh, that's a fair point. So
no, it was fair nerfs too. Don't get me wrong, but they nerfed the stamina by 15%, which also nerfs their artifact, and they nerfed the demon skin trait as well from a 40% damage reduction to 30%. So I'm not too sure if we'll actually see the demo lock come out. I feel like the demo lock. I mean, Warwick plays everything. He plays Destro, he plays Demo, he plays Affley. We could see Destro Ellie, maybe.
Ooh,
probably gonna go for
that.
Probably gonna stick with the Demo though. I don't know. It's a blind pick, so we can't really predict what these teams are gonna do. I mean, they could very well just bust out I don't know, Prophecy Mage or something, you know.
Dude, predicting the mind games of EU players is so I swear it's so much easier in NA. They're like, oh no, they're gonna stick with what they're confident with. EU is just like, I played this comp like 4 times. Let's be really good at it. So
joke around about it, but it's so true too. Like I'll never forget when we were actually in Ukraine last year on the road to BlizzCon, and it was just like you would see players warming up, and you're like, did he just roll that tune? Like 2 seconds ago? It's like, oh yeah, he's gonna play it on main stage. He's had a solid 3 minutes. And it's absolutely insane to see some of these players just really just go all in and try these new comps, trying to get that little bit of an edge. But I want to talk about Demonology Warlock just a little bit, just with Walrix in particular, to throw him under a lens. I mean, Walrix was that breakout demo player. I mean, everyone was learning from him. And the main thing that he was kind of able to do was just figure out how to really set up these beefy Thalkiel bursts. And then from there, that was kind of the platform that really defined that entire specialization. I mean, he was even putting videos up on Skill Capped, like before anyone else knew what to do. And some of the other pro Warlocks were actually turning to these videos, watching what Walrix was doing and trying to imitate it. And now we might potentially see him playing a completely new facet of Warlock. I'm excited to see it, but also it's one of those things where it's like, we talked about it earlier before we really started to look at the fact that changes happen today. It's like, how robust is your team? How robust is your player? What do you guys think of Walrix? Now, let's say that Demo's just not something that you can play anymore. Let's say because
Walrix can play every single Warlock spec to the highest level, I would say. I believe so. I think they got an all around good roster. I mean, they got Zipai. Zipai plays. He plays a rogue a little bit, and he plays a mage a little bit.
He played a death knight the other day.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, he against Cervantes, right, in the previous cup. Yeah, he plays. He's picked up the Death Knight, and I mean, we can't really talk enough about how good he is on LA Shaman as well. So Zipa is just a monster on LA Shaman. So I definitely think that they want to bust him out on that Shaman. Looney plays every healer, like literally every healer. I play against him so many times, and he just plays everything. So they definitely have a roster which can adapt to these demo nerfs, these Resto Druid nerfs that just came in.
Which Warlock spec do you actually think? Yeah, which Warlock spec do you think is going to have the highest impact? I mean, one of the things
like you're asking for yourself, Rich. You're just like, I play Warlock.
I mean, personally, I feel like Affliction could be one of the breakout specs right now with how everything's going with.
I agree.
I wouldn't put my money on Athlete because the thing about Athlete is you will die if you have 2 melees riding you. Now, on the other side of the coin, we've got Blizzo. He is one of the best warriors. He also plays Demon Hunter. We got Jamie plays Ellie, and he plays Enhancement as well. So they got Turbo. They got options with the Demon Hunter as well to really sit on that Warlock and make sure he does nothing. So I think that would be scary. I think very like ballsy to just go Athlete, first game blind pick. If it's double melee, most likely you're gonna lose that match. If it's not double melee, you're gonna stand a good chance. But I feel like a team as experienced as Enjoy Legion and as good as Enjoy Legion, I don't think they need to take that risk. I think they have something else planned up, which isn't as risky.
Yeah,
like playing Affle over the demo is like playing Frost Mage over Fire Mage. Like you can do it, but you have to know it's a high risk, high reward move.
But
that's a solid thing to bring up, because I was just thinking to myself, like, when you're playing these blind picks, you really do need to cater to your opponent. It's not just like whatever comp you think would be best for like the ladder. You have information, you know your opponent, you study your opponent, you see them throughout the tournament, and then you can kind of make your decision from there. So it's definitely a solid point. As I do think Affliction is on the up and up, and they also both of these teams do have a Frost Mage. I'm just pointing that out. Gelu Baba is on Big Mortal, and Frostfy is on Enjoy Legion as well. So there could be a mage coming in on either one of these teams, but we haven't normally seen that.
What do you think they would play even?
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Like they could play like
no, but with the mage, I mean.
Maybe Elemental Shaman.
Ellie Mage. That's all I see. I don't really see another option.
I mean, that would really put a dampener on the double on the turbo, but
they do have Warrior Mage. We could see Warrior Mage coming out of Big Mortal.
Both of them have Warrior Mage, I suppose.
Yeah, Warrior Mage is like a super good blind pick comp because it's a good comp on ladder. It's a good comp into most matchups, and it's a safe comp as well. I
just want to talk just a moment about Walrix as well, because we were talking. We put a little focus on him a second ago, but I actually just remembered something during the I think it was the GCD or it might have been the NA Cup. It was GCD. We saw Method NA or Method Reawakened. No, I'm sorry, Reborn, which is Sidu, Snuts, Samayam, and Bean. They're playing a bunch of Frost Mage Affliction. They're playing Mage Warlock, and that's something that they're really familiar with. But they actually said on stream during their interview that Walrix was someone who said that comp is good, and that got him all the way to the finals. So just to give you a little testament to Walrix's insight in this game, he definitely is a player that knows what's up, and he's definitely someone who's like a trendsetter, as we were saying.
He likes to innovate and like try new things out and see how well things work out. Which is nice. Like that's the type of mindset you want to have, because you can just discover something that's like super OP and can win you a lot of money.
That's invaluable here in the first few moments of this new meta, taking its first blinks, its first breaths. Who knows what someone like Walrix has already whipped up in the kitchen, and if he brings them out today, you definitely, like you said, win all of the monies ever and win some of those really sweet points, which are going to go towards getting into that EU regional qualifier. So we're queuing up in just a second here. The blinds are already in. We're not going to spoil anything for you here. We'll find out when we jump into Nagrand alongside you guys what the compositions are. And we're just not even going to try to call it because everyone is surprising us right now. And like we've mentioned, though, after they do get a comp advantage, they have so many different options to work with that I think we can see some really intelligent mind games go down and some interesting selections even after this blind matchup here.
Absolutely, and I'm so looking forward to it. The caliber of player that we're seeing in this next matchup, and all of these matchups are so freaking high. And like when I watch these games, you know, I've been playing a lot of Arena as of late, and I've been really enjoying it. But watching these games, I have to say, like, just seeing the little outplays that these guys are doing throughout the entire game to catch that slight advantage against their opponent that really pay off as the games go on is pretty remarkable. So definitely keep an eye out for Walrix as well as the rest of these teams on all the little plays that they make, because it could really make a difference going into, say, dampening.
Yeah, well, so I don't know how it happened, but as you may know, D Machine, I'm now officially an EU caster. So I'm pretty EU, and I know you're an NA guy yourself, so this is kind of the level of play we expect over here.
Yeah, of course.
Me, Adrian, Zico, they're like, we're chilling. This is what we expect from me.
This is normal. It's a little bit sloppy today, actually.
Hey, man.
I have no idea how I ended up becoming an EU caster, but it's just like a reality now.
It's true, actually. It's kind of weird how that worked out. But for real, though, this point system is awesome because it's not just about, you know, finding that one strong comp and that one strong patch or that one strong hotfix. It's about you as a team. How good are you throughout a season? How consistent can you be? How well can you adapt? And that's what this point system is all about. Now, going into these games, this is a possible point-earning game or matchup right here. If Big Mortal, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they have any points right now, but Enjoy Legion does. So Big Mortal, they need to get some points on the board right here, right now, if they're going to go and compete at regionals. It's a big deal. Every single one of these points matter. And the queue looks like it has been sent. I can't wait to see what compositions they're playing, but this is a big deal. In the Grand Arena finally popped.
What do we have? We got Fire Mage Warrior versus. That is a.
I don't see a warrior anywhere, but I do see a fire mage.
No, that's a fire mage.
No, I don't see a fire mage. I see an arcane mage, assassination rogue, holy paladin going up against the demon. And look, Demo Ellie. Okay, so Walrix the Innovator is sticking with his guns, playing that Demonology Ellie Resto Druid, and on the other side we have assassination rogue, arcane mage, holy paladin.
Okay,
I'm so excited.
I did not expect to see the Arcane Mage getting whipped out, but it's funny because almost no one plays Arcane in Europe. I would say like the only top mages who played is like Gelu and Tessia.
Zaryu's been talking about it quite a bit, and I know War never stops talking about it. But I love that you didn't even check the spec.
It wasn't even
just like,
oh,
it's a fire mage.
It's a fire mage. Come on, bro.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys figure this one out. The gates are opening right now, and this one isn't going.
This is gonna be interesting. So in the opener here, we're gonna see the normal invis come out of Gelubaba, and we'll see if he decides to use his mass invis to try to get something out of stealth onto Looney. I'm not really sure who they want to go on.
Looks like Z-Pie right now.
It looks like they're looking at
Z-Pie. There's the Groat and the Hodge and the Looney.
They're
setting up onto Z-Pie. And they're trying to get that damage out. They're popping cooldowns immediately, but Jamie gets stunned on his go. But it doesn't matter. There's the full kidney shot and the blind to follow it up, and Z-Pie is getting lit up. Can they get anything out of that blind? And this could be it for this is the Vendetta as well. The full sap to follow it up. Garot onto Z-Pie. He can't even heal himself. He's on the run. He uses that Skyfire. He's trying to get the heals, but Gelubaba is there. He is not letting him get that off just yet. And this is the incarnation from Looney to keep up his Elemental Shaman for now. It looks like it's going to be enough, but that opener for Big Mortal looked terrifying.
This is what's going to be happening throughout the game for 1.5 minutes. And right now we got Sonic just busting out the freedoms, trying to keep everyone mobile. Looney got into a full Hodge in caster form, full kidney onto Z-Pie. Can we get a full ship follow-up out of that? Looks like Warwick stops that with the spell lock. Good job by him. We got a sack coming in to Gelubaba, and Sonic does get thrown onto that sack. Gelubaba just spamming some AoE damage right now. He's trying to keep the pressure up on Z-Pie. They do have that Mortal Strike effect coming out of the Assassination Rogue with them. But Z-Pie sitting nice and pretty at 100% HP. Looney is ready for the onslaught, sitting in bear form. Right now, Gelubaba is taking quite some damage. That was the melee wings of Zonica, though, to keep him nice and safe. Full Hodge coming in. Can we get a ring follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Can he get the mark off? He doesn't get the mark off. He gets stunned onto the mark. Warwick is doing a phenomenal job right now stopping this RMP. He's stunning Sonica, stunning Gilibaba and fearing Sonica. Sonica gets caught into a full hex as well off of Z-Pi. Great crowd control coming out of the LSD right now. And the Rogue Mage
so
is just
disruptive.
Yeah,
I have to just say that, like, just looking at, like, Gelubaba's trying to get these rings, trying to get those marks, trying to get anything, and he just gets interrupted either by a kick or by a stun. They're just stopping him. As I say that, there's a stun going on to Gelubaba and another stun onto that. Z-Pi getting set up on, but Looney is not able to get into polymorph because of that stop on a Gelubaba, even forcing the block. He pops out of it and tries to get aggressive, but that Iron Bark is going to stop so much pressure. Looney's mana is paying for it, though. Big Mortal's mana is completely fine, but their cooldowns are a bit rough. No block available, but they do have that bubble. Z-Pi still taking a bunch of pressure. This consistent damage from the melee wings, as well as the Assassination Rogue, is keeping Z-Pi pressured, but Looney is dealing with it just fine. Incarnation up in about a minute. He has got no Iron Bark for this next go, but he does have Artifact, but Looney's not caught in any CC. The stops on it are so good. There's the cheap shot. This is the bubble from Zonica. They want to get aggressive. They want to get in there and they want to go, but Looney not caught in any CC still. They need to be able to set up something when Looney is in human form, but that mana pool is becoming a problem.
Gelu is actually not playing with Ring. He's playing the sprint talent when you barrage. So that's an interesting choice, but basically that means if Looney bear forms the Hodges, there's never going to be any follow-up whatsoever to that, which means that if they actually want to win this game, they need to force the Sham Rage without using Arcane Power.
This is the go, though. The blind hits Looney. Z-Pi caught in the stuff. Nothing. They have the Iron Bark to follow it up, but I think he might even hold on to it. Big damage on the Z-Pi. They gotta be pressing that Iron Bark. There it goes. Z-Pi just kiting around with that that Earthbind, just trying to get away from this Rogue, and he gets stabilized for now. Not even in dampening yet. And look at Looney's health. There's the Hodge. They're trying to set up. No wall available, and he's down. He's got the growth. He can't even heal himself. Looney has the Incarnation. Is it going to be enough? Still no dampening, but he can't heal through it. Lockout on Hex. 12% health here, 9% health here. Desperately trying to get the heals off, and just see the regrowths being spammed from Looney. Zonica on the back foot actually hand of sacrifices the Hex. Solid move from him, keeping his team in play, but the full kidney shot to follow it up, and Z-Pi is still being locked down, and the Incarnation is still up, but there's the Hodge, 10% mana. If Zonica is able to keep his team alive, this still could be in Big Mortal's favor.
This could be trouble for Gilibaba, though. He got caught in a full fair, gets out of that, though. No melee wings available just yet. He's got them up right now, immediately pops those melee wings. There's a full kidney on Z-Pi. They're trying to finish him off now with the melee wings. Nice knock there from Z-Pi. It's going to reduce some of that damage. The Holy Paladin with melee wings is actually doing like 100k, 200k DPS, so that's no joke. Gets the Stormkeeper off. Nice clone on Sonica. On the remaining bit on his wings.
Gelubaba down to 5% health here. Caught a whole bunch of damage going on to him. Zonica getting out of that CC finally, spamming those martyrs, trying to get him up through this, but Gelubaba is so defensive now, and dampening hasn't even hit yet. Z-Pi caught into that kidney shot. No CC on the Looney just yet. He's sitting in that bear form. He's avoiding those polymorphs. Not even that Gelubaba could get him off right now because he has to play so defensive. And now dampening finally has struck, but Looney at 5% mana. That could be the win condition that Big Mortal needs, but with no ice block, he's gotta be scared moving forward. Walrix knows that they have an advantage. They drop the Fellord onto Gelubaba. They get the stun followed up onto that. Whole bunch of damage going out onto him, and now Zonica's mana is starting to dip too.
Looney's drinking.
Pressure.
This is huge. He actually got blinded on that. Oh, this could be trouble. Can he get a sap off? No sap, sadly.
Gelubaba down to 1% health here. He's so scared. Bash onto Zonica. Gelubaba going for the desperation polymorphs. Can he get it off? The counterspell stopping the pressure as well. And a huge heal comes out. Gelubaba now stabilized, and they're swapping it onto Z-Pi down to 20% health here. There's the Iron Bark at 5% dampening. Can they bust through it? Looney at 10% mana spamming. Gets locked out on that nature though. 20% health. And the sacrifice comes up from Zonica, keeping Gelubaba aggressive. And Jamie is just on Z-Pi's tail, and it looks like Zuni's going to be able to stabilize them for now, but it is so back and forth. It is still anyone's game.
Yeah, right now they don't have any cooldown whatsoever. They got the block coming up though. Big damage now onto Z-Pi though. There's a full kidney. Got all the rogue cooldowns being used. Artifact and the mage is
Full
going
Hodge
down
followed up.
as
He
well.
can't line of sight the arcane missiles.
Just goes down.
And boom. Gelu Baba nails it. That was crazy, man. Gelu Baba was on the back foot all game long, and they just spammed those defensive cooldowns and somehow made it work and took out Enjoy Legion. Game number 1 goes to Big Mortal. I'm surprised. I don't know about you, Zico.
I wasn't really expecting it. I mean, I know about the power of Arcane, but I really didn't expect him to bust out the Arcane Asa Rogue. Now, in the start of Legion, people were playing Asa Fire into any elemental Resto Druid comp and winning. It was like the counter. So maybe they got like some inspiration from that and they tried it out now after the Druid nerfs and they found out that works. But definitely didn't expect that. And I feel like the name of the game was on one side, you're trying to get that Iron Bark and that the Shaman Wall used without actually committing your Vendetta or your Arcane Power. And then if you manage to do that, you can just kill in one Hodge. And then on the other side, you're just trying to go through all of those cooldowns, which they did. I mean, this game was so close. Gilibaba was on 5% HP, and he only survived because of Prismatic Cloak. He had Prismatic Cloak, and then he blinked 2 times, and it immuned a bunch of spells, and then he managed to get topped up after that. So phenomenal job by Gelu, and I think that this is not a one-sided matchup at all. Who should even win this matchup, because they literally forced the bubble, they forced the block, they forced the sack, they forced absolutely everything there was to force, but they just couldn't get that last bit of damage to finish him off. I feel like the LSD has to probably do a lot more to win than the RM Pala though.
Gosh, I mean,
so I don't know. We might see a comp swap. Honestly, we might actually see a comp swap from the LSD.
I expect a comp swap, honestly, especially when now with the way that things do pan out and you start to have, you'll go into a match and you'll actually have a comp advantage. You get to see a composition before you lock in your position. But overall, very interesting choices coming out from the blind picks. But I'm not done talking about Gilibaba yet. I mean, Zico, you started to touch on it. The idea of there's a huge power level for Arcane Mage right now. People have been talking about it quite a bit. I mentioned already, I've watched Zaryu play Arcane Mage. I've watched him talk about it quite a bit. But what is it that Arcane Mage actually excels at right now in the current meta?
Cleaving.
It's all cleaving, right?
Arcane Mage, so there's a bunch of things, but the difference between an Arcane Mage and let's say a Frost Mage, because Frost Mages are really good at cleaving as well, so why don't you play Frost? The difference is when you play Arcane, you are way more slippery, but if you get caught, like if you get kicked out at a bad time and they go on you, then you're way more vulnerable than, let's say, a Frost Mage. That's the trade-off you have to make. Now, the nice thing about Arcane is that you have consistent cleave damage the entirety of the game. You Arcane Explosion, you get 4 stacks, then you barrage, and if barrage hits multiple people, you have a talent called Resonance, which empowers the barrage by 25% extra damage for each unit hit. So that tends up to buff up your barrage, which naturally is cleaving. And there's this artifact trait as well, which makes it so that if your barrage hits 3 people, then it causes like a tiny explosion, which does AoE damage as well. And then combined with the Arcane Orb, which is giving you 4 stacks and doing cleave damage, it just basically lets you spam instants that do massive cleave damage. In addition to that, you also have the 1.5 minute CD instant one-shot. So basically, the reason why you want to pick Arcane is, A, it's really good against melees because you have 4 blinks. B, it's really good cleave damage. So if you face demo log, any of that shenanigans, you are going to be like trucking damage. And C, you do have that one-shot potential. Now, what are you weak against? I would say double spellcaster. So I would like to see some kind of comp swap from the LSD, because I feel like while Arcane is good against double caster, I feel like bad against double caster, I feel like the Acerog is kind of making up for that weakness by being so effective against the Eli Shaman. So I feel like the Acerog is what causes the issues there.
Going into that blind pick, that I definitely felt like this composition coming out from the Rogue Mage, aka Big Mortal, was risky. I felt like it was risky. Definitely. I love the Holy Paladin choice going in and getting those Hodges for their setups. I think that was awesome, as well as the melee wings to keep them aggressive on that short cooldown. But like you said throughout that game, a big reason why Gelubaba lived was because of those blinks. And, you know, going into a matchup, you just can't say to yourself, yeah, no, we can win this because, you know, when I'm at 3% healthier, I can get a couple blinks and we can survive just barely. So going into like the next game, I feel like, I mean, if you guys don't know the format, yes, there is a losing team composition advantage, but the winning team can still change their comp. They just have to announce it to the losing team beforehand. So maybe they might play with a composition that might be a little bit more universal, because like as you were just saying with those arcane mages, you know, those opportunities to abuse an arcane mage with casters and whatnot, maybe they don't want to go with that same composition, so they might play something a little bit more universal, a little bit less specific. But that was a hell of a blind pick, and that was a really close game, so I wouldn't even say that they got a huge composition advantage. But
well, I think the thing that you touched on that is huge was, yeah, it was a risk, but that risk is definitely rewarded because now with the way that it switches back and forth, yeah, they have to announce their comp this time. They go with something that's a little bit broader, and then you see the other team actually tech in, try to get something a little bit stronger against that composition. But then they have the comp advantage if they do go down in that game. And just because it's a best of 5, as it trades back and forth, that means they'll have the comp advantage more times than not. So bringing out that arcane mage in the blind pick, huge play, very risky, but totally pays off because it goes into that LSD. Also, we saw Demo. We were like, yeah, he could either play Destruction or Affliction. Affliction's a little bit riskier in the blind, but Destro might be the actual pick for Walrus here. But no, he's going on Demo even after the nerfs that go through, and he looks pretty strong. I mean, like, what do you think about, like, could we just see a bunch of Demo out of him, completely disregarding any of the changes that went down in the hotfix?
I feel like it's still the safest spec to play. So I think we'll probably see a lot of Demo, but I mean, it's a shame because they're playing in the tournament now and their main spec has been, you know, pretty nerfed. So I would say the best way to adapt to that is have Warwicks play something completely different, like a Shadow Priest or some shit. But that's probably not going to happen. So I think he's just going to stick with the Demo for this tournament.
And that's one of the things too. I actually, we said it before we even jumped into the first game of this series. It's just the idea of the tournament structure, although it seems familiar, just like with points added instead of just 3 qualifier cups for each region, it's very different because of the length of how long it actually goes on, how many changes we're actually going to see. It's actually going to test who is the best at World of Warcraft. Yeah, instead of who's best at the current meta. Because I remember last year, it was literally like me, Elliot, Sid, Adrian, all on a plane, like every weekend going somewhere else. And it was like we would Sky 5 sometimes because like I would be doing an NA, he'd be doing an EU, and we'd just be passing each other in the air because like I was leaving from Ukraine or something like that. Like it was much closer together. So people were pretty much just playing on the one meta, right? And then we actually dive in and get onto the road to BlizzCon, and that's all taken down on the patch right before Karazhan came out. So you kind of saw who was definitely the best in that meta. But now with the new structure, it's better than ever before. Not only is the point system added, which is going to allow more teams to actually make it into that road to BlizzCon, but we're actually going to see who is the best on everything. And yeah, Walrix is the god of Warlocks right now, especially Demo. Everyone learning from him, but he has to make that adaptation. And who knows, Demo might come back. And I think him playing the Demo lock right now is pretty telling that the class is still good, which is really crazy considering how big those nerfs were.
That's what I was going to say. I think Demo isn't bad at the moment. I still think that you still have that safety in knowing that, okay, my Warlock is really, really tanky. He's not going to be that easy to kill. Obviously, the offensive pressure is also a little bit nerfed, but I think Demo overall, it should still work for them. It shouldn't be like a deal breaker, just a disadvantage, sadly.
So we did get the compositions locked in, if you want to talk about that just for a second. So we do still see... I think, we still do see Ellie, Demo, Resto Druid from Enjoy Legion. So they're sticking with their guns, they're sticking with that. But we did a little bit more universal composition from Big Mortal that we're going to see in just a second as they enter the arena. And a much more classic setup here.
Well, I have to say, I think Big Mortal's doing exactly what they need to do. I really want to praise this play here. Now seeing Gelly come in on that Fire Mage, they're in a strong position no matter what happens. And yeah, I really think that Big Mortal's going to snowball this comp advantage that they have here, regardless of the outcome of this game. They're playing it smart. They're playing a tournament format, and they're going to rotate their comps.
Right.
I like that as well, that they just threw in a curveball right at the start, try to get the blind pick win, and then as soon as you got it, just go back to default, and then you can switch your comp accordingly if you are if you have to do, if you lose again, you know. So what do you think we're gonna see from these guys? Probably tunnel the Shaman strat from Galu and the Warrior, and the other team is probably just gonna try to dampen. Maybe we'll see some pile switches. Mage probably gonna be receiving a lot of damage. Warriors charging in right away on Warwicks actually. Okay, so they're gonna leave the Shaman and just sit on the log. We got a full Nova on Zipai and a nice Hex there onto Xonica. We got some damage being taken here on Waprasa. Warwicks coming in with the fear. There's the Fellbanger though. Gilbaba actually in huge trouble. That port is gonna be okay. Nice.
This is the melee with Xonica. So Yellow Baba should be a-okay for now, but the double fear going out also did help quite a bit. And if you guys don't know, this warrior is Blizzo. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. He is an incredibly good warrior. Hodge going out into Looney, Stormbolt onto Walrix. He's going to go ahead and Human Trinket out of that immediately, but he's getting chunked down to 30% health here, and no Iron Bark is available because it was used a little bit earlier. Now, Walrix, he seems to be okay because Looney's not caught in any CC, and Zonica's popping that hand of sacrifice onto Gelu Baba, stabilizing his team through that, but both teams slowly getting through some cooldowns, and Gelu Baba now is getting lit up a bit, down to 60% health here. Zonica gets bashed. Isn't going to get cloned just yet because he did have that Human Trinket, but the Ellie stun onto Zonica to follow it up, and they're just cleaving whatever they can. Zipai is just lighting up, kids.
Yeah, he's just right now trying to get some pressure, trying to dampen. We got the melee immediately fair. We got a full stun onto Warwicks now. They're connecting. There's the Sharpen. There's the Warrior cooldowns. Gonna take him to about 60%. Gets the Iron Bark. Should be fine for now. And we're looking at a switch to Zipai. No, he just kicked him and then leaped back to the Warrior. We got a full sheep. They're just trying to lock out Zipai, trying to stop some of that slaughtering. Full stun onto Gelu. It ends though. He manages to get out. Fear on Xonica into
He might have to block here.
He might
down to 10%. There's
nice
a stun
clone.
in the cauterize, and the block was
that,
forced out by Gelu Baba. Great job by Legion. That was a sick setup right there.
That triple DR clone by Looney. Nice.
That is a ooh, there's the fear on the Looney. They're trying to set up onto Walrix now, trying to turn this around a little bit. Looney's going to get out of that. He's in bear form. He's avoiding those polymorphs, and the bubble from Zonica is going to be forced as well. And man, Enjoy Legion is looking strong moving forward into this game. There's the stun onto Zonica, and Gelu Baba is in trouble. 14% health here. Fear onto Zonica, and this has to be it for Gelu Baba. Looking for a poly. Too little, too late, and they will go down. And Enjoy Legion is going to take game number 2 on Big Mortal's composition, or I'm sorry, on their map choice as well as their composition advantage, even though they didn't swap. But yeah, Warrior Mage seemed like a rough time against that.
I mean, that's the thing. Once the melee wings go down, that's it. The thing is, the comp that they're playing, Warrior Mage, it has to be played very aggressively. They have to play on top of the healer, and I don't know about going demo. I mean, there must be some reason.
Be better?
The Warrior probably feels like, okay, because you know it's Zipai. It's really aids to try to kill Zipai. I've tried. It's very hard because of how he consistently positions himself. He always stands at like a pillar where he's alone on that pillar, and then his team is on the other pillar, and then he just kind of dips in and out. Every time he casts a spell, he just goes out, shocks you, does a bunch of damage, and then when you can cast again, he just goes behind the pillar, and he just kind of dips in and out like that, and really abuses line of sight. I guess that's really frustrating to deal with. So they decided to go Warlock because he's a bit less mobile, maybe. But I feel like they would shut down the team more when they leave When they go on Zipai, sorry, not when they leave Zipai. When they leave
Yeah,
Warwicks.
I mean, they have the ability to, you know, kick those Stormkeepers. They can kick Ice Fury. They definitely can stop quite a bit more. But, you know, I noticed that it was really difficult for that Warrior Mage to get some setups or some CC going out onto Looney. I think majority of the CC that he got hit with was like instants, like a Hodge.
Yeah.
He's sitting in those bear forms a lot, trying to avoid those polymorphs. Not that it seems like Gelly wasn't really able to get those anyway. And they were like really positioned far back too. I don't know. I just expect the Warrior Mage to be like really setup oriented more than what we just saw, which was really just like Hodge and damage.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of LSD as well. I mean, you saw it yourself. Warwick's is playing phenomenally. He's counterspelling. He's saving his counterspell for the moment when the Hodge comes. And when the moment the Hodge comes, he tries to lock the poly. And then at the same time, he's fearing the healer or he's fearing the mage as well in case he gets faked. And that's the thing. You can't really land the sheep that often and that easily because Looney is also doing a great job trying to pre-bear every Hodge. You only got caught in caster form right at the end when they won the game. So I mean, it's a tall task to actually try to win with a CC oriented play style. So I think that matchup, I don't know what they can do.
Well, now looking forward to that next game, it's going to be on Tigers, and we also do know that Enjoy going to be sticking to the Ellie Demo Resto Druid. So it kind of seems like they're probably going to be sticking to this comp for the duration of the entire series.
I mean, don't fix what ain't broken.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're gonna go LSD.
Yeah. So I mean,
it's confirmed.
Yeah. It's confirmed that they're going LSD. We're still waiting. Oh, and it's going to be Asa Arcane again.
I love this composition. I mean, like without like their CC goes, they were still pumping that damage through and getting the cooldowns that they needed to get to win in the first game. And on Tiger's Peak, it's a much similar map to Nagrand in size, so maybe it might work out the same way. But it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure for the Rogue Arcane Mage, as they still got really close to dying themselves. So it really can still go either way. But I like that choice personally.
I felt like this was one of this and the first series where we had Red Hunter versus TSG, where it was really back and forth. I felt like those series were the most like well balanced games where you anyone could really win the game. It felt like from a spectator point of view, which is always fun to watch. Those games are the most exciting games.
Oh yeah.
And Rogue Mage means fast pace usually. Not so much in Legion, maybe, but most of the time it means fast pace. So that's so for just a quick overview. If you don't know how these two comps want to play the game, is we got Jamie, Gelubaba, and Xonica. They want to just get the Iron Bark or get the Shaman wall used without committing all of their cooldowns to it. They want to commit one thing, like maybe they'll commit Palm or maybe they'll commit Vendetta, but they won't commit the Arcane Power as well, you know, on top of that. And then just kill in a Hodge. So they want to just burst people down. You want to force the defensives and then pop all their cooldowns and just kill in one stun or in one blind tap, you know? And on the other side, they just want to do as much damage to everyone as possible and just try to kind of AoE down the whole team. With the mage being the main target, because
much easier.
If he gets locked, he's squishy.
Right. It's much easier to get a setup like Hodge and cooldowns than it is to like get like stunned into polymorph. And you know, with a really disrupted composition as well as really disruptive players like Walrix and Zipai, it must be hell to try to get CC on a Looney even without the pre-bear form. Speaking of pre-bear form, there's the full Hodge in the bear form. Nothing to follow that up. Kidney shot going out onto Walrix. Looney coming out of that Hodge. Nothing else out of that. But Jamie is just on his case. The Iron Bark is going to be used by Looney, just respecting the damage coming out from these guys, because that was Vendetta as well. Hannah Sacrifice now is being thrown out onto Gelubaba as he takes a bit of pressure there. Human Trinket from Xonica, but they're actually going to swap their attention over out onto Xonica as the blind goes out onto Looney. He trinkets it instantly. Now's the Hodge. Walrix could be in a lot of trouble now. He's kidney shot in the middle of the map. Xonica continuing to do pressure onto him as well, but it looks like he's going to be okay because this is the Incarnation tree form healing him through that, and now Xonica's the one who's got to be careful. He can't get locked out. He needs to be able to save that bubble in case he needs it. And Zipai actually is going to hex him up full at half health. Can Gelubaba get a dispel on it? Doesn't look like it. He's going to get walled up there, following out. He's at 18% health there, and there's the bubble. So Enjoy Legion still getting the cooldowns they need.
Well played there by Zipai. Solo forcing the bubble more or less. And right now, they just want to go get the Iron Bark with this setup, hopefully. And then they want to pop Vendetta and try to finish with that. The Rogue Mage is so far looking good, but it's anyone's game, really. We got a full Fear on Xonica into a Hex, gets Garroted on that Hex. Full kidney on Warwicks. There's the damage. They should try to get the Iron Bark here. And Looney is doing a phenomenal job holding. This is the small things that most people don't notice, but this holding the Iron Bark here is the best choice he could ever do, because now he will have the Iron Bark for when that Vendetta comes up, and then he will have the wall for when the Mage cooldown comes up, and that's what they need to do. There's a full Hodge onto Looney now, full kidney onto Warwick, gets trinketed, and there's the Vendetta.
Baba forced the block on the back foot through all that, which is going to stop a lot of the momentum on the Walrix. Now Xonica being swapped over to, he does not have that bubble available to him. He is on the run. He is getting out of there, but no block available on Gelo Baba. Gelo Baba has to pull back too, and Walrix knows he wants to get in there. There is the Hex on the Xonica. I believe it does get dispelled by Gelo Baba. I'm not 100% sure, or it might have just been broken, but the Fear follows it up, and Gelo is currently the kill target. Xonica's melee wings is up, and he's going to try to stabilize his team with that, and they're swapping over onto Zipai. He still has that wall available to him, so even if Iron Bark is on cooldown, he should be okay to deal with this pressure, and Looney's positioning is just stellar. He is far, far, far back. If Xonica wants to come get a Hodge on him, he has to walk to Narnia, and a sacrifice goes out onto Gelo Baba before the Hodge onto Xonica. Great play by him, and Zipai is the one who's on the back, but the blind goes out. He syncs it up with the trinket, gets out of it immediately. Wall is still down for Zipai, and he gets a huge heal to follow it up before that kidney shot, and he should be okay through that. And Gelo Baba is still playing really aggressive in the middle of the map, but at any moment it could be really scary. Maybe even right now. There's a stun on the Xonica. Gelo Baba without that block is on the run. Zipai trying to push in regardless of Jamie on the enhancement or on the elemental shot on the assassination rogue. Gelo Baba down to 14% health here. He gets the blink. He gets a martyr heal, a big one, bringing him up to 50% health here. Iron Bark on Zipai is keeping him aggressive for now.
And now they're going to try to... Oh, there's the Iron Bark being traded out on Zipai onto the Vendetta. And this is what I'm talking about. Now Zipai has the Iron Bark for the Vendetta, and then when Arcane Power comes up, you're going to see that the Astral Shift is also coming up at the same time. Big damage now onto Gelo Baba. They're nowhere close to even getting a kill. The closest they are to getting a kill is actually switching onto Looney. Full
Whoa!
splash.
As you say that, he gets knocked out, but that's really the pressure of this Demo Elemental Shaman. At any moment, they can just freak out and just kill them. So crazy. Big Moral taking game number, or I'm sorry, Enjoy Legion is going to take game number 3 here. Now up 2-1.
Yeah, on match point now too, if they are able to do it yet again. Starting to look like it's that point in the series where we talked about that initial comp advantage being so important. Now the way that the games are stacked, that's just so important. Odds are you're going to be able to pick up one when you're leading 2-1, and that could spell them moving forward in this bracket here today on a composition that got nerfed.
Yeah, I think they just played it to exactly how they should play it. I mean, the baits, so the Rogue Mage has to do like bait egos where they don't actually use anything and they just do a Hodge, and maybe they use like Rogue Artifact or something and they try to get some pressure. And to force the Bark there, if they manage to do that, then they have an opportunity to do what they did in the first game. But in this game, every single time the Rogue popped Vendetta, there was an Iron Bark to counter that Vendetta, and every time the Mage popped Arcane Power, there was an Astral Shift to counter that. Now, what I would love to see from the Rogue Mage when they are in this situation is that they blind Looney, which they did. Looney immediately trinkets this blind, which he should. Then I want to see them try to get a switch to the Druid. I know it's not that easy, but you're not going to be able to go through this team, which is not like Looney's not taking the bait, dude. He's not taking the bait. So what are you going to do? You got no other option.
Their strat is basically like if they are going with the strategy of, you know, trying to get some defensive cooldowns, they're basically trying to look for an opportunity that Enjoy Legion makes a mistake. When it comes to you know, rotating these defensive cooldowns, I don't think they're gonna. I think that these Calipper players, you know, are really, really going to be mindful of those defensive cooldowns and of these setups every single time, and going to be as disruptive as possible. So I would love to see some Druid swaps, man. That'd be so sick.
That would be exciting. I honestly thought they would. I mean, if they had the Druid Trinket and they didn't They didn't. They had the arcane power and the vendetta coming up as well. Like the only thing that stops it from actually working is if the druid goes bear. But I feel like if you just step kid name randomly and then you follow it up with a DR Hodge, you got the melee wings and you got the arcane power, you got the vendetta. Then like, what are you gonna do about it? There's not a whole lot you can do about that. And I feel like that was the real kill opportunity for the rogue mage that game. Either that or if they stayed on the warlock maybe, because the warlock has longer cooldowns. So the warlock has
knows it too.
Yeah,
looking at his positioning, he's just like, nope. I mean, I'm 40-yard range, man. If you guys want to come to me, you're gonna have to run a really long way, and that definitely, you know, kind of deters them from wanting to make those swaps. But I think you're 100% right. Zanika's playing aggressive enough, and he's playing in their face with the melee wings. I think that they can totally go for it. I think that they might not have a choice at this point. Do we have map?
Yeah, we do. So potentially the last game of the series is going to be going down on Ruins. And we also know that Enjoy Legion is going to be sticking to that same comp. And D-Machine, you said it yourself. Don't change it if it's not broken. There's no reason to. It's definitely looking pretty strong here. The big question is going to be what comp we actually see out of Big Mortal.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could it be time for the Demon Hunter?
Ooh, I'd love a Demon Hunter.
I think it could be time for the Demon Hunter.
Who plays the Demon Hunter? Is that Jamie?
Lizzo plays it.
Lizzo.
I don't know.
You guys didn't know Lizzo was on the Warrior last game.
Yeah, I think maybe like Demon Hunter Ellie or something, like some crazy comp like that could be on the table. I mean, there's obviously a reason why they don't go with their main comp. And they're trying out all these next level things that they seem to have prepared. So I think we're gonna probably see the Demon Hunter because I know they've been practicing it. I've faced them when they've been practicing it, so I know they can bust it out.
Yeah. And also the thing is if they don't, like, the loser of this is going to go down in the bracket. They're not out of the tournament yet. They're just want to bring up their jamming Asa Arcane again. I like the comp. It is a cool comp, but we'll have to see if it is able to pick up the win here. So
they probably were listening to you, Zico, getting those rank 1 mage strats. And they're just like, oh, okay, it's time to go Druid. Let's go. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, they hit Druid in the first time they played this, right? I'm pretty sure that they hit Druid sometime. Actually, did they kill Looney in game 1? I can't really remember.
No, they killed Zipai.
Oh, they did kill Zipai through that. So
I think
Runes of Lordaeron. Oh, well, this is the map to do it.
Yeah, all right. Well, Enjoy Legion is on match point here. Let's see if they are able to take out Big Mortal on Ruins, because the loser of this is going to have to play against none other than the KFC managers. Winner of this guaranteed a top 4 position, guaranteed points for the entire regional circuit.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line here. They seem to be going. I think the Rogue Mage is an answer to what they are running, but it's hard because the Rogue Mage needs to have some level of synergy, because you actually need to coordinate a way to take the Druid out of form. Like, you need to coordinate those baits. You need to get a sheep on Zipai, and then Looney goes out to dispel that sheep, and then you start killing one on that global. You know, you have to really look at those tiny things and coordinate those small things to get that bigger edge later.
I think it is important to note that Jamie, you know, normally playing that shaman, we don't normally see him on a rogue. So far, so good for Jamie. We'll see. We'll see how this pans out. See if he can find those opportunities to swap onto Looney. Looney already in that bear form. He knows what's up. Garrote going out onto Zipai in this opener. Let's see what they can get done. Zanika running in with that charger, getting Looney into that full hodge. It is actually inhuman. Maybe they can follow it up with a polymorph. Zipai taking a bunch of pressure as that is going to force his wall. And this is Vendetta as well. Was that also the Arcane Mage's cooldowns? It is. So a solid wall, and this is Incarnation going to be used as well, and they still are holding on to that Iron Bark.
They will have Iron Bark for the next go. There's the Fell Lord coming out. Full clone onto the melee wings. Last bit remaining. Nice clone there by Looney. I think Gelababa trinketed the pets down there from Warwick. He's still taking big damage. Gets forced into the ice block. Immediately exits the ice block though, because there's a full hodge. They're going on Zipai. They're trying to just finish the game right here. Do they have
I
the
mean, that
damage
hand of
though?
sacrifice is keeping Gelubaba aggressive, but Looney has stabilized his team, even used that Hellstone as well, and still held onto the Iron Bark through all of that. So regardless of the aggressive ice block and maybe even the overlap, but there's the kidney shot onto Zeepai. Looney's going to go ahead and press that Iron Bark, but maybe it was too late. He's already at 20% health here. Zeepai on the run, trying to kite as best he can, but the arcane missiles are connecting, and boom, down goes the dynamite. Even the bubble from Zonica at the very end to nail that last nail in the coffin, and Big Mortal, they're going to tie it up 2-2.
Wow. That was a quick one. I
was
am very
fast one.
surprised there.
I mean, that was nice. That was nice.
That was solid play.
I think that he held on the Iron Bark a little bit too long.
A little too long. Yeah, I think he might have been line. I might be wrong about that, but I know I was looking at Looney's positioning, and he was like, classic Looney, super far back, trying to prevent those hard swaps to him, because that is a huge vulnerability, as we pointed out in the last talk. But I think that the positioning as Zeepai close to the thing, he was jumping back, and he caught that Iron Bark then, and he's already at 25% health. So arcane missiles can't line of sight those things.
Well, now going into this one, I feel like we're probably going to see the same comps again. What map do you think will be selected in that scenario?
Ruins definitely helped them, I think. I think Ruins was a contributing factor to that kill. I'm trying to remember what maps have already been played. Did we already go to? Nope, we don't have to guess. We got it.
There we go. Tolveron.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely smart choice. I mean, you saw what happened on Ruins. Let's go to the opposite of that.
I actually don't think Tolveron is that bad for the Rogue Mage either, though. It's a big map for the Arcane Mage to move around on. It's a big map for him to get polys off as well, since he has so many blinks. The one thing, the main reason I think why they picked it is because of that Paladin running melee wings. So what the Paladin's doing is he has to run into the middle of the map, and then he's going to be stuck there, without the melee wings. And then that's a good opportunity for Zeepai to just go, light some kids up. I do think that Xonica, however, will make the adaptation needed and go double sack spec. I don't think he'll play melee wings in this game. If it's on Tolveron, I don't see why he would pick melee wings. Maybe he'll pick melee wings and just hug the pillar and wait to come to them.
Play it patient. It's possible.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's
scary to go into dampening. But
I've actually experienced that, where I actually faced Zeepai and Looney, and we played a game where I didn't want to go to their side of the pillar, and they didn't want to go out in the open. So we just waited until dampening was at 8%, and then they just went in with sack and won. So the team of Xonica could have a big edge if it goes to a standoff.
Confirmation. Okay, so Rich, you're talking about this earlier on in the series, where if you win on blind pick, that means that you do have the advantage to win the whole series, right? Because if it goes back and forth on your map advantage and whatnot, going into game 5, you'll have comp advantage and map advantage again. Now they chose Tolveron Arena, which is their map choice, but now Enjoy Legion also has the comp choice advantage, and Big Mortal is sticking with the same comp. They're sticking with Arcane Mage, they're sticking with Assassination Rogue and Holy Paladin. So maybe Enjoy Legion could make a comp swap at the very end. I mean, they're sticking with something that isn't broke. It's 100% true, but they do have that vector of opportunity if they want to take it. And this is the game that matters most of all. It's the last game of the match.
But what would they have to
I
counter
think they're
it?
comfortable.
Yeah,
I think they're comfortable with the matchup.
I feel like they are comfortable too. They've just played quite a few games on it. They've been doing pretty well. I mean, the biggest way that they counter it, which is what Zico mentioned earlier, is they have some very strong wizard cleave going into that arcane mage, but you have the assassination rogue to mitigate it, which is one of the reasons that the comp has looked so strong with the pairing of those two classes. So I don't know what they have in their art.
Okay, so we did get a comp swap from them. They're going to go ahead and go with the Unholy Death Knight, Demo, Warlock, Restoration, Druid. I don't know why. I had a feeling that they were going to change. I can't tell you why I had that feeling, but I really, like, going into a game 5 and after having that composition advantage, my first thing that pops into my head is, yeah, let's abuse this advantage, Let's see what we can get out of it, but
what does Unholy offer to actually abuse it? What does Unholy actually offer to abuse the Arcane Mage?
Maybe they've convinced themselves that, the other composition is disadvantaged, less about gaining.
I think they look at it this way. The Elish Shaman can die. The Unholy DK cannot die. We need to dampen. Unholy DK can dampen. That's really the logic.
Let's stop dying. Let's
Just
not win.
Don't
Let's
die
die.
and we win. You know.
Yeah,
If we
yeah.
don't die, we win. That's the mentality, I think, because this is like a triple tank comp, pretty much. I do like it. I do like this matchup, because if they don't mess up, they shouldn't be able to die. But on the other hand, like I said earlier, against comps where there is a lot of units, like a lot of pets, Arcane Mage does do well against that, because this is pet heaven. Like if they sit on this lock, they could definitely do some damage, because the Arcane Mage is just gonna have maximum stacks of resonance, like on every barrage. So
that sounds very scary.
This could be quite fast paced on the Warlock. Maybe a switch to Druid, but I think they're gonna just go Warlock, and I think the team of Looney, Warwicks, and Zipa are just gonna try to survive and just or make them run out of cooldowns and dampen that way, you know.
Yep. Jamie and Gelu Baba are going to have to pull off something pretty incredible here to get through the defensive wall that is this composition of DK, Demo, Warlock, Restoration, Druid, Unholy DK at that. And man, there's pets for days, as you were saying. We got an Unholy DK and a Demo Warlock. Zonica running in with that freedom. He's looking for a stun. He gets the Hodge on the Looney in bear form. Walrix is going to port out of that kidney shot. This is Vendetta as well. He's going to go ahead and use that Spell Reflect to follow it up, but stun on the Gelu Baba into the Fell Cleave. Zonica also getting Fell Cleave, does that into the Full Fear. They're trying to get aggressive onto Gelu Baba, but not taking too much pressure. As I say, that drops down to 50% health here. Zonica getting the hand to sacrifice right before the Cyclone. Solid, but now they're trying to turn it around. There's the blind on the Looney. He's going to trinket out of it instantly as Walrix is caught into that full Hodge. He's going to drop the Thorns on him, doing some damage back to not only Zonica, but as well as Jamie. And it looks like Big Mortal's setup just isn't really going to... Oh my gosh, so much damage going on to him. They're going to have to bop him out of the stun, and he had to use Ice Block there. And Enjoy Legion is just teeing off on Gelu Baba.
And there's a full kidney coming into Warwicks. We got the anti-magic zone. Okay, they used anti-magic zone, and the Warlock still is going to have some stuff. I'd say go Druid at this point. At this point, the Druid doesn't have a trinket. He only has a skin. If they catch him in caster, they will be able to do some serious damage. You got Vendetta and Arcane Power coming up. But we'll see if they decide to do that. For now, they're sticking onto Warwicks, just trying to get some sustained damage off. But Jamie seems to be on the receiving end of that right now, as Warwicks is looking for a Fear Sonica. He gets kidneyed on it. Full Hodge in bear form, though, by Kilba. Nice one. Warwicks is taking a lot of damage. Looks for the portal. He ports out. And right now, he's just trying to kite. He goes to the mage's line of sight and pops his Reflect. Very nice defensive play. And he should stabilize with that. Ironbark is available as well. Full bash, no follow-up out of that though. And right now they're just trying to get some pressure on Gelu Baba. They got that Heartstock aura as well, and just pressure that Warwick is taking is just insane. He has to pop his wall there.
Yep, and Incarnation is going to be used on top of it. Gelu Baba down to 6% health here. Zonica forced to bubble. Jamie's also in a lot of trouble. There's the stun on the Gelu Baba. He has to trinket out of that, but everyone on the team of Big Mortal is taking the damage. Zonica caught in that full stun. Gelu Baba, there's no way that he can survive through this. The pets are back on him instantly. Jamie trying to kidney shot Walrix up, but Gelu Baba gets taken out by the Demonology Warlock's pets. And Enjoy Legion are going to take game number 5. Knocking out Big Mortal here on Tolvaron Arena. That was a hell of a game. But like you said, there was definitely a vector of opportunity for that Arcane Mage to swap to that Druid.
What I would like to see would be to just keep faking it, but try to play as safe as possible. Like, don't try to blink offensive or anything like that.
Right.
And then just wait for that Arcane Power and Vendetta. I think they had to wait for the Vendetta. Arcane Power was already up in like 20 when I said that. And they would have a pretty certain kill opportunity on Druid. I mean, they got Pala with melee wings, and they got Arcane Power, and they got Vendetta. Like, this is some of the biggest bursts. I think and also Anti-Magic Zone was down. That's what made me really realize, okay, they literally have nothing if they decide to do this. But they didn't do that. They went for the Warlock. They had some good pressure on him. I mean, you could clearly see that the Warlock was taking huge amounts of damage from those barrages, which were empowered from the resonance, from the pets. But Sonica didn't go double sack. I'm not sure if they would have lived a little bit longer, maybe, if they did that. And maybe that would have complemented the strategy to go Warlock a bit better, but I don't know. It is what it is, but at the end of the day, Looney and Zipa and Works are going to just move on from that and take it serious.
Yeah, phenomenal series. It was awesome to see those comps come out too. I was not expecting to see either of them. It's funny, like over the course of a series, how your mindset changes, and it's like, oh yeah, of course we're going to see the Arcane Mage now. But at the beginning of the series, we were definitely very surprised to see that get broken out. And like you mentioned, Zico, now we are going to see Enjoy Legion move on in the bracket, guaranteed points. And just with how everything's working right now, in like the entire PvP tournament scene, that means you're definitely going to see Enjoy Legion quite a bit in the future, and most likely
he was popped.
Wow, we're
jumping into the next game. It's Northern Gaming Blue versus another one. You guys don't know this team. It's Northern Gaming Blue. It's the RMD, Waz, Raikou, and Poike coming up with that RMD. They're going to be facing another one. If you don't know this team, get acquainted, because they're running that jungle cleave to the highest level. We have Cassidy on that Feral Druid Illustrated, aka Adam Rex on that Hunter, and Rip LOL on the Disciplined Priest. This is going to be a fast-paced game. I've never seen a jungle go slow.
But will it be faster than the admins queuing for this series? Because that was absolutely insane. Really quick before the gates open, major shout-outs to all of our admins for just making this day so easy for us doing the actual coverage. The gates are already about to open. It's another one versus Northern Gaming Blue, and this is going to be our last upper bracket match of the day. So let's see who comes out on top.
All right, boys, it's RMD versus Jungle. This is a classic matchup. I think they want to be going to the Feral, unless that hunt. No, please be. They're going to go Feral, I think. Let's see what they do here in the opener. We're going to be following Mr. Waz, see what he can do, if he can get a sap. Doesn't look like it. Looks like, oh, he gets the sap. Very nice. Okay, there's an opener on the Hunter. He gets immediately rake stunned by Cassidy. Cassidy bashes Raikou as well, negating that complete opener there. Very nice. Raikou tries to get the poly, gets kicked on it though. Still trying, doesn't manage to get it though. There's the combust, trying to get some pressure going here onto the Cassidy. There's a Dragon's Breath, very nice. Gets a 2-man Dragon's Breath there. There's the Thorns though. Cassidy should be quite fine. And now they're trying to pressure onto Waz, forced into popping that Vanish right there. And the pressure is just insane coming out of this Feral Druid right now. And Incarn hasn't even been used yet.
Vendetta is still available for Waz, though. They can get aggressive at any moment. And there it is, the Vendetta going out on a Cassidy in that full cheap shot. He's going to go ahead and force Bear Form as well as that Survival Instincts. But he's going to go ahead and pop Incarnation, get this, get the re-stealth and set up onto Waz. Full maim onto Poike, into the full trap on that Incarn. That's a huge deal. They're swapping the pressure over out onto Raikou. Wervin to follow it up on Poike. And this RMD is on the back foot. But Cassidy, he only has he has no Survival Instincts left. If this RMD can survive the pressure, we'll have to see. Raikou almost dipping down so low. He's got to be careful. He has that ice block available to him if he needs it. The full blind goes out onto Riplel, and Cassidy knows what's up. He's in bear form already. He sees the setup coming, and everyone on another one besides Cassidy was CC'd. There's the full kidney shot, but he gets life gripped back by Rip LOL. They see it coming. They're trying to prevent the setup, and they're doing a good job so far. Can they keep it up? No Survival Instincts for 2 whole minutes. No trinket available for Rip LOL as well. But Cassidy wants to get in there. Onto Raikou. Full trap. And Poike is still sitting for 2 more seconds. And Raikou dipping down to 30%. But he held onto that block. He still has it available. Is he going to need it? The full fear. It cauterized procs. And the block is used. Kidney shot into Cassidy, but Raikou's not out yet. He can't help out.
Full shape on the Priest. This could
be it. Survival Instincts comes off cooldown at the last second. Can it be enough to keep him alive through that? Rip LOL finally out of CC, but Raikou as well has no block, and he's low health. Cassidy's choosing not to follow up. He's going to go bear form. He's going to press Frenzy Regen, and he's going to play it safe for now instead of running at Raikou. Raikou still has no block, but he does have that temporal shield.
There's another kidney coming onto Cassidy, a sheep on Illustrated, a bash onto Riflon, Raikou going to the sheep, gets kicked on it, puts it on for the clone, gets stunned into trap on it. They're doing a phenomenal job. Cassidy though, coming in, he's going into the barrier, it's fading in a second, goes bear form, trying to run, trying to stabilize Raikou, manages to fake that Shadow Word Death. Can he get a poly? Oh, I mean, Poike clones it with the DR clone. Raikou trying to time it out, gets kicked on it. A little bit of miscommunication. They're coming in from NG Blue, but he's still working on it. There's still no Shadow Death for a few more seconds. Dragon's Breath, and he gets line on the poly. He does land on the poly, but he deaths it. But Cassidy's still in huge trouble.
And Survival Instincts comes up as well. Cassidy just can't catch a break regardless of Rip LOL somehow staying out of the CC. He even gets a pain step in the middle of all of that, keeping Cassidy alive through it all. CC Polymorph on Illustrated, stopping the momentum of another one. And Cassidy has been going through this Survival Instincts as soon as they come off the cooldown. But there's the full kidney shop, the life grip back, full trap on him in Poike, and now Raikou is scared. He's got the crows on him. Can he survive through this? And can he set up onto Cassidy? Thorns onto Cassidy is going to slow down Waz quite a bit, and Raikou needs to be healed through this to stay aggressive. Minpoike's mana is at 30% though, and we have not even hit dampening yet, and Cassidy is just a live lord through all of this. They're rotating the defensive cooldowns, and if they can keep this up, surely Raikou will go down to 40% health here. The bash, can they follow it up? Illustrated is sitting on top of Poike, trying to juke him. Minpoike not falling for it just yet, healing Raikou up just fine through all of this. Raikou blinking in, trying to get aggressive on the Cassidy, but Cassidy playing on this pillar, playing with his priest, is surviving through it all.
Yeah, so right now, the main thing is that Ripple has his trinket, but Cassidy does not. But they do have the blind on the side of NG. So they're going to try to force the no blind coming out on this go. Okay, they just go for a normal setup, no CC on the priest. Drops the Cassidy about 40%. There's a full poly coming out of Raikou. Manages to fake the death and land it. Great job by him. Big damage coming to Cassidy, but he has no more stun. Huge damage onto Waz.
20% health here. He's really, really scared. He pops that evasion. Maybe it'll be enough. And Poike is going to leave for now. Popping that Iron Bark as well. But I'm not actually sure where that Iron Bark went, because now Raikou is the one who's taking the damage. It is actually going to be on Raikou. Great job by Poike seeing that swap come. Cassidy bear forms this kidney shot before it lands, negating a bunch of damage. He pops that Shadow Meld, gets the stun onto Waz, and it looks like he's actually pushing in maybe to go on Poike. He's just going to run in and get him maimed. Let's see if they can follow it up with some more CC. Full Shishi on the rip wall, and Cassidy is on the run. Raikou feels it in his clutches. He's looking for the follow-up. The kidney shot, nothing to follow it up. This surely has to be it for Cassidy. 2% dampening, doesn't matter.
Well
RMD, man.
They could have actually done that way earlier into the game. There was one point where they had both trinkets forced. But nonetheless, they managed to do it now, force all the trinkets and take advantage of like a 20-second kill window where Raikou got the sheep on a priest out of it without stuns, so he just faked the death and landed it. So good job by him managing to land that poly, and by Waz. What I really like that Waz did here in the end was that Waz knows Raikou's not going to get another sheep, because you shouldn't even have got the first one in the first place because it's so hard to land them. And what Waz did was he vanishes and then saps, and when he saps, that's when he stuns. He could have stunned way before that, but he just let this full sheep sit out, and then when he knows, okay, now we're going to have a follow-up CC, and I'm going to stun. And the reason why he does it like this instead of just stunning is so that the feral doesn't come out of the stun and kick the re-CC, so the clones and the follow-up polys. So really good state of mind there by Waz, just holding his vanish, and nice poly by Raikou, good follow-up as well. Just team in general played well, and they managed to get that game on. But in my opinion, Fire sub RMD is a bit of a counter to jungle. So the jungle definitely played really well as well. There was one point which was very scary where Raikou had nothing, just couldn't manage to kill it.
We'll say, though, too, the intricacies that you just touched on that can actually go down between Raikou and Waz, the time that these guys have spent playing together at just such a high level, and they're going to play RMD no matter what. It's just kind of like every now and then they'll break out Zuniaki, and every time they do, Zuniaki just absolutely overperforms. Just one of the best players to play the game. He's a god. Yeah. But the thing is just Northern Gaming Blue. When you hear Northern Gaming Blue, you think RMD, and they always play it at the highest level, and they always find the right strategies to apply with that composition. Definitely know this team very well. But another one, they're kind of the jungle cleave right now. When you think of jungle cleave, you think of this team in the EU, and they're going to have to try to figure something out. We do know that the map is going to be on Ruins. So let's see what actually happens here. I know we're going to be queuing kind of quick, too. Our admins are absolutely crushing the world right now.
I got a question for you, Zico. Is Poike a viable kill target for this jungle?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'd love that.
Absolutely.
It's Ruins, man.
Dude, I think that could definitely happen even during these games. I mean, If they catch Poike out of form, which they managed to do several times actually during the game, but they decided to go on Waz and Raikou, I think they could make something happen. But the thing is, if they do decide to go on Poike, that's a high risk, high reward like strategy, you could say, because when you're going all out on the healer, then the DPS are completely free to do whatever they want as well, which means that Raikou is inevitably going to land a sheep on the priest, and the kidney's going to come, and you're going to have to use a lot of cooldowns then, because when you chase a healer, you lose your positioning as well, because the healer tries to kite you, so you get caught out of position. But they definitely could do it, and if they were to do it, I would see it on this map. It would be on this map, I would say. This would be the map, or maybe possibly Dalaran. It would be the maps we would see.
Yeah, they need that smaller map for that exact reason that you touched upon. But so, D-Machine, what did you just see here?
I saw a Holy Paladin.
Yeah.
I see myself a Holy Paladin. Now, I don't know what this necessarily means. I mean, one of the biggest things that I think Holy Paladins bring to the table is that instant CC of Hodge, right? And they also have, that melee wings that really can't be silenced. It can be disarmed, I guess, but it's a really good tool to give throughput and keep your team aggressive. But that Hodge is what I think that they're bringing to the table now with this swap. Do you think that they're going to utilize this Hodge for a setup onto Poike, the thing that we were just talking about? Or
I don't think the issue was that they couldn't get the stance on Poike.
Yeah, they totally.
I think. Yeah, Cassidy was doing a great job. I think the reason why they picked the Paladin is maybe for defensive reasons, to try to live a little bit longer, and also so you have that sack at least for the sheep. You have a bit more defensives. And they're going to just sit right here at the room, flare the entrance. This is a textbook Runes of Lordaeron strategy, where you just camp the room. You make it so you stack up, so the Fire Mage, Phoenix Flames, and things like that can break your polymorph. The Ignite spreading as well. And they just play it patient. They just sit in the room, wait for NG Blue to go in there. Obviously, NG Blue doesn't want to go in there because there's a 50-50 that they lose the opener if Waz does a bad step, since there's a flare covering it.
Right.
So I think they're just going to stay back. Well, while they're feeling the game out of it, I guess we can just talk about the differences between Pali and Priest. And Illustrator is going to send his pets in. So I think the Paladin, in difference to the Priest, is going to be more than that they will go on. The Paladin will force them to actually go on him now and then, especially during the sacks. Oh, they're leaving the room. Waz is moving in. He does get the sap
instantly. They want to get this thing going, and Illustrated is not having it. Maybe he might be the kill target here. He runs back into the room instantly, but as soon as Cassidy comes out, he's getting hit instantly. Waz trying to reconnect on him, but he caught in that root. He's finally going to connect, and Bear Form's going to be used instantly. But it looks like no cooldowns are invested just yet on either side. Illustrated running at Poike, maybe trying to look for a trap, maybe trying to get something done. Raikou going to be the kill target for now. Sheep. There's the kidney shot and the sheep on the Cavi. This is the setup they needed. Into the bash is going to force the bubble and the hand of sacrifice. Sick setup by this RMD, forcing some really good cooldowns out of another one.
That was all Raikou. He managed to get that sheep complete on his own. A great job. And we got a full Hodge onto Poike. Can we get a trap out? We do. And there's the damage.
I'm sorry. That scared the heck out of me. He was at 1% health here, and he had to force the block. That was almost a down goes moment for Raikou. But he's not out of the water just yet. Incarnation going to be popped by Poike, trying to keep him okay. He's going to use that Incarnation and the Iron Bark, really respecting the damage of this Jungle Cleave. Now, no survival instincts available for Cassidy right now, and he's caught in a cheap shot, and this is the full blind. There's no outs for Cavi. If they can follow this up with any CC, this might be it for Cassidy. They just need the damage. Whoa, the juke from Cassidy getting right back on the tune, but Waz is stepping right back on top of that Bear. They're bringing him down to 50% out there. There is the Incarnation. The sheep comes out to follow it up. Oh, Raikou actually looks like he ate a trap. I'm not 100% sure if I saw that correctly, but that was really sick if he did. Now the Hodge going out onto Poike, and Raikou is on the defense. No block available, no Incarnation, no Iron Bark, but a huge heal is going to keep Raikou okay.
Temporal. And right now, they got no bubbles. They got no outs really on Cavi. No trinket on Cassidy either, since he's playing Relentless. And we'll see if they manage to live through the next go. Cassidy's team is going to be doing okay, but right now They're just trying to land that sheep. They do get the sheep. There's the Vendetta, full clone on Illustrated. So here we go. Soon we're waiting for that kidney. There's the full kidney. Re-poly coming out. We should be looking at a clone from Poika and a sheep onto Illustrated. There's a sheep on Illustrated and a bash. Human trinkets that. This is a great CC, and the damage is definitely there as well. Cav is going to have loads of trouble trying to pick him up. Watch the big heal now from Cav. Watch the Aura Master heal. If he does get purged on that and CS, that could be the end. If he doesn't, however, though, he's going to be fine. And he gets the melee wings up instead. Sheep shot on the melee wings, though. Nice sheep shot by Wise. Can I get anything off that? He's in Nova right now. There's a full clone coming out of Minpoika. Cassidy on 20%. He does have the freezing frenzied region, and Scabby sacks that sheep out of the clone. Nice timing.
And nice job by Poike, too, to follow it up with a clone on the Hand of Sacrifice, too, keeping him at low health through all that. Now, Hodge on the Poike, and Raikou still needs to be careful. He still does not have that Ice Block or even Temporal available to him right now, so he's got to be super, super careful. But nothing followed it up on him in Poike, so Raikou should be just fine. But now Cassidy, yet again, is taking the brunt of the damage. He's kitty shot in cat form. The ring lands on a Cavi to follow that up. Mame trying to go out onto Poike, not going to have it just yet. Fair form for Cassidy. He's just trying to stop as much damage as humanly possible right now. And there's the Mame that goes out onto Poike, stopping the follow-up clone, as well as getting ready for this setup onto Raikou. The full trap lands and Raikou dipping down. He has Temporal Shield up and it's a huge heal, but they're chunking him down through it regardless. This is Murder of Crows, and this is a bunch of damage as well. Ferocious Bite lands onto him, following it up, and Minpoike is healing him through it regardless. Even the defensive cycling goes out and Illustrated, completely keeping Raikou A-okay throughout this. And other Survival Instincts and Incarnation are coming back to Cassidy soon. There's the sheep. Do they have anything to follow it up? And do they have the damage on a Cassidy? He's in that bear form. There's the DB coming out from the mage. Looks like Cassidy's still okay for now. And this is Berserk and Incarnation. He's trying to take out Raikou. The Werven lands. Can they kill Raikou in time? He has that Temporal Shield up in just a few seconds, and the half trap lands. But Raikou's sitting pretty inside of his safety ring. He's going to take Cauterized procs, and he goes down regardless. Cassidy caught into a stun, but it looks like he's going to be okay. Cavi playing it safe and healing him through that. He has the Hand of Sacrifice too, and another one tie up the series on Ruins of Lordaeron.
The main question is will they be able to win another one while faced up against Northern Gaming Blue? I mean, the team for that. I was waiting for that, man. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is Northern Gaming Blue, one of the strongest teams in EU. We saw that last year, definitely. Like factually, we saw them win their regional tournament. But I mean, the thing right now with the meta is jungle should be able to win quite a few matchups. Zico, you said a little bit earlier that you think that Northern Gaming Blue can potentially counter it with the Fire Mage.
I think they should counter it if it's a priest, but with a paladin and all of them playing relentless, I think that's a good answer to what Northern Gaming Blue have been doing. I think the one thing that they could have done better in the last game though was switch more to the paladin, because when a paladin has so many cooldowns, you need to accelerate the game by switching to him. So like he sacks this guy, you go on him, you get the bubble there, so he doesn't have like a bubble later into a big heal or whatever. So I feel like you can accelerate the game more by switching between them and also clone. I mean, Poika did a couple of low clones on Cassidy, but once Raikou lands that first sheep and they get the bubble, there should be a clone on Cassidy low, and then they should switch the paladin out of bubble. He should have to use a buff or something, because like here in the end, for example, he just buffs himself out of the blind, just sacks in between the clone and the poly, and it's these small things where the paladin, if he was a priest, would have been full CC'd. Those are the small things that just makes the difference.
So do you think that actually like Pally plus having everyone running Relentless is enough of it to actually make it favored for the jungle over the rogue
I'm
mage?
not sure who would be favored in the matchup, but I think it definitely, I wouldn't say it's a count.
Okay.
And everyone's running Relentless. Whereas with Priest, I don't think no matter what you do, it's a counter.
Well, now we do know that we are going to be moving on to Ash mains for this, the third game in the series. And we have another one, rocking the Marksman Pharaoh H Paladin. And then we're going to see Subfire and Resto Druid yet again from Northern Gaming Blue.
What do you think about the change the Marksman instead of BM?
I think that would be worse for the jungle, because the BM...
They locked it in.
They locked in MM?
Yeah, they did.
I don't know. Maybe
I expected to see so much marks today. I mean, that was one of the things playing with Dilly last night, we were talking about, yeah, there's a good chance that we see just a bunch of marks today, because just the way that like it plays with sidewinders and aim shots, like it's pretty strong right now. But this is the first time that we're actually seeing it.
I think
it's crazy damage, but I think it's avoidable damage. Whereas against PM, it's not really avoidable damage. But maybe they felt like they were lacking a little bit of that punch. So maybe they're gonna try to just kill Raikou in stuns with the Hunter. I mean, it definitely worked. I just personally, I don't think it's as annoying to play against as BM, because as you can at least slow him, you can at least line him, you can at least go on him. There's some options. Against BM, you can't really do anything. It's just gonna do damage to you, and that's that.
Yeah.
It's really also changing it after the series that you just did win too is definitely an interesting play here, but we're going to have to see, does the marks pay off here on Ashe mains? 3 seconds until the gates are open.
Yep, and it's a sub-rogue instead of assassination. I think you might have played assassination in one of these games. I'm not 100% sure, but it's sub-fire RMD, and then it's marksman jungle cleave. Now, I see marksman a lot more on NA than I guess in EU plays. I see marksman all the time, and I know that they can light up a page. It's pretty incredible. Sap goes on the Cavi, cheap shot and illustrated, huge opener for NG Blue, another cheap shot to follow it up, another Sap on the Cavi, and that's going to force the exhilaration heal onto the Hunter into a cheap shot on the Cavi. Can this Paladin catch a break? Doesn't look like it just yet. Post haste for illustrated. He's trying to get away. Cavi popping that melee wings, trying to get situated here, and it looks like they ran out of CC finally for Cavi, and he's going to catch a whole bunch of heals. As I say that, full blind lands out on the Cavi. Illustrated is taking a bunch of pressure, but they're trying to get aggressive onto Raikou. Still no true shot aura just yet. Cheap shot, super low health, gonna force the turtle. Great job by Illustrated getting that off in just the nick of time, but they still have yet to have their own go against this RMD.
Oh, Cassidy's meanwhile taking a lot of damage. Cavi's getting cheap shotted. Cassidy's forced to use that wall. Acceleration heal and no true. Oh, there's a true shot actually coming out of Illustrated. Gets stunned immediately on it, and Raikou's taking a bit of damage, but he might be stabilized. Poike is in a triple DR stun, and Poike comes out, and he had a pre-Ironbark there as well as Incarnation. Raikou should be fine, and they're looking to set it up now. They overlap Clone and Sheep there, though. A little bit unfortunate. Illustrated is kiting for his life because he knows that the next setup on him means Cavi's bubble. We'll see if there's the melee wings, gets bashed onto the melee wings. Great bash coming out of Poike. Illustrated, though, still on 50% HP from that sub-rogue damage and those fire mage dots. Raikou, though, full bleeds on it. And Poike caught into that Wyvern Sting, manages to roll out a Trank now. He should be fine, and they do manage to force out that sack from Cavi. And melee wings are about to run out now.
Was in trouble. Hodge lands out on the Poike. Nothing to follow it up just yet, but you know, this Marksman Hunter definitely is doing a crazy amount of damage, but he is taking a crazy amount of damage too. Kidney shot on the Cavi, looking for the follow-up. Looks like Raikou's the one who's on the back foot though, dipping down to 45% health here. He has another ice block available to him if he needs it. Cavi going to go ahead and bubble, but Poike getting the Cyclone on Illustrated, keeping him at 60% health here, and then a full polymorph gets set up. Illustrated's got no turtle, no trinket. They have a hand of sacrifice if Cavi can get out of it, but they're not letting him. They get the follow-up Sheep. There's no space in between us into the DP. Do they have the damage? When Poike gets trapped, I'm not sure if he got out of it with a trinket, but Illustrated is still the one in trouble. Cavi now forced the human trinket out of that full kidney shot, and Illustrated survives through all of that onslaught. Great job by him, and great job by Cassidy being as disruptive as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a good job peeling and kiting, but we have yet to see a kill come out. Raikou still has his block, and Cavi gets blinded, Bob's dead, Cassidy gets sheep shotted, Illustrated gets kidneyed, full sheep onto the Bob. Great job by Raikou. I'd like to see him steal that Bob as well, and he doesn't manage to. He clicks it off. Gets a re-sheep, hits the Illustrated third sheep. Can we get a follow-up clone? No, he gets it on Cassidy instead though. Game's a 2v3 for a little bit. Just pumping in some damage to Illustrated, which should be fine right now. There's a sheep shot from Waz, forcing that Paladin wall. That's what I like to see. More switches to the Paladin. There's a Paladin in the game. You want to do switches to him. Full sheep shot on Illustrated now, dipping a little bit low, around 60%. Full sheep on Cavi. Does not have a sack. He does have a sack available if he gets out, if it's needed. But right now, Illustrated seems to be taking quite some damage. 12% HP. He's got full bash, no way out. 12%, 6%. He might just go down full clone. That's it.
Boom. There it is. Damn. And you know, you kind of pointed out something that was pretty big, Zico, which was, yeah, there's a bunch of damage, but their defensive cooldowns really didn't. I mean, they got Incarn a couple times. They got Ironbarks for days, but they never forced that block.
Yeah, you need to force that big block. Because that's the thing. I mean, the block is obviously hard to force with temporal being 45 seconds and everything, but I think the issue is that it's a 5-minute cooldown. So once you actually force it, that's like you have incarn before the next block. But the problem is you have to force it. You have to force it early too, as the jungle. So I think NG Blue played the game. They got a whole lot of polys on Cavi. And I don't know, it was just a clean game. They did do some switches to the Paladin later on, but it didn't seem to harm them. It seemed like they were in control. And I honestly, I don't think the MM is that good in this matchup, because like I said before the game, you can line the MM, you can train the MM, you can do whatever you want with the MM. And the MM, I mean, you saw the first true shot come out this game. That should be blocked. If you want MM to work, that has to be blocked, the first true shot. It has to be blocked, and then you have to get the incarn after the block to cause like a disruption in how the mage druid are rotating their defensives. It didn't happen though, and they managed to drag on the game and just get those consistencies and eventually clench the win.
I have to say, I really do enjoy the insight that Zico brings. He's just like, this is exactly what they need to do. Trust me, it happened to me a lot.
Yeah, no, it's always great actually having someone who's just playing at that pro level constantly, giving you information, especially on a day like this when there's a whole bunch of new stuff going on. And we even see the pro players trying to figure out some stuff on the fly, switching from BM to MM there in particular. And I plan to see, I think we're going to see a whole bunch more of that because the action is just getting started here. But in this series, we're going to be moving to Dalaran on potentially the last game here. And do you think we just see the Hunter switch back to BM?
I think we'll see the Hunter switch back to BM, and I think they'll stick with Paladin. So they will repeat the Ruins game most likely, because if I'm not mistaken, I think another one has jungle, but with 2 different healers in their roster, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they I mean, they might have something that we don't know, but I think that this is a jungle cleave team. I don't think Cassidy plays anything else.
Brett? Am I crazy for thinking that Cavi played Rhett once?
He might have.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What do you think?
You see that? They're not playing Holy Paladin.
They're going disc.
Okay.
They're going ham, dude.
They are going back to BM. Sorry, we forgot it. We're reading it. We're already getting excited, but we're going to see another one right now. They're going to switch to BM Feral Disc. That's going to be their comp headed into this map here. And I'm assuming Northern Gaming Blue just, NG is going to stick same comp, same specs, and it's all going to go down on Dalaran. Now, I'm going to make you guys decide because there's a lot on the line here. Once again, just like in the last series, whoever wins this one is guaranteed points for that pro circuit. So you guys have a prediction here going into this map? Do you think Northern Gaming Blue is going to be able to take it, or do you think another one is going to be able to take another map?
My prediction, my bold prediction, is that Northern Blue is going to take this game. I think that their best shot was the Holy Paladin, honestly. Northern Blue's got some momentum. They're looking strong. They're looking like they have that versatility to make those swaps. They saw the Holy Paladin, vulnerability, and they cleaned it up real quick, and they swapped to him a bunch, getting some more buttons away from him, just like Zico was saying in the last game, pointing out. I think they're going to take this game. What do you think, Zico?
I think 3-1 NG Blue. I think the jungle is playing well, but I think ultimately it's NG Blue is playing really well. Reich is playing well, and I think it's a tough matchup as well. Like if you play disc jungle into Fire RMD, I don't think it would sub as well. I really don't think that's like a good matchup for the jungle. So we'll see. Maybe they'll do some all-in shit. Dalaran, maybe they'll all in Poike, and that's why they picked the priest to be able to purge him. We'll just have to wait and see, but I think that something like that could be viable.
It's a really good point. I want to see that Poike swap, man. I don't know what it is about it, but I've been wanting to see a Resto Druid swap all day. I swear. I think it can hold a lot of value, especially with them up against the wall right now. Cassidy looking for the rogue, maybe. Raikou still in stealth as well, maybe looking for the opener. Illustrated gonna go ahead and get attacked by these dinosaurs for now. Sap onto Ripwall. Here we go. And Poike is gonna be the kill target from the very beginning. Let's see how this works out for him. Raikou actually getting trapped up there. He gets dispelled by Mipoike coming out into line of sight. Mipoike's got to be careful. Now he gets Werven, and they swap it fight right back up onto Raikou. They pop the Feral Druid artifact as well as the Crows, dipping him down. Going to go ahead and force that Incarnation out because this is Incarnation from Cassidy, syncing up those defensive cooldowns for the offensive one on the same CD. And Raikou should be okay through all that, and he's going to hold on. Munpoike is going to hold on to Ironbark through it all regardless.
That's great. They still have Ironbark for the next go. Raikou is trying to look for that sheep. You got a stun on Cassidy behind the pillar. That could just be it. Nice grip, good reflex there coming out of Ripload. Gets a PS off, but he gets full sheep though. This could honestly just be the game. Did they have a follow? I think they did have a blind out. They get a re-sheep. Cassidy in huge trouble right now. A triple DR sheep into a full clone, gets kicked on the clone, gets feared. Nice kidney coming out of Waz. Cassidy is dropping really, really low. Do they have a blind to finish him off? There's the Dragon's Breath into a DR clone. I'd like to see that clone without the Dragon's Breath. There's a triple DR, double DR, sorry, bash. Cassidy on 9% still though. In bear from gets a full sheep shot into a clone from Munpoike. Slight overlaps there from NG Blue. Could have maybe gotten them the kill. I think he should be able to stabilize behind the pillar, depending on the kicks now. If they hit the kicks, he would still be low, and then they need a full sheep again from Raikou. And he's trying to fake the death there. He gets kidneyed into a full clone, another overlap there, full sheep shot on Illustrator. Poike switching that clone. Raiku's trying to sheep, Raiku's sheeps and then Poike reclones. Raiku's trying to fake that death now. He does fake that death and land a full sheep under the priest. Cassidy in huge trouble right now. Full kidney, re-sheep, and it's game.
It has to be game, man. Huge kidney shot into a cheap shot. Nice. Waz going to go ahead into a half polymorph cheap shot to Cassidy, and that is it. NG Blue is going to take control of this game from the opening to the finish and take down another one, knocking him down to the lower bracket and solidifying their points 100%.
There it is. That all started with Cassidy overextending behind the pillar for the healer. That's what I said. It's an all-in strategy. If you go for the healer, you're going to get stunned in a bad spot where you're not in line of your healer. And if you get stunned at low HP and the rogue mage gets a setup when you're already at low HP, then it doesn't matter how early in the game it is. You're going to go down eventually. And that's what happened. They even did a couple of overlaps, like a couple of stun, clone, stun sheep overlaps. But it was really nice how they executed the game in the very end with Raikou getting a sheep into a Dragon's Breath. And then Waz did a 3-yard sheep shot in between there because the Dragon's Breath was DR'd from a clone. So you can't actually Dragon's Breath sheep without the priest getting a global there. So really good play from Waz as well, covering that small gap there with a sheep shot that was DR'd, so Raikou can get that follow-up poly in time and secure the kill. So just phenomenal gameplay right there at the end.
That's that synergy between Raikou and Waz, man. It's just undeniably powerful, and that's going to be enough for Northern Gaming Blue to move on. They're going to be playing Enjoy Legion now, and like you mentioned, D-Machine, they have locked themselves in on points. Now they're just going for bigger and bigger shares of those points in the prize pool. If you guys want to go and support the prize pool, you can check out the Matcherino link in chat, and you can donate. Any money is very much appreciated. It is all going straight to the players. But another one, they're not out of it yet. They're going to be moving down into the lower bracket where they live to fight yet another day, but they're going to have to play ABC. But we're going to switch our focus now onto the lower portion of the lower bracket. We're going to give another one a little bit of a break. We don't want any team to have to play back-to-back series. Games get really long. You can get mentally fatigued. It's definitely not good for the players. So we're going to allow them to have a little bit of a breather, and we're going to move into Big Mortal versus KFC Manager. So we've already seen both of these teams in one series today. KFC Managers looked pretty dominant earlier in the day. Big Mortal obviously getting knocked down into that lower bracket, but because they're a little bit further progressed into the bracket, they're coming in somewhat favored here. Now, what do you guys think about this matchup of Big Mortal versus KFC Managers?
So this matchup occurred in the EU Arena Cup already between Big Mortals and KFC. Just to give you, and KFC was actually the team that knocked Big Mortal out in the lower bracket last cup. So this is a rematch. Obviously, Big Mortal, coming through the upper bracket was looking super strong. They played up an incredible game, a 3-2 series, lost to Enjoy Legion, as we saw earlier. So these guys are no pushovers. These are incredible players. KFC Managers, these guys obviously are incredible players. As Zico said, they're very well known throughout EU. They also knocked out Method EU earlier on in this tournament. If you don't know who they are, they're the world champions, the reigning world champions at the moment. So both of these teams, super big heavyweights, incredible players. and really cool compositions.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the DK Moonkin Mistweaver come out. That's not really thing, but they definitely made it look strong. Corky's definitely been making Moonkin look strong as well when you have all the traits unlocked. So it's going to be exciting to see what they actually bring to the table. I think I don't think we're going to see the Asa Arcane Rogue Mage.
No, why not, man?
I wouldn't mind it. It'd be fun.
Let's not count it out. Let's but I think they'll probably stick to something a little bit more standard. Maybe have Jamie go on that Ellie Shaman, Blizzo on that Warrior. Maybe go some Thunder with Sonica on Druid or something like that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, I don't really dare to guess anime on these teams.
Right? These blind picks
are wrong every time. So.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Every time.
Do you want to leave it? Do you want to just want to show it to
I think it's pretty obvious, man. With that
dude,
every time we make a prediction.
I was convinced they would not. I was convinced. So what I really want to know is what they're facing. So what we're talking about, guys, if it's not already completely obvious to you, Big Mortal is running Assassination Rogue, Arcane Mage, Holy Paladin.
They're both running the same comps that they got here with, so to speak.
Wow. Now, which of these comps do you favor in this absolutely insane matchup here? Have fun
I
casting
have
this,
no freaking clue, man. This is weird. Like, how often do you see this matchup? Boomkin, Unholy Death Knight, Mistweaver Monk versus Assassination Rogue, Arcane Mage, Holy Paladin. Like, this is
definitely something I didn't expect.
Yeah.
I think what they're gonna do is on the side of the Rogue match, they'll probably go on the Boomkin and just try to do the same thing that they were doing in the previous game against the LSD, where they were just rotating the Vendetta. So they use Vendetta now. They get the skin, for example, and then they use the arcane power and they get the cocoon with that and try to set up a kill that way. But we'll see. Drainer is playing Trinket. I do like that. But that also means that they can blow up Drainer. We'll see what they do, though. As we get into the game, we got Jamie Rowe here.
He's just running in, man. He's the Holy Paladin. We all he's just the hero we didn't deserve, man. Gelu Baba getting hit a little bit. Zonica now going to get cycloned up half there. And Gelu Baba, he's still silenced into a full stun. He's got to be careful. He blinks away, gets a huge heal. This is the wings coming out from Zonica as they get aggressive on the Corky. Full polymorph lands, and that's going to force the AMZ. And Corky's in bear form. He is not hanging out with that, and he's still in trouble. 12% damage, full blind. It's going to be triggered into a cheap shot instantly, and that's going to force the cocoon to follow it up. And Corky's still not out of the water just yet. He's on the run. He's in that bear form, and Zonica's wings are still active, keeping his team aggressive. But the double leg sweep from Drainer is going to stop things for now. Corky looks like to be a-okay for now, and he wants to swap it over, but he gets kidney shotted full back in human form. But Gelu Baba is really the one who's taking the most amount of pressure and getting shut down with those silences over and over and over again. Off cooldown, full moon. Can it connect? It does. Gelu Baba gets hit super hard, but the hand of sacrifice just before it is going to stop all of that pressure, and he gets cloned up by Corky to stop that pressure, and they're going to swap the damage over onto, it looks like Zonica for now. He gets gripped back by Reelson. Full kidney shot goes out into Corky, and they're going to set up onto him yet again. Jamie's the one taking the most amount of pressure. Zonica runs and gets the Hodge on Drainer behind the pillar, and this is the melee wings yet again trying to push that pressure into Corky and just trying to pump through that damage reduction.
So that was also Gelu Baba's temp shift now, and they've just done their setup. So I think what we're going to be... Baba will probably drop a bit low if he gets kicked or stunned. And right there is Sonica, stunned into Cyclone. Gelu Baba dropping to about 59%, 50%. They're trying to get that ice block. Doesn't have the follow-up quite yet. No sack available, though. And melee wings just ran out. So what are we going to do here? Gelu Baba might be forced into the block. He's trying to kite the DK right now. He's trying to sheep him. Does land the sheep, and now he's going to sheep Drainer. He gets hodged, switches the sheep. Well done by him. Corky already sees this coming, though. He knows he's about to get kidneyed. Sitting in bear form, nice and pretty. And Vendetta is about to expire there. I don't think they will force too much more. There is the kidney. Jamie just has enough, and kidney's in bear form. I agree with that. Drainer is getting out those effuses. I think that was a kick that landed on Drainer. I'm not sure. or maybe he's
It
just
looks
fake.
like he's okay for now. I mean, Corky's enjoying his bear form immensely right now, and I absolutely agree with it against this composition. He's looking for a full moon, but can't get it. He's getting shut down over and over and over again. And going, oh, there's the full moon. He gets interrupted again. Gelubaba still the main kill target, and regardless of the shutdown on Corky, Gelubaba is taking some heat. Soul Reaper goes out onto him, and he's blinking away. He gets leg sweep by Drainer, full blind on the Drainer though. And this could be spell tragedy for Corky. He's sitting inside this AMZ in bear form, but every single time he does that, he's not doing pressure. But who cares? Reelzin's forcing Gelubaba into that block solo, basically, besides the dots of Corky. Now Jamie getting cloned up, Zonica getting swapped to, and the pressure is starting to build for KFC management.
This was a huge moment for KFC, because not only did they save the trinket blind, like he had trinket but he held it, they also managed to get that block from Gelubaba, and right now they're looking to finish the game on Gelubaba, casting those arcane missiles on Reelzin. He cannot connect just yet, and now they're switching the pressure onto Reelzin. They can't really get anything done on Corky. There's a big full moon crashing in. Jamie gets cloned up on about 60%. Melee wings are about to run out. He gets cloned on that last bit remaining on the melee wings. Gelubaba has Palm, has arcane power up, tries to get some damage done onto Corky. He does manage to get the cocoon forced, but at the cost of the Vendetta and the arcane power. A fair trade, I would say, coming out of Drainer.
Yeah, more than fair. If you're unfamiliar, it is a 3-minute cooldown. So Gelubaba, though, he still doesn't have his ice block. He's got to be careful. Zonica has a bubble to deal with it with the next go. Polymorph defensively goes out onto Reelzin, and Corky is just taking a whole bunch of damage from this from this assassination rogue the whole time. Hannah Sacrifice and bubble coming out from Zonica, and it looks like Big Mortal wants to get aggressive here. They basically have nothing left in the tank. They got to make something happen right here, right now. But Corky's still at full health, and Reelzin is reconnecting onto Gelubaba yet again, interrupting Arcane. So I don't know. Big Mortal is definitely on their back foot. They need to make something happen. They need to make it happen quick. Reelzin actually behind the pillar is going to have to pop that AMS as he's getting lit up by Gelubaba. And on the back foot, Corky is actually getting cheap shot, kidney shot. He's looking for a cyclone. He can't get it just yet. Zonica caught into that full stun, and this really can go either way. I think if they can pump this damage out, there's no cocoon available. Maybe they can pump through onto Corky. Zonica's wings are keeping Big Mortal nice and aggressive for now. Gelubaba topped off completely, but look at Drainer's mana in comparison. But here's the go.
So the full blind immediately presses bear form, and they switch their attention onto Reelzin, which just trades out the AMZ. And Drainer once again gets to set a full blind with trinket up, so he can trinket whatever he wants later if Reelzin is trouble. Reelzin is taking quite some damage now. The AMZ has ran out. He doesn't have AMS just yet. Drainer doesn't have. Reelzin is what did I say? Blazing?
No, I think you said Reelzin. I was just saying, like, wow, I didn't even notice he was at 10% health when you pointed that out. And as we were saying that, it's 3% dampening, 11% mana on Zonica. He's got to keep his team aggressive, and Melee Wings is up to do that right now. Preemptive Cocoon onto Reelzin right before the setup, and there's the Hodge on the Drainer. Can they punch through it? It looks like they will. The wings coming out from Zonica is also doing a bunch of damage into that, and Drainer desperately trying to line of sight, waiting to prevent that CC from coming in. Full clone lands out onto Zonica. Can KFC managers turn this back around? It looks like they probably can. I feel like this is definitely KFC managers' game to lose here on the Grand Arena, as they seem like to have the most momentum, but any setup now can really just turn the game completely around and maybe even get a kill. Corky's just constantly getting shut down by Jamie on the assassination rogue all game long. It's really preventing a lot of consistent pressure, but regardless, they set up and they get the goes when they need. Reelzin looks like he's going to be the kill target for now for Big Mortal, as he's getting chunked down over and over and over again. Maybe they're trying to swap up their strategy. Jamie getting bashed up, dipping down to half health, is going to go ahead and pop that Shadow Meld and get going. There's the kidney shot onto Reelzin. Drainer still not caught in any CC just yet. And I'd absolutely love them to push in. Full Moon maybe coming out from Corky. No mana left on Zonica, but he's got that bubble. Oh, he's got the Melee Wings that he gets cloned up on it on the bash. The Hand of Sacrifice coming out onto Jamie now. Can they continue this onslaught? Zonica is somehow keeping his team aggressive through it all.
So Gelubaba, they're going right now. They got a full kidney onto Corky. There's a full moon coming crashing in at the last second. Trying to get something. Drainer doesn't manage to find it, so just pumping out damage on Corky. Triple arcane missiles, block being forced again. I like that block. Looks a bit premature, but he was in a clone Sonica, so that was a good presence of mind from Gelubaba. Gets a full Hodge, tries to land the sheep. Nice kick coming out of Reelzin, negating that setup. And Drainer had to use his trinket recently though. There's the full moon coming in. He lands the full moon onto Jamie. Jamie is dipping a little bit low. Corky as well though, having that vendetta on him. Gelubaba trying to blink away, trying to gain some distance from Rilzin. Blinks back. He might just go down right now. Blinks back into the.
It has to be, right?
10%. There's no stop.
That's going to be it. Drainer sitting on that pillar, playing it super safe until the time asks for it, and he comes in and he lands the winning play. Great job by him, but man, it just looks like absolute hell for Gelubaba to get a polymorph that whole game. Every single time that he was trying to get a polymorph out of blind or out of a cheap shot or anything like that, there's always a stop for that polymorph, and it definitely helped KFC just stay stabilized the whole game and just bring it to 18% dampening and take out Gelubaba.
I think the question is too. I mean, you're really the one who brought it up too. D Machine is KFC managers. Are they just gonna kind of be the bane of Big Mortal's existence here? It seems like they've been able to knock this team out before. Is it just one of those things that they have their number now, and as they move forward throughout this series, they're in a position right now where they could eliminate them again. We are back in this lower bracket, so whoever loses this one is going home.
Dude, at Big Mortal, you got to feel for these guys. They go up against a team like Enjoy Legion. Then again, all of these teams are pretty incredible, so there's no real easy way to get to that finals in this tournament. Yeah. But, getting knocked down from Enjoy Legion, maybe even a tournament favorite right now going for first. Big Mortal drops down and faces a team that they lost to in the last tournament. This is a rough time for them. They're definitely going to have to step it up right here, right now. This is the time to prove it so they can get these points and make it to regionals. But they got to go past this team, and this team just feels like an absolute brick wall of defensives. I mean, they're rotating their defensive cooldowns well, but they're also so disruptive. Getting these setups seems so difficult.
This is a little bit of a sidebar. It's like a big picture idea that's like not entirely focused on this match. But yeah, you talk about how like all these teams are so tough to go against and you don't kind of have an easy road. And it's one of my favorite things about the way that the tournament formats actually worked out. Because last year, after a team won, after they qualified for the regional, they stopped playing in the tournament.
Done. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like
never see that incredible team again.
Yeah, exactly. So it actually got kind of like easier to qualify as you got into the later and later tournaments. But like the third EU Cup, but there were still a lot of teams in EU. It was the third NA Cup. Maybe there were like a few teams that were like not quite as high up, and some teams had a slightly easier run. So now we're just going to see the best World of Warcraft action in every single tournament that we have. And KFC versus Big Mortals is the match on our mind right now. Right now, KFC managers are going to be leading by 1. Loser goes home. Winner progresses in the lower bracket. Both of them playing the same comps. Yep. It's going to be on Dalaran.
So we got confirmation on the same comp, Zico. You were telling me a little bit earlier, like they can make something happen in a Hodge. If they just get a Hodge and they have their cooldowns connect, they can take somebody out. What do they need to do differently with this composition to make that setup happen?
I think that they should have done a couple of more. My UI is bugged, by the way. I think they should have.
Reload it when you can.
I think they should have pushed in a few more times. There was times where basically every time Sonica has melee, see him go for a Hodge. I want to see him just spam Hodge every single time, because at the start he was doing that. He was playing very aggressive, and he has very aggressive in the other games as well. But in this last match, I feel like he was pressured to stay behind the pillar, and that's not really something you want. Like, you don't bring a paladin to stay behind the pillar. You bring a paladin to go in and press Hodge. So I want to see more Hodges come out on Drainer. Yeah, it's obviously not easy because Drainer is aware that he wants to get Hodge and that he wants to Hodge him. So he's a slippery monk trying to get away from that. But if they manage to get a couple of more Hodges, that would be awesome. Another thing is that Rilzin always lands the kick when they do get the Hodge on Gelubaba.
Right.
So they need to make sure that they can cover him somehow. Like maybe go for the Hodge when they have a sheep on him or something like that. I don't know.
Looks like Rilzin's going to be the kill target for Big Mortal from the very beginning this time. They swapped to him a little bit later on. There's the Hodge out onto Drainer in the middle of the map, and the Polymorph followed up as well. Rilzin the kill target, but Gelubaba is the one who's scared. The full cycle lands on Azanika, and Gelubaba is on the run. He is so low. He's looking for the desperation in Viz. He did not get it off the Starfall, pulls him out. He's still at 50% health here. There's the hand of sacrifice at the last second. It's going to hold on to his block because of that. Great job by Azanika using that short cooldown. Now Rilzin might be the kill target here. There's the full Polymorph, and AMS is going to be used instantly in counteraction of that CC.
Clone, that feels so bad if you're Gelubaba right now. You came parties with all your CDs. You just blocked, you land a sheep, and then you got a fucking clone on it. Drainer gets, he trinkets out of the blind, gets guarded on his trinket, gets out that double leg sweep. We got a full clone coming on Sonica. out of that leg sweep. Good teamwork coming out. Another reclone from Corky. Goes for the triple DR as well. Does he have anything out? Nothing more. They're just pumping out damage right now on Gilubaba, trying to make something happen. They have some kicks available for Xonica, but he doesn't cast. He's got melee wings. Is he going to go for that Hodge now on Drainer? Let's have a look. He gets root beamed on his melee wings, dude. That is feels bad right now. If you're Xonica, gets cloned as well. Wow, this is gonna be so much pressure coming out on Big Mortal soon. Corky is gonna be stabilized from that pressure. Realzin being popped, having Vendetta popped on him, just presses AMS, should be quite fine. And there's a clone on Gelu. There's a paralyze into no leg sweep, into a Hodge instead on Drainer. Actually, can he get a poly off that? He does get a full poly, and they're trying to turn their attention onto Realzin. He doesn't have AMS right now. Jamie does pop evasion there, by the way, because he's dropping a bit low. And there's the Corpse Shield coming out of Realzin, as well as the Cocoon, and he should be fine.
It's already gone. He gets the cheap shot to follow it up, but no more CC. So you're right, it should be fine. But I have to mention, because they are attacking Realzin instead of Corky this team, Corky is just having the time of his life, just free casting all game long, getting full moons like crazy. And you see the damage going out onto Jamie and Gelu. Like, it's not just Gelu who's taking the pressure this time. Jamie also has to be careful about his positioning, because he can just get lit up at any moment. He's pressing those, and he has that Cloak of Shadows available to him if he needs it. But there's the full leg sweep. Maybe they can set up onto him. They get the hand of sacrifice off. Sick play by Xonica, getting it off before that CC chain is going to stop that setup onto Jamie completely, and the onslaught continues on to Realzin. There's the Hodge. The AMS is going to be procced, and immediately it's already chunked right through. There's no more CC to follow it up. As I say that, the full blind hits, and he's still at 50% health here, but Jamie's going to get cycloned up from Corky and stopping a lot of that momentum, and now Realzin's completely fine yet again.
I want to see a switch to Drainer next time Arcane Power or Vendetta.
Yes.
And just, he has no trinket. He has no business being on the map. Just kill him. Realzin getting caught in a Fukin. There's the Palm being used by Gilubaba. Negates it with the AMZ, pretty decent AMZ, I would say. Jamie dropping a little bit low. He does have his cloak, though, as you mentioned, and his trinket as well back up. There's Corky just hammering out damage. Got that Starfall down. Nice clone on Xonica, forces that bubble. Gilubaba dropping a tiny bit low, and he had to use Sack earlier onto Jamie, so he actually has nothing to save Gilubaba with, but Gilubaba does have his own block, so he should be safe for now.
For now, man. Corky's Celestial Alignment got work done. They got the bubble there and whatnot. Let's see if they can continue it on. Gilubaba looking for an opener, maybe a kink in the armor of KFC managers as they push forward in this map. But I 100% agree with you, Zico. I want to see a swap to Drainer. Maybe when Drainer pushes in, looks for a leg sweep or looks for like a paralysis, maybe they just light him up. He's in the middle of the map right now. Xonica's looking for a Hodge, but the port is already happening. And man, Draenor is a slippery snake. He is just all over the place. He is not getting Hodge, not today, especially with the slows. Finally, a Hodge lands, and Realzin's going to go ahead and pop the AMS in retaliation. It's still available. The full Polymorph follows it up. Can Realzin survive through this? It looks like he's okay for now. Another Polymorph, but Realzin still at 50% health.
Gilubaba actually gets forced into that ice block. Xonica doesn't have melee wings. Not sure if he could have held that, actually, but he chooses to block there, so he has nothing now. Defensively, only a trinket to his name. Realzin being bursted right now really hard. There's the Arcane Power, there's the Mark of Ballooneth. Gilubaba trying to just go to town on Realzin right now. Big damage still. There's a full Hodge. They get a sheep out of this Hodge. That could spell trouble
Vendetta.
right now. They do have a blind as well. There's the blind. There's a trinket on the blind. Do they get a follow-up sheep? He's going for it. He casts it. He lands the sheep. This the game. There's a full solar beam, though, and he fakes the solar beam. Wow.
Boom.
Well
Big
done.
mortal, man. I thought that it was hopeless. I thought that there was no way that this Arcane Mage was going to find a kink in the armor of KFC manager, especially with that composition. And I was proven wrong right here on Dalaran Sewers. That was pretty incredible. The CC changes felt like it never end.
We have a series on our hands now. It's going to be tied up 1. And I don't know. It's definitely keeping us guessing with these comps, man. They definitely are. I think they're going to be staying on these comps for the duration of the series. I mean, that's my gut instinct here, just from those 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you guys think as far as comps go? I think that's probably the first thing that we should look at as we try to predict the series.
I think both teams staying with the same comps. They're both going to be like, we could have done something better. We can win. I feel like that's the mentality of both teams.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. We already know the map is going to be Ash Mains.
So, I was second guessing these guys. When I was seeing what I believe it was Big Mortal, what they were doing with their Rogue Arcane. I mentioned in the middle of the game that they're hitting the DK, and Corky is just having a field day because of it. He was just lighting people up. He was getting the Starfall. Everyone was routing down, and I'm like, this just doesn't seem like it's working to me. But you know what? They had faith in their healer. They kept alive through it all, even going into dampening, and they made a setup happen. And all it takes is that one setup. Of course, you have to whittle down those defensive cooldowns and a brick wall like KFC managers. That is difficult to do, especially with us. The positioning of Draenor is so hard to get some CC on him. I feel like I'm watching Zonica run on his charger all game long after this Mistweaver monk, and he's just porting away from him every single time. So I second guessed them, and I shouldn't have, because they definitely found the setup. The CCs hit over and over and over again, and they were able to land a kill even through AMS, even through they even chunked through in the very beginning of it through Cocoon. So
yeah,
well played.
They did a phenomenal job, and also I feel like if one thing were to change, I feel like the Draenor should just go for a Druid. I don't know if he plays it, but if Draenor played Druid, I am almost willing to bet that they would win this series easily. Because Draenor would just sit in bear form. He can't die, and he can't really get polyed that easily, so he has to get ringed. And then the mage isn't playing ring, obviously, because it's a Pala. So the mage would have to go a little bit different talents. There would be an Iron Bark as well. Like we would see something similar to what Enjoy Legion did, where they can have an Iron Bark for the Vendetta, and then they have the DK's actual cooldowns for the Arcane Power, and they would just rotate like that until they dampen.
So you mentioned that he's not running ring because he's playing with a Paladin. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, but he wasn't running ring into.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering. I was just wondering because I'm a plebeian. I'm not a rank 1 mage, so I was wondering why is it that he wouldn't run ring while playing with a Paladin?
Because playing against the Paladin.
Oh, against the Paladin. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Interesting.
No,
yeah.
I think playing with a Paladin doesn't really matter. You pick your ring against Druids only. You don't really pick it against anything else because the speed is so viable. Like the rotation of Arcane Mage, basically, for a lot of the time, like the filler rotation is to do 4 Arcane Blast and then Barrage, or Orb and then get 4 stacks from the Orb and then Barrage. So in doing so, that means that you're consistently slowing people, and Arcane does more damage to people who are slowed with an Honor talent, which he's running. And you also have movement speed. 50% increased movement speed with the talent that you take instead of ring. So Chrono Shift is just it's just superior in every single way if you're not against the Druid. But if you are against the Druid and you're playing with a Paladin, I mean, you saw yourself as well that not against the Paladin, sorry, you're against the Mistweaver. Then
I got you.
Then it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I feel like it might be hard to land a ring on Mistweaver too. Like, I guess like you don't have to worry about the immunes to polys with it because he's not a Druid. But man, just I was following Draenor a lot that game on my own UI, and just watching this Mistweaver just like kind of like run around the map, and I just see like in a far distance like a Paladin charger desperately trying to touch him. And, like a much easier thing and a much less risky for positioning scenario would be just to be in bear form. That'll prevent the polymorphs, will prevent the damage of the possible swaps. And it just seems like it might be harder, but I have to say Draenor is making this Mistweaver work and using the advantages of this Mistweaver to really avoid any swaps. But man, I know Mistweavers can take damage. I know they can.
He's definitely playing it really. I do think though that when he does those trinkets to blinds, like in general, when people trinket the blind against Arcane Mage Asa, I feel like you can punish that healer unless it's a Paladin. But if it's not a Paladin or a Priest, I feel like that's a very viable kill target for them. But I mean, they're having success right now going on the DK. I think it's partly because the Asa has a lot more uptime than he did on the Boomkin. So I like that adaptation. Oh, and we're seeing our Demon King. There he is, the first Demon King of the day, right?
Yep. One of the Illidari has entered the arena named Reelzin. He's playing that Demon Hunter, and they're going with the Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Mistweaver Monk composition. So they did change it up. They got rid of what? I don't even remember what they were playing. A Death Knight, sorry. So they went from the the Death King to the Demon King. And we're going to have to see how Reelzin pulls out the Demon Hunter. I am so excited to watch Reelzin and the Demon Hunter. I've watched him in VODs previously, and I think he's a phenomenal Demon Hunter. I really do. Absolutely. So this is going to be an exciting matchup. So if you're unfamiliar with some of the Demon Hunter's abilities, they have Darkness, which they drop on the ground and they reduce damage while sitting inside the area effect. They also have Blur, which increases their dodge chance by like 50%. And not to mention, they also have... Magic Reflect. I forgot what it was called, but they can reflect CC that's on probably their healer back onto whoever casted it. So here we go. The gates have opened, and it looks like Jamie is looking for possibly a sap, but everyone's in combat. So he's just going to go ahead and start with a Garrote onto Reelzin. Zanika running in, trying to get a Hodge, but he actually gets paralysis on that charger. Not going to get a Hodge just yet. And it looks like Big Mortal is kind of offensive. But here's the Metamorphosis out on to Galubaba, down to 50% here. Zanika's caught into that full cyclone. If they can follow it up, this may just be a block. Metamorphosis is just on the run, chasing down Galubaba, and he has nowhere to hide. Zanika now caught into that full solar beam, and Galubaba still taking the brunt of the damage. And a nice clone from Corki, keeping him nice and low for now. Let's see if they can follow up anything onto Zanika. Hand of Sacrifice goes off, and it should be okay. Now the cheap shot onto Reelzin. Can they turn this around with the Hodge onto Drainer? Full Polymorph lands, and Reelzin is on the run. The mobility of the Demon Hunter can be used offensively, but also defensively, if we just saw.
We got a bash that got trinketed from Sonica into clones, into imprisonment. Huge damage. There's a Blood of Silence as well on Galubaba. He's blinking away behind the pillar. He's somewhat safe right now. It should be okay. There's a full Hodge. Does he have a displacement to get back to Drainer? Doesn't look like it. There's not going to be any follow-up on that, and they are going on Corki right now. So they have changed back to going on the Boomkin. There's a full blind on Drainer. He's seeing if he can sit this, which he was doing in the previous game as well. Reelzin, though, he is free right now as a bird, and he's just going to town. Full resap coming out on Drainer. Nice Garrote as well to follow up on Corki. Full kidney, but he is in bear form, and he does have... No, he's in caster form, actually, but he does have skin, so he's going to be fine nonetheless. Reelzin, though, coming in, trying to do some damage onto Jamie. Doesn't manage to connect on the Arcane Mage right now. He is going behind the pillar, though, and he double blinks back to Xonica, which is in a double clone, and he gets incap on his melee wings. There's a huge incap into leg sweep from Drainer. They forced the block despite that because of this incap from Drainer. Very, very key moment there to push in. Great job by him. And that's the ice block. Now they're going to try to turn the pressure around. He's trying to land that Hodge on Drainer. Does manage to connect it, but there is the reverse magic by Reelzin, which reflects that CC, as David was mentioning earlier. Temp Shield coming out of Galubaba right now as he's taking some damage. He's trying to trade blows right now with Corki. There's a kidney in caster form on that clone. Mark of Balloon being popped. Can he get a sheep onto Drainer? I'd like to see him try, as he's right next to him. Doesn't get it, though. And there's the Metamorphosis right now. Ooh. This could just be the game. Does he have sack?
Doesn't look like it just yet. It looks like he has sack, but he doesn't want to use it because he used that bubble. So Galubaba is just taking it. There's the sacrifice. Good job by him for staggering that, because that might have been scary when it fell down. Metamorphosis is still up and running. They're swapping that pressure over out in the Zanika. They get the leg sweep. He's going to human trinket out of that immediately, but Resin is just Reelzin is just all over this Holy Paladin. Wings come out, and Galubaba gets stunned on that Presence of Mind. Nothing to dispel it just yet, but Darkness is going to be dropped by Reelzin, keeping his team completely aggressive, keeping himself aggressive as well. He's catching a bunch of heals, and Galubaba, no Temporal Shield, no block available, no wings or bubble for Zanika. So moving forward, he's definitely going to be scared. Corki's going to catch that cocoon super early, right before the full polymorph lands. The polymorph does happen, but Corki continuing to be the kill target now instead of Reelzin, trying to stop those full moons and whatnot. There's the full blind, and now Corki's got to be careful. He sees what's up. He's in that bear form before the kidney shot. There's the kidney shot. It's going to land. Drainer, no CC to follow it up just yet, and Corki should be just fine. He's still even holding onto that bark skin.
So we just got kidneyed now as well. They're just looking to wait for the playing a little bit defensive while melee wings. Galubaba in a little bit of trouble right now. Full Moon's being casted on Jamie out of the clone. Decides to cancel it. Reclones that Jamie on that sprint. Full kidney now onto Railsin, which he immediately trinkets out of and puts Sonica into prison, into clone. Nice CC chain there. They're trying to pressure onto Gelubaba to see if they do have the damage. Doesn't look like it. He gets a few swings up with those melee wings, and Gelubaba is going to be fine. Treasure's turning onto Railsin right now. A nice full moon that doesn't do a whole lot. And Railsin gets caught in a full kidney. No trinket out of this one. No CC on Drainer, though, and he's just channeling Soothing Mist from Africa, and he's going to be fine. There's a mark of a Lunith coming up here on Railsin. The Vendetta as well as that, and there is
Metamorphosis, and down goes Gelubaba. 1-2 punch. He had the Hand of Sacrifice available to him, but what the heck kind of damage was that? Corki got a cast off at the same time as Metamorphosis done onto Gelubaba, and that's all it takes. I mean, they whittle down these defensive cooldowns. He had no block available to him. They had no bubble. They had that Hand of Sacrifice, but he was probably on global. That happened so fast. And KFC managers, they're going to show them what's what with a huge amount of burst pressure and take game number 3.
That was I like that adaptation. They brought out Railsin. I do like that because it's actually something that I wasn't even thinking about when we're talking about if they're going to switch comp or not. But they do have a Demon Hunter on their on their roster, and Demon Hunter is a fantastic pick into Arcane Mage because of that mobility. You can match the mobility of an Arcane Mage with the Demon Hunter, and like I mentioned earlier, the mage, every mage spec has long cooldown. So once you do force that block, it's another 5 minutes until the next one. And with Metamorphosis being a 2-minute CD and being a very effective tool to force that block, I mean, the Demon Hunters just fit in very well. Also, when Gelubaba was getting sacked, what the Railsin would do was he would put Gelubaba into the demonic prison, and since the demonic prison is on the same DR as Polymorph and Sap, so not on the same DR as Cyclone, they managed to get a clone out of that as well, and that is literally the entire sack. Like, you're in prison for 4 seconds, then you're in clone, full duration, you come out, that's your sack, it's over. And that's what we saw them do early on as well, to manage to keep him low when that sack was used. So they just played the comp very, very well. Drainer did a good job as well, as always, trying to CCs, those Hodges and Polys. And yeah, they managed to get the win. I think we're going to see a comp swap from the Rogue Mage, though, for sure. I think we're going to see some Warrior Ellie or something. I don't think we're going to see another Rogue Mage game.
Or not Drainer, I'm sorry. I also like that Railsin, you know, like you're saying, you know, they when they get the Hand of Sacrifice, they adapt and just put him in that CC and keep his health nice and low. But Railsin also would switch to the Holy Paladin and try to be as disruptive as possible, you know, so the Holy Paladin stayed low as well. So when they go for the next, you know, setup onto Gelubaba, Zanaka not only had to pick up his mage, but he also had to pick up himself. And it's like little things like that really kind of put these healers to the test. But Zanaka, you know, utilizing that Beacon of Light, you know, did a great job at dealing with that. But it's those little things that we can't necessarily 100% see that these players are having to deal with. And there's a bunch of those little things. But it looks like we did get a map choice. Ruins of Warderon is the map choice. And we did get Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Mistweaver Monk locked in for, I believe that would be KFC managers, right? So
yeah, that's KFC. Yeah,
so Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Mistweaver locked in on Ruins. What do you think about that?
I mean, I would do the same if I was them. I would just, if they picked the Rogue Arcane Mage, you got your answer there. You had a game against it, and you are ahead in the series as well, so you can afford to lose a game and then switch up what you're doing and just see what they're gonna bring to actually counter it. Because that's what it's gotta come down to. You gotta see what else does Jamie and company have up their sleeve. What else can they pick against us? So I definitely think we're looking at a comp swap. Very surprised if they stick with it until the very end.
Yeah, because you know that's so abnormal. Big surprises in this tournament, man. This has been over and over and over again. We're like, there's no way they'll play Arcane Mage, our Assassination Rogue. Sure enough, Jamie on an Assassination Rogue. We have yet to see him play a Shaman yet this tournament. Maybe not this tournament, but yet this Final 8 broadcast. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Now, if you guys are just tuning in now, just so you guys are aware, Big Mortal, which is the team that we keep referring to consists of Zonica, who is an incredible healer, plays just about every healer class you can think of. Jamie, an incredible shaman, enhancement, and elemental, but as you see, he's playing an assassination rogue, showing that, ability to adapt. Blizzo on the warrior, Gelu Baba, as you've been seeing on the mage. They're going up against KFC managers, which consist of Shadow Priest Boomkin Shaman, Demon Hunter Boomkin Shaman, or Demon Hunter Boomkin Mistweaver Monk, I suppose. Whoa, do you see this in chat?
Oh,
locked in for
all right.
What? I'm assuming. Oh, this is Big Mortal. So this composition is coming out from Zonica, Jamie, Blizzo, and Gelu Baba, and they're coming out with the Arms Warrior. I can only assume is Blizzo. Unholy Death Knight. Who do you think that is, Jamie?
Unholy Death Knight would probably be Jamie. Yeah. I would say it's probably Jamie playing that. The Warrior is obviously Blizzo, and the Druid is Sonica.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. If Jamie's playing an Assassination Rogue today and an Unholy Death Knight, which are both not his mains, I'm going to be really impressed. But that being said, playing multiple classes that you're not familiar with is one thing. It's winning with those classes.
That's what I was going to say. Impressed, he's got to win first.
Yeah. You got to win first. But this is the lower bracket. The team that loses here is going to be eliminated. But Big Mortal versus KFC managers on Ruins of Lordaeron. That makes sense. Now that they chose Ruins of Lordaeron, a much smaller map, and then they play the double melee, they're going to have good uptime on a small map like that. Who do you think the kill target's going to be for the TSG of Big Mortal?
Who they're going to kill? I think they're probably, I don't know.
Boomkin?
I actually don't know. I guess, I would guess Boomkin. I think they can go on anything, really. I think if they can't reach, I think Boomkin main target. If they can't reach him, switch Demon Hunter. They could do grip shockwaves as well on the Mistweaver, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's an effective way to play the game. I think they will go Boomkin mostly. Just try to ride the Boomkin, spam charges on him, grip him after he blinks. Just try to be as annoying as possible and just kind of overpower that Mistweaver with how much damage they can actually do. Because I feel like Mistweaver is really good at healing spellcasters like spread pressure, but they're not as good as healing a double melee cleave, especially if we go to dampening. That cocoon is significantly less powerful in dampening, since dampening affects absorbs.
Now, I know, Rich, you are like a super good high-level player. If you guys don't know that about Rich, it's pretty well known. You probably should look him up sometime. Who is your prediction to win?
I honestly think KFC ends up taking it. I think it's not going to be, but it's just that they know how to play against Big Mortal. We've seen them beat them before, and that's just going to be such a huge factor as you go into this match, especially when you're in the lower bracket here. And they are already on match point as we lock into Ruins of Lordaeron here. I think KFC, if they don't take it here, they will be able to take it in a Game 5.
That's super fair. They're looking so strong. And Big Mortal, they're kind of going up against the team that they lost to in the last tournament. So they're they have to overcome this hurdle if they're going to get some of those regional points. 30 seconds until these gates open. And we do see Jamie on that Death Knight. So we'll see how this works out for him. I've been saying this the whole time, and it kind of sounds like I hate healers and I want them all to die, but I really want to see a swap to Draenor. I really want. If Draenor pushes in and he is on that Mistweaver Monk, I want the TSG to look at him and explode him because they absolutely have the ability to do that.
I would love to see a healer go down today. That's what I live for, man. Watching like shamans and stuff die. I would love to see a shaman as well. We'll probably see the first shaman and first healer kill at the same time, though.
that sounds absolutely possible. Reelson looking like he's going to be the kill target for Jamie for now. It might be difficult for Jamie to connect on this guy, but he's actually jumping onto Zonica, the Restoration Druid right now. He's going to get cycloned up out of that, and Draenor gets swapped into that Stormbolt. He's going to go ahead and port behind this tomb way back in the far corner, but that's just kind of some of the pressure that TSG has. Quirky now trying to get aggressive. He gets the Cyclone out on to Zonica and a double stun to follow it up. This is a Celestial Alignment, so he's doing a bunch of damage damage, but Zonica doing a great job with that Iron Bark to prevent that. Now getting bashed up in the middle of the map, maybe even getting swapped to. No, it looks like TSG really wants to just ride Corki into the ground so far.
Yeah, they used the anti-magic zone there. Shield. No, never mind. Just the trinket and the AMZ from Jamie. He's dripping 50% low right now. They're cleaving both of them, kinda. We got the Corki Munkin AoE damage right now, just spamming damage with the Starfall. A lot of cooldowns being popped right now. There's a what? Okay, there's the parry on 30%. Yeah, I'm so confused. There's so much, so back and forth here. But we got the parry being used here. So the warrior actually doesn't have a whole lot of buttons left to press. Reelsin taking some damage, Corki some damage. Everyone is just being cleaved right now. Trying to get caught into a clone. We got Blizzard trying to whirlwind his way through the enemies. We got paralyzed into a grip on Xonica.
There's the stun. They're swapping on a Drainer. They listen to us, man. He's at 50% health here. That's a sharpen as well, and Drainer might be in a little bit of trouble. He's desperately trying to get away. If they have maybe a leap, they can reconnect, but nope, not today. They're just going to swap it right back off onto the easy target to hit, which is currently Corki and Reelsin. It looks like they're splitting actually a little bit, and or I'm not even sure what they're hitting. They're TSG. They're hitting whatever's in front of them. Orc smash. Zonica also taking a bit of pressure from the Demon Hunter in the backline as well, and maybe this could be a vector of opportunity for him to really punish him. The Arcane Torrent goes out onto that Cyclone, but there's the bash. Can he follow up the Cyclone out of that? He does, and Reelsin is going to be peeled off of Zonica for now, but he's got to heal through his team, and the pressure from Corki is putting out onto both the DPS is pretty significant. This is warrior cooldowns, and it looks like it's going on to Corki.
There's a full fear coming into Drainer. Do they have anything to follow that up? A DR clone, it looked like. There it is. Not too much happening though. Get the cocoon traded. Full stun onto Zonica. They're going onto Xonica a little bit here. DR leg sweep. Everyone is getting AoE down right now. Even Drainers contributing with that Chi Tornado, I think. Everyone is just on 40%. There's a skin being popped by Xonica. And he also Iron Barks the warrior. So they should both be fine right now. A DR clone coming into Corki. Nothing much going to happen out of that though, as they are looking for Drainer. Can't manage to connect. Xonica is taking quite some damage as well here, and they're just rotting kind of to this Munkin Starfall damage. There's a grip, but he immediately porched that grip. Beautiful play coming out of Drainer, porched that Stormbolt, and he's going to be completely safe now for another 30 seconds, where they can just basically wreak havoc in the team of KFC managers.
I love that play from Drainer, as you pointed out. Zonica also was getting, tanked by Reelsin that whole time, and I think that it was communicated because now they're going on Reelsin quite a bit and peeling him off. But Blizzo's the one who's currently in trouble on the warrior. A big mortal bash onto Zonica. If they have anything, there's the full clone. Blizzo's on the run. He's got no die by the sword. He's got no rallying cry. He's got to be scared for his life. There's the DR clone to follow it up, and Blizzo runs in to maybe get a little bit disruptive. Even the crackling lightning coming out from Drainer. But he's going to catch that Iron Brick from Zonica as the CC finally fades, and Zonica is getting hit quite a bit from the Demon Hunter yet again. Every single time they leave this Demon Hunter open, they get. But Blizzo actually in a lot of trouble. Spell Reflect out of desperation coming out. Zonica has no Iron Bark available to him, and Die by the Sword just comes off a cooldown now. But a great double fear on both the DPS of KFC managers is going to give Blizzo plenty of time to be able to stabilize and heal through that for Zonica. But a triple stun comes out from Reelsin. Cyclone to follow it up on Zonica, and the pressure is not done yet. Triple CC out of that too. Can they continue this onslaught on to Blizzo? He's got nothing left. But actually, he does have that Die by the Sword. He's held onto it throughout all of that, and he's continuing to hold onto it. Bash, but now Drainer's getting swapped to, and he is gone. As soon as they even look at him, Drainer is across the map.
Yeah, that's the problem when it's an Orc Relentless. He's gonna make its way out. Big heal coming into Corki. Has to use his bark skin there. We got Blizzo taking some damage. He still does have his Die by the Sword. Jamie's taking some damage as well. They're kind of just falling back right now, trying to bait the enemy to come to them. Reelsin at 70%. No Metamorphosis available for quite some time, as that was just popped recently. There's an imprisonment going on to Blizzo. Nothing much can happen out of that. Oh, there's a full clone into Xonica. Now they're trying to turn their attention onto Jamie. He gets caught in a full stun. He's taking some damage, but it looks like he's going to be fine. Xonica taking a little bit of damage too, but he's going to top everyone. Big damage now onto Drainer, and he pours away to safety as well.
He's so fast, it's crazy. So Blizzo actually jumped on him with like all his cooldowns, and Drainer just like walked away. And then they got another stun on him, and he just walked away again. So it's just crazy. I swear, it's just like he's always super fast. Reelson now taking the brunt of the pressure, forced to pop that blur, reduce some of that damage coming in from this double melee. But it looks like they're cleaving him down quite a bit. Wow, that was actually a great leap by Reelson to get that Arcane Torrent off onto Zonica to prevent those cyclones from coming in. Now he gets cycloned himself. And it just looks like as we get deeper into dampening, the spread pressure of this DH Boomkin is getting harder and harder for Zonica to deal with.
Yeah, he has to pop his Iron Bark right there onto Blizzo. So Jamie, which has Corpse Shield, and now they're turning their attention to Reelson, which just pops Metamorphosis, and now he's going to leech that HP back and create huge pressure, full fear onto Drainer as well. But he's going to come out of that, and everyone's going to be fine.
I love the use of Sharpen on Metamorphosis to stop the healing, and that's actually going to force the Cocoon coming up from Drainer. And as we get deeper and deeper into dampening, Zonica's mana, it looks fine. Drainer's doesn't, so they're going to have to make something happen on to Blizzo right here, right now, possibly. Rallying Cry, Die by the Sword going to be used, and Zonica actually did get locked out there for just a moment. No Iron Bark available, and the Die by the Sword is going to fade. If they can continue this onslaught, this could be it for Blizzo. He's sitting in that defensive stance. Corki gets bashed up defensively from Zonica. Full Cyclone lands out onto him. Stun on to Drainer. They're making the swap onto him. Can they make it happen? The port comes out, and he is gone. He is out of there. Blizzo still the kill target, but Iron Bark's back up in just 3 seconds.
That was Warrior Cities as well. Reelson, they're turning their attention now towards Corki for a second, and I'll probably go back to Reelson in a moment. They're hitting Blizzo. Everyone is just taking cleave damage right now, just trying to get that pressure going and dampening. Someone gets caught into a full imprisonment. There is a double stun, immediately trinketed out by both the melees, into a DR Paralyze, into a DR Leg Sweep, into a DR Clone on Sonica, but he does have the Iron Bark onto Blizzo, so he should be fine. Triple Blood of Silence coming out of Reelson, just trying to create as much pressure and as much AoE damage as possible. Nice beam as well onto that cast on Sonica, and they're looking to finish up Reelson right now. He's on 40%. He might just get executed right. 4%.
He's so close. 1% health here. He's somehow dodging everything with that ability. The Cyclone out on the Drainer. Can Reelson be the live lord he needs to be? 19% dampening, and Cocoon is caught, and he survives through it all. Unbelievable. We're at 20% dampening here moving forward, and that was the opportunity Big Immortal needed, and now it is gone. Sweeping that pressure over out onto Zonica now at this point. Zonica in that bear form, popping that frenzy regen, and he is out of there, but Metamorphosis is still up for Reels, and he wants to get in there. He wants to do damage. Double stun going out on both the DPS of Big Mortal, and KFC managers are looking very good as we get deeper into dampening.
Oh, there's a full prison, and the full moon connects onto Blizzo, but Sonica Shadow melts the clone. Cork is still going to be looking for it, though. He's going for it with the cast running. He gets the full clone, and Blizzo is trying to pop all his cooldowns now to turn the pressure around onto Reelson, but Reelson is just kiting so nicely there, and it looks like he's stable. You're going to go in now. You've got a clone onto Blizzo on that Iron Bark, and to a DR clone as well. Iron Bark is about to fade.
Reelson, 10% health, man. He's in execute range. This could be it. Boom. Unbelievable. Like, there's so many times where I thought Blizzo was just gone. I thought he was dead forever. And they somehow found a victory, and Big Mortal is going to tie up the series 2-2. I'm so speechless right now. It's unbelievable.
I didn't really like that they put so much of their resources onto the Warrior. I feel like it's a little bit of a repeat of the Red Hunter series we had earlier, where I felt like they also put too much resources into the Warrior. I mean, it sucks. You have 2 tanks that you have to hit, but one of the tanks runs out of cooldowns and dies. The other tank doesn't run out of cooldown, therefore it doesn't die. I mean, Blizzo literally held on to parry until he was on 5% HP. Then when he was on 5%, he popped the Rallying Cry and then just parried, and then he lived. Yep. And I mean, it's such a powerful cooldown because of the damage reduction, and in addition to it, the fact that you're gonna dodge all the melee attacks. So just well played by Blizzo. He kept his health cold, and it paid off. I don't know if we will see a comp swap, to be honest. I feel like if we see a comp swap, that would maybe be more in favor of Jamie and Sonic and Blizzo than
because they just won. They do have to lock in first, so they kind of have to lock in assuming what the other team is going to play, and they did swap to this TSG, and it worked out for them. But it definitely seemed rough, to say the least. But like you said, I mean, that warrior got low, but it still is such a hard-fought battle. I actually have no idea what they're going to do going into Game 5.
I think you already touched on it, though. The comp advantage is going to be absolutely crucial here, especially when you're kind of, you have your back up against the wall. You're going home if you don't manage to win this one. And of course, the team that does progress further does not have a cakewalk at all. We're actually going to watch the series. It's going to determine who they're going to be playing, but it all comes down to this game. I honestly feel like today has just been a day of Game 5s. How many series have gone to Game 5? Like, everything's been going to Game 5.
Is it actually ever? No,
not everyone.
No,
Northern Blue is only
Northern
4.
Blue had 4 games.
Yeah. 3-1. Still not bad.
Yeah, it's no one's steamrolled at all. We haven't had anyone steamroll, and it doesn't look like we're going to have anyone doing that today. But the final game of this series, no matter what, is going to be the next one, and it's on Tigers. And we're just waiting to hear back what the comps are actually going to be for these teams. And I feel like you got to stay on the same comps here. I mean, you guys kind of already alluded to it, but the big X factor is just going to be having that comp advantage. That's where you see the potential for something to get a little bit funky and trying to counter what the other team brings.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come down to what they have prepared for this moment. I think right now, obviously, even if you know something counters what they're picking and you haven't practiced it, it's not going to do you any good knowing that counter. So it just comes down to how well prepared are the teams. Have they practiced a multitude of comps to deal with anything that's going to be thrown at them? And we'll just have to see what happens.
What do you feel like it looks like as far as practice goes when you are on this, like, slightly, like, the meta hasn't even formed yet around the hotfixes that came out, but how do you feel like teams are situated as far as practice goes? I mean, obviously seeing a little bit earlier, like seeing that Demonology Warlock, like, is that a tell that teams maybe haven't had enough time to practice with the changes and are still sticking to old strategies?
I feel like, I mean, in that particular case, I think considering the 2 teams that were playing, the fact that Jamie's team does have a lot of double melee, like you saw TSG, they also have Blizzard Demon Hunter available. I wouldn't pick Destro or Athlete into any of that. So I think that's mainly why Warwick's chose to go with Demo. But I do think that people aren't as prepared as they could be. But I think that this is something that affects every team as well. So it is fair in some way. I feel like it just sucks for the people who got nerfed specifically. So the mages and the warlocks and the druids, I guess.
It basically, but because of the state of it, it doesn't necessarily give any particular team an advantage, but it does maybe give multi-classers an advantage, which I feel like has kind of just been a thing in Legion in general. It's a little bit different than the World of Warcraft arena than you're used to, right? You don't have players that are only defined by one class, but by a multitude of classes. But we also have a rivalry brewing here between these 2 teams, Big Mortal and KFC. I mean, you said it earlier, D Machine, the fact that KFC managers were the ones to send Big Mortal home earlier in, like, that was, 3 weeks ago? Something like that. So now they have the potential to do it again. And if not, I mean, that just makes the storyline even better if Big Mortal actually manages to get this one, right? Just trading it back and forth, who's kicking who out. We do have a little bit of a rivalry brewing, and now we actually do see that Big Mortal going to be playing THLE.
What the heck? Okay.
Ooh.
So doesn't really speak to me in any regard specifically. I mean, it's a fairly even map. It can go either way. And in response to that, Big Mortal, as the winning team, locks in their composition first. They locked in Demon Hunter, Elemental Shaman, Holy Paladin. We've been waiting for this Blizzo Demon Hunter. You've been talking about it all the time. Now we get to see it. It's DHLE, Holy Paladin. And so it must be Jamie on the Elemental Shaman and Zonica on the Holy Paladin.
Yeah, and the Blizzo Demon Hunter been mentioning a little bit.
It's Illidan versus Illidan confirmed as the Demon Hunter Boomkin Mistweaver Monk is locked in yet again for the opposing team, which is KFC manager. So
who do you guys favor in this one?
I don't know, man. It's
Why
like
not?
Mistweaver and Holy Paladin, and Elemental Shaman and Boomkin. It's like two hybrid casters versus two very different type of healers.
I think this could go either way, to be honest. I don't know. Someone obviously has the edge. Who would I put it on?
I feel like the edge almost is more about who's familiar with these classes that they're playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what has Big Mortals been doing with their free time that they've been practicing Demon Hunter Ellie? Like, it's just it seems a little weird to me. Like,
it's not, and it's not only just about like the individual classes and the individual specs they play. It's also really about, and this is a huge variable, which is playing with that specific composition has like different variables as well. So yeah, Zonica might be super familiar with like a Holy Paladin. Is he super familiar with the playstyle of a Holy Paladin with a Demon Hunter and an Elemental Shaman? Maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe in this composition, it's a very similar to other compositions, but it's still definitely a risk they have to take into consideration. But Corky, of course, has been playing that Boomkin. I think he only plays the Boomkin, it would seem, and he plays it at an incredibly high level. And Jamie, of course, plays a Shaman, Elemental, and Enhancement. So both of those guys are super familiar with those classes. We're going to have to wait and see in the game.
Yeah, this is...
So, any predictions?
Are we going to make a prediction here, man?
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not going to make a prediction.
Come on.
I'm going to take a bold move. I'm going to say Big Mortal takes the series 3-2.
Okay.
I'm gonna say KFC then. I'm gonna stick to my guns. KFC. This team's been able to beat Big Mortal before, and I'm gonna have to base it on that because I have no idea what this is gonna look like when the comps are actually playing against each other. So I'm just gonna put my money on KFC managers. And Zico, you have to make a choice now.
Oh, I'm the tiebreaker. I'll go with you, Richard. I'll believe in the KFC. I'll believe in
my boy Blizzo and Jamie over here. They're gonna bring me to victory.
No, I think the main factor could be that Realzin is playing his main, whereas Blizzo is playing his alt. So I feel like there's going to be some difference on that. And I think that the healer is going to make the biggest difference. I don't know how the matchup is going to play out, obviously, as I haven't really seen this matchup played on like ladder or anything. But I feel like the trainer could definitely have big impact on this game with his Monk play. So we'll just see what happens. We're going right off the gates. We got a nice root to totem there coming out of Jamie, rooting everyone up. Realzin charging in. Corky getting instantly imprisoned. Blinking across, trying to get that badge to get a counter prison now onto Sonica. No follow-up on that. Corky got kicked on that Cyclone. It seems there's the melee wings coming out of Sonica. Jamie's dipping quite a bit low, but he has the melee wings on his side, so that should be fine. He gets cloned though. And Jamie is taking huge damage right now. Actually, he has to pop that astral shift. Corky taking a little bit of damage though, but he should be fine. He's in that bear form. Still has that bark skin as well available. Sonica gets root beam. Beautiful play coming out of Corky, and there's no follow up right now as he still is there. There's a triple stun coming out. Clone on Blizzo. Imprison on Sonica. This could be big cooldowns already being popped here. Jamie trying to live. The cross CC is amazing coming out of Realzin and Corky. This is a phenomenal job. Realzin gets hodged there behind the pillar into Elemental Shaman stun. Gonna go out to Trainer's line and receive that Soothing Mist. Turn that pressure onto Blizzo for a little bit. Forces the sack actually. And now they're gonna hit back on Jamie, probably. And they do so. But Jamie right now seems to be fine. They're waiting for that next CC setup to go. And there it is, the prison into a full clone. And now they're going hard. But Risen is taking quite a bit of damage himself. Jamie seems to be stabilizing, and Sonica has a bit of melee wings left now, so he should be fine. And they're turning the pressure onto Risen, but Risen does get imprisoned.
I have no idea who has an advantage right now. I mean, Jamie is getting shut down significantly, but when he does have the setups, Realzin gets hit hard. Double stun go out into Jamie and Zonica. Blizzo caught in the clone. Zonica now caught into that beam, but he actually gets the Hodge off out of that. But Blizzo on the back foot is stunning up basically the whole team of KFC managers, but Jamie is the one who's dying. forcing another bubble. And Big Mortal, man, these boys aren't taking it home for me. It doesn't seem like that because they're getting so many defensive cooldowns so quick. No shamanistic wall, or the wall is back up, but the bubble is not. Wings coming back in just 10 seconds. Maybe if Jamie can continue to kite. Double leg sweep from Drainer as he pushes in. That was a sick stun. Reelsin going ham into Jamie, bringing him down to half health here. Zonica actually getting interrupted there and just spamming Martyr, not looking for another interrupt. There's the Hodge going out onto Drainer, and Reelsin, it looks like the be to kill target. Finally, a Stormkeeper connects. Can they get the damage going out with it? This is also Sky Fury out onto Risen, but it looks like Corky's actually the one who's taking the most amount of damage out of all of them. Zonica's melee wings is also doing some damage into him as well, but Drainer is having no problems keeping him up through this because there's no CC going his way.
Corky actually messed up there. He missed the timing. Got a triple DR to one off. Pretty sure he was just a little bit too early there. Wanted to get a full one. And then he got a full moon up. There is the nice prison though. Sonic actually doesn't have a bubble, by the way. So they could maybe look to switch on him. Nice stun though. Gonna negate that. They're gonna turn some pressure onto Corky, who by the way doesn't have bark skin right now. He's in a little bit of trouble, so he's gonna go with that bear form. Get picked up a little bit by Drainer. Sonica though on 50% right now, being cleaved by that frisbee from Reelsin. And Reelsin is just trying to AoE them down right now, being a professional frisbee thrower. But he's gonna be stabilized, Sonica. After using that wall, they're gonna look to turn the pressure onto Jamie. There's a full imprisonment on Sonica on the melee wings right after into a DR leg sweep, and then he bops the leg sweep and sacks. I like that play coming out of Sonica, not letting himself get cloned, but without sacking. And then Corky just clones the sack instead on Jamie, and they're gonna turn the pressure onto Drainer. I'm not sure. They hodged him and then they went on him a little bit. They still got some pressure. It looks like they actually want to commit to this a little bit. Blizzo going a little bit on Drainer, but he's gonna just teleport away and top himself up and top Corky. Everyone is just in really good shape right now, and Sonic has no melee wings for 20 seconds. They're a full clone onto Blizzo, into a full imprisonment onto Sonica. Jamie has to immediately pop that Astro Shift, gets kicked on some of his heals as well. Reelsin gets put into prison, and it really feels like Blizzo Demon Hunter is playing the PL game, where Reelsin is playing more the setup and actually try to kill game. It feels like they're playing on the back foot here. There's a full hodge onto Reelsin.
Drainer actually got stunned in the middle of the map there. I thought he was going to get lit up. Corky looking for a full moon, possibly on the Blizzo, but I think you're 100% right. They're definitely playing a more Peely game, and Reelsin is in the back line completely. He's actually going to get stunned up by the Elemental Shaman. Can they get anything out of that? Metamorphosis comes out, and he's going to get a whole bunch of leech out of that, but there's the full CC going out onto Zonica. Can they follow it up? Doesn't look like it. Reelsin actually gets peeled off from there, and Jamie is the one who's on the back foot. Jamie is just positioning himself right next to Zonica the whole game and really forcing Reelsin to have to overextend if he's going to hit Jamie. And it's working out so far, but for how much longer? We just hit 1% dampening. There's the double leg sweep. Blizzo caught in a cyclone. It's a 3v0 because everyone was in CC. Jamie getting lit up by that full moon, but catching a huge heal from Zonica following that up. And now the darkness gets dropped. I believe that was from Blizzo. So yeah, Jamie's going to go ahead and sit pretty inside that and try to tank some of that damage. But the cocoon going out onto Corky before the stun on the Draenor is just another defensive cooldown that they got out. They also got the wall. So if they can continue this this pressure over out on the Corky, maybe they can punch through the defensive wall that is Drainer and Corky.
Yeah, they actually overlapped the skin there with the cocoon, so there's an opportunity to kill Corky later on. For now, though, they're just trying to live the go coming out of Reelsin and Corky. Looks like Sonica's melee wings are going to run out soon. He imprisons Jamie, interestingly enough, and clones up Jamie. It looks like they want to go on Sonica. I'm not really sure. Yep, they are connecting on Sonica right now. There's a nice leg sweep on Sonica. They are aware that he doesn't have bubble or buff. He clones him on that wall low. Really nice clone coming out of Corky. Reelsin is taking some damage though. Drainer has to push in a little bit, and he might risk getting hodged now, and that's why they're playing this way, to get easier hodges onto Drainer. There's a full hodge onto Drainer, and they're actually switching to Drainer. Do they have a restun though? They do not have a restun, and just porch to safety. Nice imprison onto Jamie, and now Reelsin's team is actually the ones feeling a little bit. Blizzo caught into that cyclone. Reelsin caught into that root. There's a hex being thrown as well on Reelsin. Gets decursed. There is a full metamorphosis, full stun into restun on Sonica. Immediately bubbles that. Doesn't want to take any chances and get some uptime with his melee wings. Trying to top everyone up. Corky now has his skin back though, so he's gonna immediately use that bark skin. And he should be stable. There's a nice full clone onto Jamie, a full moon onto Sonica. Doesn't manage to get it off. Drainer just ports out to safety as well. And right now they are just trying to stabilize and try to get going
Zonica. And Zonica has no bubble to deal with this as well. Hannah Sacrifice isn't going to really help him a whole lot when he's the kill target. And it looks like he actually did get locked out on that beam to heal. So Zonica waiting for that lockout. He's got 13 seconds until he gets those melee wings back up. And when he gets those melee wings back up, he actually gets interrupted yet again. This could be it for Zonica. Still no melee wings for 5 more seconds. If they can commit some damage, maybe even a bash, and there it is. He's going to go ahead and trinket out of that with his human racial, but he's going to get Arcane Torrent out of it from Reelson, and Reelson is just continuing this onslaught on him. But on the back line, Blizzo's looking for a race, maybe onto Drainer, and Drainer is just so slippery. Blizzo jumping in, getting a double stun on both the DPS, really peeling for Zonica for now, and the melee wings are keeping him completely fine as we go deeper into dampening. We're at 18% so far, and the mana pool is definitely in favor of Drainer, but Jamie is the one who is very, very scared. Hand of Sacrifice now being used. He gets stunned up, leg sweep onto Zonica, and they're going to swap over onto him yet again. He's going to bop himself out of that stun and line of sight for now. But
he doesn't have melee wings. He can't really pick up Jamie right now. He doesn't heals to top him with. And there was a beam right now on that cast. I think he had Aura Master up maybe. Yeah, that would explain why Jamie's topped as well. Blizzo gets caught into a bash, trinkets that immediately. Reels in now, getting Metamorphosis stun. Corky under some heavy fire as well. He's got his Incarn up though, trying to counter pressure that. There's a big full moon coming crashing in. Doesn't connect. Right now we got Sonica popping those melee wings. He should be able to top Jamie. There's a nice darkness as well from Blizzo. Nice clone onto that melee wings that could just spell the game for Jamie. 15%, 10%, 24% HP right now, but those melee wings are up for a little bit longer and they are doing God's work right now. Sonica doing everything he can to top him up. And in the midst of things, we had Drainer also burn his cocoon in that exchange. A nice prison onto Rilson should make Jamie safe for now, but Sonica is dipping very dangerously low on mana, caught into that full stun. Nemesis onto Jamie, into double DR stun. He could just go down. Blood of Silence, 3%. Nice setup coming out of KFC managers, and they sweep game 5. Well done.
KFC managers did it, proving me wrong. Big Mortal, you know, they lost to KFC managers in the last fight. I thought Big Mortal had it going into this one. They looked strong. They looked like they were capable of doing it, but KFC managers staying calm, staying consistent, and showing an incredible setup to end that series. 3-2 on Tiger's Peak, and they will move on. And that was an elimination match, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Big Mortal's not able to find their revenge there. And like I said, D-Machine, they are going home. KFC manager is going to live to fight the winner of our next series. And honestly, the last series was just absolutely crazy. What was going on with those comps? There were new changes, so we're seeing a bunch of new stuff here today. If you are a little bit behind in the meta though, and you want to learn stuff about these new comps, some new classes, a great resource to do that is of course Skill Capped, and they prepared a quick video for us today, so you know what you're getting out of the site if you're going to jump over there and check it out for yourself. And now you're taking a look at the brackets. I want to give one more shout out though to SkillCapped for actually helping us out with the prize pool quite a lot here today. And as you can see when looking at the brackets, these are the teams that are still left fighting for it. We have in the top bracket, it's going to be Enjoy Legion versus Northern Gaming Blue. And they had some pretty tough teams to cut down to get there. Enjoy Legion taking out Big Mortal, who we just saw get taken down by KFC managers, and Northern Gaming Blue cutting down another one. And now another one is going to be the team that we shift our focus on as they play ABC. The winner of that playing up against KFC managers. And then the winner of that actually has to play the loser of Enjoy Legion versus Northern Gaming Blue, another series which is going to be quite difficult. And those are series that we are going to see tomorrow, because the last series of the day is going to be another one versus ABC. ABC. And now, as we talk about the prize pool, as these teams are moving closer and closer to that giant pot of gold, if you want to help make that even bigger, you can jump in on the Matcherino. We have the link in chat, and any money does help. Thank you so much for supporting the players already. The prize pool looking quite big. But as we get into this matchup, another one versus ABC, gonna turn it over to the experts here. Who do you guys think can take this series? Do you have any predictions? Do you think ABC with Daisy Duke rocking out on that Hunter again, or do you think another one's gonna be able to make easy work of maybe some chinks in the armor with a newer class being played by Daisy Duke?
So another one, correct me if I'm wrong, is basically the jungle. Like they play just jungle.
Yep.
So we got another one on the jungle, and they're going up against ABC, otherwise known as the team captain is Alec, otherwise known as Daisy Duke. He prefers to be called Alec. I just been told. I've been calling him Daisy Duke for about a year and a half now. So that's
Wait, what?
I know.
You never
I
told me
missed the
that.
Daisy Duke name, but his name apparently is Alec, and it's going to be him, Nixie, Asgarath, and Kara. So. I mean, we saw Alec on that Hunter, or Daisy Duke on that Hunter. Nixie plays a warrior and a rogue, so they have that warrior mage druid. They have RMD. They have Ret warrior, and they have Cupid Cleave, aka Ret Hunter, available to them. I guess they could possibly play even TSG. I heard that there's rumors that Kara can play a DK, so they even have TSG available for him. It is so hard to predict what these guys are going to go in with the blind pick because there's just so many comps that they can play nowadays.
And if you're just tuning in, it's kind of been a recurring theme today. Blind pick is, especially when we're in a position where you may not know the teams as well as you used to, right? I mean, they have a lot at their disposal, some changes coming in. Everyone is just trying to get that little edge, surprising people. And this is an EU tournament, so these teams are quite good at really mixing it up.
I love this matchup.
Oh, man, this is going to be – you
see this match? Oh, I'm so pumped for this, man.
I just said we're in EU. This feels pretty NA to me.
This is pretty NA.
I think, first of all, the bold prediction on the game, I think ABC is going to win this.
I agree.
Just my stomach feeling, I think they have a lot of comps to run. I think if you know what your opponent is running, you should have something prepared
to counter it. Do you see this game, Zico?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I mean, I know you're excited.
I'm so excited right now.
This is what you played, right?
Yeah, this is besides the BM Hunter, because NA is still behind EU on the BM scenario, but yeah, it's Ret Hunter Priest. This is my bread and butter. I love it, and I really do think between like the hand of sacrifices, or I'm sorry, the blessing of sanctuaries, that Kara is gonna be able to keep his discipline priest out of like those CC chains. Yeah. Theoretically, I think the Ret Hunter should have an advantage, but we'll have to wait and see. Feral Druids can kite forever, so maybe they're going to be running at the Hunter this time around. Looks like Illustrated is going to be the kill target. Bash goes out on the Doge Priest. Kara getting stunned up as well, so they weren't actually get the Sanctuary, and the full trap will land. Pain is set, Eye for an Eye and Pain's Up and the Wall are going to be used for Kara, so a bunch of buttons in retaliation of that, and that wasn't even Incarnation.
Full trap though onto Riplol. And Cassidy has to get his pain suppression as well from Riplol. Now a full Hodge onto Riplol. Can we get anything? We don't have anything out of that. He landed a trap, like a blanket trap, where he faked the death. Cassidy should have to use his wall there though, and he should be stable from that. Full in-cap onto Doge Priest. Immediately removes that, and he still doesn't get the death in between though, so he has to trinket that actually. Could have been, was a nice sanctuary, a tiny bit earlier, could have been a save and trinket. Daisy gets full fear onto him. Kara now taking huge amounts of damage. They don't really have anything to answer. This should be an easy bubble. There's a full bubble, and there's a full trap onto Riplol, a flash onto Doge Priest with no sanctuary available. He's still 30%. I think he should be able to get picked up by Doge Priest if he doesn't get cross-kicked here. He deaths. No, he gets faked on his death.
There's Eye for an Eye. This is froze. This has got to be it. 3% health, and down goes the Ret Paladin. Wow. What did I just say about a composition advantage? Because I didn't quite see it. But man, they got so many defensive cooldowns out of the Ret Paladin in the opener without Incarnation, and I really think that kind of spelled the end for ABC. And that sort of fast-paced gameplay, those little minuscule seconds of decision making really kind of like affect this entire game, because as you saw, they're so fast.
I feel like the turning point in this small game, that Sanctuary I don't think Askarov was spamming Shadowward Death when he was stunned. Oh, well, not Shadowward Death, Premolition, since it's called that in Legion. Basically, you use the spell. 1 second later, you take damage. If you take the damage and you get CC'd before you take damage, it breaks the CC. For those who don't know how it works. And I don't think he was spamming it when he got stunned, because when you're stunned, you're actually off global cooldown, obviously, because you're not doing anything. And he got dispelled a little bit before the trap, but he couldn't get a death in between. Maybe he got dispelled at the exact same time. I'll have to check the replay. But yeah, I think there they had to use Trinket, and they just got the bubble as well. So, and you got the PS right away at the start. So, I mean, it's just too many things at once. And like you said, the Incarn is still available to spells the end immediately. If that
I want to see that matchup again. I'm still smiling when you enter the last series and it's Cupid versus Jungle. Nothing's going to make me happier. And one of the things that is really exciting about it is the thing that you're touching on. It's those tiny little decisions that just carry the entire pace of the game. One moment can really spell the end, and dampening's a lot different, right? Usually you'll see the same setups happen over and over again, and you're just waiting to get to the point that setup actually puts you in a kill window. With a match like this, it's just you don't know when it's going to go down, and it's different every time too. It's not like a cooldown rotation. It's really just figuring out, can we afford to use it here? Because we're probably only going to use it once in the entire match. So I want to just keep seeing this over and over again. I'll watch 30 games of this right now. And it looks like at least half of my wish is answered, as another one is definitely locking in the same comp. We expected that, though. This is their primary comp. And we don't expect them to switch too much here in this series. The map is going to be Ash mains. Now we're just waiting for Alex team ABC. Not going to call him Daisy Duke anymore. Do not want to upset him.
Apparently.
This guy. Hey, really nice guy. Did not know that he's major brand change for him. He's been around for a long time too.
Yeah, apparently Daisy Duke was a name that he created for himself when he was 14 years old. So
Makes
I know the
sense.
feels.
I mean, I'm not even allowed to use the name I made for my 14 years old. You guys don't let me cast with it anymore. And I was actually probably even younger than that. And I really wish I could. I need to take it up with the higher ups. I want to bring it back.
I can. Yeah. I'm still using it.
I had a toxic name, man. I used to be called Kiss My Smite, and then I used to play Diablo 2, and I had a Smite Paladin, which used to hit people with the shield.
I like Kiss My Smite. That's a good name.
I don't know.
It reminds me of someone else's name. It's kind of weird.
Even the admins are calling you scum right now. My
Scum Lord.
My handle was Loves to Spoon, and as soon as I started working at MLG, they were like, I switched it. I was like, okay, I won't be Loves to Spoon. I'll just be Spoon. And apparently that's not even cool. So I'm stuck with Rich Campbell. Thanks, Mom.
Ooh.
Thanks, Mom.
So we have the same composition for another one. We confirm that. But we just got confirmation on ABC's comp, and they're going back to their roots. They're going to sub fire disc. This is how I learned who ABC was. When I was doing the GCD tournaments in EU, this is what I used to see ABC dominate with. They would go all the way to the finals with this composition. So we're going to see them come out with the sub-rogue fire mage discipline priest.
Yeah, that was always the thing that defined them too in EU, is they were rocking rogue mage with the disc priest too. Like they love that disc priest. And it is cool. I think we started to talk about this just a little bit, to see Daisy Duke get back on the mage, because he's been playing forever. And I called him Daisy Duke again, but Alec has been playing for absolutely ever. And he was kind of going to tournaments back before the scene was even as developed as it is now. Took a little bit of a break and then came back recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around for a really long time. I mean, he was already a top player back in Burning Crusade, so he's definitely not a stranger to the WoW scene. It looks like people left.
Some sort of issue on the ABC side. They're going to go ahead and leave the arena. This is absolutely what they need to do. You know, like if you're unfamiliar with arena tournament rules, if you have an issue, you leave before the gates open. That's basically so. We're going to jump out and see when these guys are ready to queue back up. But man, I am so stoked to see this RMP, man.
I don't know even how to leave the arena.
But,
hit escape and then right click on the little eye.
Oh, okay.
Got the
but yeah, so what we were talking about though with Alec, you said he was already a top player in BC. I forget though. I know he talked about it in an interview we had with him a little while back. He left for a little while, which is why some of the newer spectators might not know his name. If they watched last season, they definitely do. But I'm trying to remember if the break was during MOP or if it was during Kata.
It was, I think, MOP.
Yeah,
no. He played in MOP. I think it was in. I'm pretty sure it was in Kata.
So he's been back since MOP, and he has been swinging for sure. But we are going to see they are trailing by 1 game in this series. Let's see if Alec and this new comp with his team, the comp that they have been known for, is going to be enough for them to take a game against another one and tie up this series.
I think this is like the general consensus in EU that Rogue Mage with Subfire should beat Jungle with Disc. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it happen. They definitely seem to think they can. And they're probably going to do setups. That's a BM Hunter. So yeah, they're going to be doing setups onto the Feral. Just kidney shotting the priest into sheep/clone. And yeah,
we got another replay, guys. Sorry about that. The gates haven't opened yet, but we're having a couple of technical difficulties, it would appear, and we're gonna try to jump back into this game in just a second, guys. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, we got plenty to talk about here.
I know, and and the funniest part about this is that this is one of the most highly anticipated games that I want to see. Like Jungle, every single time that this team plays into somebody else, regardless of what it is that they're queuing, it is such a fast pace. It is so exciting. Same with RMP, I've noticed as well. Especially with the Disc Priest, RMP's got some really fast-paced game, and to see these two compositions kind of clash head-to-head with both of their bread and butters. I mean, another one super well known for their jungle at this point. They've been queuing nothing but. I think they actually queued jungle last year as well, and now RMP, ABC. If you've been following the scene last year, they're super well known for RMP too.
Yeah, I think one of the exciting things too. This is something I like to see a lot during Legion, seeing teams that are known for like one comp, right? Like another one's really known for their jungle, going up against a team like ABC that has the option to switch their comps around nonstop. And it's like, we go as deep as we possibly can on one composition. We play it to the highest ceiling possible. Can we still win against a team that can just keep mixing stuff up and putting us on our toes? Because the very Legion style of play is multi-classing, right? And having those options in your pocket, really trying to work around, use that composition advantage that you get by winning the blind pick and things like that. But every now and then you just have someone that just plays the class perfectly. There's no beating that sometimes.
Yeah. There's a lot of varieties that happen too. I think Zico, you actually said this a little bit earlier. It's like, now that they're playing a Holy Paladin, this composition no longer is like a hard counter, or it no longer gets hard countered. It was with the priest that they get hard countered, and even though that you're playing the same composition, a Feral Hunter or whatever, you can change up the spec from BM to Marksman. You can change up the healers class as well, and those little changes. Not a whole comp change, but those little changes can really just change the dynamic of a composition completely. So they still give you like that opportunity to avoid those counter compositions. But it looks like the game might be ready here on Ash and Main's Fall. Yeah. We're going to have to wait and see.
Just to jump on what you were saying too, D Machine. I mean, sometimes it can be what seems as small as one talent change, but can really ripple out and affect the entire matchup.
Yep.
Yeah. And especially with the healers, I mean, if you change a healer to something different, that it like renews the comp in a way. Like the things that you get countered by with this healer, you might not be countered by with this other healer. But then with this healer, you're weaker against, let's say, Spell Cleave instead of the Rogue Mage, for example. So it really just depends on the matchup, and that's the beauty of the tournaments, that kind of what your enemy is running. So you do have some time to prepare for that. But the game is going to go start in. We got the pets being sent in immediately onto Alec. He's just Scorching, stacking up that movement speed that you get from Scorching. Riplo just shielding everyone. There's a Sheep Shot onto Illustrated. It seems to be the target of choice, the Hunter here. We got a full bash into the trap onto Doge Priest. Immediately, where did he? Human Trinketed and deft the trap, actually. Great play coming out of Asgard there. And another Sheep Shot on Cassidy, which is the folks right now. Full Kidney onto Riplo. Can they get a Fear to follow up on that? The full Poly instead, actually. Nice wall coming out of Cassidy. A little bit late though. He's running around the pillar. And nice Inconstance onto Nixie Rogue. Full Fear onto Riplo. He might actually just go down in the opener.
Yeah. 20% health here. Another half polymorph follows it up on Ripwell, and somehow Cassidy is still alive through this. He has no more walls available to him, but he's going to pop the Incarn, and he's going to get aggressive over out onto Alec through this, but he gets cheap shotted. He's still in bear form. He's still really, really scared, but the DRs look like they're done on the Ripwell, and Cassidy is going to be able to be A-okay. But through that whole setup, they got everything, and Cassidy's still not out of the water just yet. Alec is still completely aggressive, pushing in and spamming those fireballs. There's the full maim on the Doge Priest. Can they follow it up with some CC? Can they get some momentum onto Alec? It just doesn't seem like it. Still nothing following it up onto Doge Priest. Cheap shot goes out onto Cassidy, and Ripwell sees the setup hit yet again, and it's going to pop that pain suppression, but nothing follows it up onto Ripwell. Maybe ABC wants to hold their DRs until that goes down. There's the full blind, and Cassidy is on the run, trying to reconnect onto Alec as they got the trap. But it looks like there's no pressure for Alec, or it just looks like Doge Priest is really good at being able to avoid that CC. Cheap shot goes out onto Illustrated. Maybe they're going to make a swap over out onto him. Huge damage hits him, and I think that actually is going to force his exhilaration, his big hunter heal for now, and the damage then goes back over out onto Cassidy. No survival instincts available. Full kidney shot on the Ripwall. Can they follow it up with anything? Polymorph onto Illustrated. It's going to be dispelled immediately by Ripwall, keeping his team aggressive. Can they get off that? No cheat. No. It's going to get interrupted. But the trap on the Doge Priest is going to do some damage to Alec.
And there is a stun coming out to Cassidy, triple DR though. So he's actually going to be free now. They're going to go for the bash into a full trap setup there. Can he get it? No. Nice kidney shot there by Nixie. Also a full ship onto Ripload. So Illustrated might actually be forced into the aspect of the turtle. Can't get the repolish, so he sabs into a beautiful CC chain coming out of ABC. Full fear still on Ripload, and there is the aspect of the turtle. Now the Feral doesn't have necessarily any cooldowns, and so does the Hunter. They only have a priest trinket on the side of another one. And right now they're trying to turn that pressure onto Daisy Dukes. Got a full kidney now onto Ripload. Illustrated dropping a little bit low. Full sheep shot now. Can they get a full poly onto Ripload? Trying to fake that. Shadow with Death gets the Dragon's Breath. Can't cast the sheep just yet though. He fakes the. Did he fake it? Nope, he doesn't fall for it. Very nice mind games coming out of Ripload there, saving his Shadow with Death for a rainy day. And there's a full sheep being casted now though. Does he defs it? Beautiful play. Well done,
Ripwell gets out of that, but the cheap shot on Cassidy hits. Another cheap shot to follow it up onto Ripwell. Still no survival instincts for 30 more seconds, and Cassidy's got to be careful. A fear to follow it up, and Cassidy is completely alone. He's trying to even cast a heal on himself. He gets gripped back, and he is still in the game somehow, some way. Doge Priest keeping the momentum and even mind controlling the Hunter, keeping him out of play, stopping anything from hitting him. But Cassidy getting cheap shotted in cat form yet again. Can Ripwell keep him up through this? There's the full trap on the Doge Priest. Can they swap it around? He's in bear form, but the kidney shot lands. He is just trying to kite for his life, but Nixie Rogue is actually the one who's in trouble. He pops that evasion, and he should be okay, but Cassidy is not. 10% healthier, half polymorph. Surely this is it. ABC tie up the series on Ashamane's Fall 1-1 with the patented RMP that they're so well known for.
Well done.
Their CC that's so insane.
Yeah, I mean they played good. The sad part is that Ripload actually played really well that game as well, but like it's just it's a hard matchup. Once the RMP has that pressure, you gotta get something done with the Incarn. Like if RMP gets pressure and you just keep that pressure rolling the whole game, and you can just get those fear, get those resheeps as well. Like all of that needs to be stopped, and there needs to be a lot of pressure coming out of the jungle. And I mean, you really gotta do feel for the jungle as well. Getting knocked down to the lower bracket by RMD, and then they face another rogue mage in the lower bracket. I mean, it's definitely a struggle to try to kill those fire mages as a feral druid nowadays.
Yeah, and so I have to ask this question to you, Zico, because you are the mage expert here. We were talking about like slightly making these little changes to this jungle cleave to really just change the dynamic of the team. Is there a slight tweak that jungle cleave can do to counteract rogue mage?
Play druid. The counter to rogue mage is druid? Yeah. I like that. I'm serious. Play Resto Druid Feral Druid. People were playing last season like Boomkin Resto Druid Ellie at like 3.2k and stuff. It was crazy. Yeah, like double Druid is not bad, and I think like you have a healer, which if played really well is super hard to CC, doesn't necessarily go that easily, and also has crazy healing output, especially for AoE pressure as well, and just that Iron Bark to deal with rogue matches. Overall, it's a better healer. Priest can be sheeped. The druid can't really tank random sheeps, and that's what actually costed them the game. That the priest did get random. Actually, no, he got sheeped out of the kidney, but he tanked one random sheep.
In the same breath, though, Zico, you did already say these guys got knocked down by a rogue mage. I think if they had the option, they probably would have at least broken it out by now and given it a whirl. Yeah. So it seems like they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. And ABC really being smart, not necessarily breaking it out in that opening. I'm actually surprised now that I was about to say something, and I'm like, you know what? Why didn't ABC just break this out in the first place? They do know what another one wants to play, and having that first game in your pocket is so important. We cannot stress that enough. Getting different things like comp advantage, but I guess when you're in the position that another one and ABC are in, if you're ABC, you can just keep locking it in blind over and over and over again.
So ABC did lock in RMP again, as we just saw, but now we have a Holy Paladin coming out for another one instead of a Discipline Priest. Still BM Hunter, still Feral Druid, but instead of a Disc Priest, they're going with the Holy Paladin. Give me inside of the minds here of this team, another one. Do you think that the Holy Paladin is going to run like double sack, or do they think that it'll deal with the RMP better?
He's going to run melee wings most likely, because if he runs double sack and they go on him, they have master spell for his bubble as well. Like, he's dead. There's no way he'll get away with doing that against a team of this caliber. I think he's going to play melee wings. That's probably the better choice as well. Since it's a BM Hunter, they're going to stick onto the Feral. They might do some switches to the Paladin to accelerate going through all of those cooldowns. And the name of the game is basically, since Doge Priest, aka Askaraf, is playing Trinket, the name of the game is for the jungle, land 3 setups, and somehow, while you land those 3 setups, live. Live the guaranteed setups.
Somehow.
It's not an easy matchup at all, but we'll see how it goes. We got Nixie in stuff, looking for that sap, but everyone is in combat, so he's not going to be able to find it just yet. Illustrator gets sheep shotted. They're building the combo points up. There's a full kidney on Cavi, and they're immediately going onto that pallet, get the wall, so they're going to go off him, going to Cassidy now. They're looking for that sheep. They do manage to land a full sheep onto Cavi out of that goal. So now the Cavi doesn't have wings, doesn't have wall. He's full fared off the sheep, and Cassidy just blew his wall. They are in a fantastic spot right now, the RMP.
Yeah, it looks like it, man. And the damage continues on the Cassidy. He's not using that wall just yet. He still has holding on to that Incarnation as well for the right moment. There's the full bash, and the silence goes out onto Alec as well, and that's going to be the block. Great use of those offensive cooldowns, and they're trading it right back up on the RMP. They're getting that ice block and some good pressure, and a lot of it has to do with that Paladin getting that Hodge out and then the trap. They're going to go ahead and Trinket out of that trap and catch Alec up right now. Cassidy's going to go ahead and reconnect back to Alec, and Incarnation is still up for quite some time. Maybe they can continue to push through this momentum. Doge Priest not caught in any CC just yet. You're going to go ahead and life grip him away from the Feral Druid, but the Feral's right there, and the defensive fear on the Cassidy is going to stop them from reconnecting. A Hand of Sacrifice goes out into him, and they're going to swap to Cavi with it. I really like swapping to the Holy Paladin when they press that Hand of Sacrifice. Still getting that consistent pressure, but it fades, and now the cheap shot goes out onto Cassidy. Can Alex, they follow it up? This is the melee wings, and Alec is in some trouble. Is this going to be a second ice block? I don't think he even has a second ice block. He's a fire mage, not a frost mage. And so this is the crows. And was that actually cauterized? They forced it?
No, he has it. He has it available. There is a barrier coming out of Doge Priest. Blind into Cavi on the remaining bits of his melee wings. Let's see if they can get a poly out of that. He gets kicked on the poly. Nice state of mind there from Nixie, snapping off that. And they're going onto Illustrated right now. There is the turtle being forced. No resaps onto Cavi. Diard, fair. Let's see if they try to go on him, maybe.
They got a turtle out of that, man. They got a turtle on Illustrated, so maybe he's going to be the kill target for now. I mean, he doesn't really have the option to go bear form, so that might be a better option. There's the whole kidney shot on the Cavi. It's going to force the bubble because Illustrated's got nothing left. That's a big deal. Now, Alec on the back foot, he still doesn't have that block, but he does have that cauterize. There's the Warbin. Are they going to get it? It doesn't look like it just yet. He is so close, though. And the Feral Druid's reconnecting. They're stopping the polymorphs, but they get the full polymorph regardless. The main on the Doge Priest, and Illustrated's got to be careful.
Oh, there's Cauterize.
Can they heal him through? Bash goes out on the Doge Priest. Anything to follow it up, and this could be it for Alec. But Illustrated on the back foot.
Oh, my God!
taken out. Where's the cross kill? Alec has the full rips on him, but Doge Priest is not going to handle that. The double fear to stop the momentum, and Cassidy is the one who's on the back foot. And ABC finding an opportunity to kill there, making a swap to that Hunter and taking him out on Ruins of Lordaeron.
ABC just needs to do it one more. I do want to say heads up play by another one, and them switching to the Paladin, even though it's like, Zico, you made it pretty clear you really want a Druid in this matchup. You really do want that Druid, but they don't have it. They knew that their setup wasn't working, so they switched it. And sometimes you got to make the hard call to be like, hey, we know this isn't going to work. Let's take the risk. Try something a little bit different. They switch up their healer to the Paladin, and they had an opportunity there at the end. I mean, my main question to you guys is, like, we saw that like Daisy Duke's team was pretty easily able to grab those defensive cooldowns at the beginning of the match in their first opener. Do you think that they, like, if you are another one, you want to stay on the H-Power, or do you think you want to go back to was working, not quite working, but what you were playing before?
I mean, they got real freaking close, man. They got so close to killing Alec, but I don't know how much is that Holy Paladin Hodge or how much is that Ruins Lordaeron. I honestly don't know.
That's true. I don't know. I would probably stay with the Paladin just because it's more safety. You do need to stall the game out a little bit against Rogue Mage, but it's definitely not easy. I feel like ABC actually didn't even abuse the Holy Paladin pick. Like, they abused it, but I think they could have abused it even more than what they did, because they actually opened on the Paladin. So this was the opener. They opened, they forced that wall. Then they went onto the Hunter and the Feral, and then they polyed the Paladin right after the stun. But the key thing is there that they went on him and got the wall and then sheeped him on it, instead of just kidneying him for CC and then sheeping him. So those little small things actually enables it so he won't have a wall for the next go. So as soon as the polymorph is on the R and the blind is on the R and everything's on the R, you're going to have a kidney coming up first, because that was the first ability you used to start the CC chain. And when you have that kidney coming up, you can just go on him again because he doesn't have wall, and then you can get a free bubble like that or a free trinket like that. And the beauty is, when you do get that free CD, you can just sheep him right after. So it just makes it super, super hard for the jungle to do anything when you're switching between the healer and the DPS like that. And I mean, they did it to you know, on the sacks, and they did apply some pressure on the Paladin, definitely, but they could have even abused it harder. So I really don't know if the Paladin would help them that much. I feel like it's a hard matchup no matter what you do, but I think with Paladin it's probably better than Priest still.
So you basically think that ABC didn't win as much as they could have?
I think ABC
I
think ABC just held back a little bit on their gunpowder for the next game. That's what I think.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, so we are going to see that last matchup. It's going to be the same compositions that we've seen in potentially the last game of the entire day, this being our last series. ABC leading 2-1, and it is going to be on Dalaran as well.
You know, another smaller map, kind of similar to Ruins of Lordaeron. So maybe that's going to give them this jungle, the uptime that they need on the mage, because I definitely think that it was an incredibly close game that could have went in another one's favor. Another one had, I mean, they had no cauterize. They had nothing. So I like the choice of Dalaran Sewers. I think that their morale has to be down a little bit after not winning on Ruins, though.
Yeah. I mean, it also just goes to show how good it is to sometimes, if you see that you have to ice block as a mage, like Daisy Dukes in that scenario when he was on like 9% and his priest was still in CC, that's an obvious ice block. Just block before the proc, then you'll have the proc for later. And then you saw later there, if you blocked after the proc, then later he would have just died and it would have been a 2v2. But he had that extra little thing, and it just gave him that extra second he needed to live. So it's just those small little plays that will make a difference at the end. But we are getting right into it now. We got Nick Zero. We're going to be watching him. Let's see where does he decide to go. He's probably going to be looking for a sap on Cavi and a sheep shot on Illustrated. Maybe try to force that Roar of Sacrifice or get some combo points so you can immediately kidney the Druid, because you do want to get a stun on the Druid as soon as possible. He doesn't get the set, but the nice sheep out of Imis though. And there's the sheep shot on Illustrated. They get the Roar of Sacrifice on Illustrated, and there is the wings from the Paladin of Kavi being popped. He's charging in, gets the Hodge, and can he get a trap? They're stacking onto Doge Priest here to make it harder for Illustrated to land that trap. He doesn't connect the trap. He's still trying though. Nice spear coming out of Doge Priest as well, trying to split everyone up. Polymorph being thrown, full sheep, it lands on Kavi. Nice full stun onto Cassidy, and right now he has to immediately go bare form there. No follow-up though on Kavi. DR sheep shot onto Cassidy. A little bit sloppy with the setup there. There's the Incarn though, being blown, and damage coming into Alec. Nice maim onto Doge Priest. Can we get that follow-up with a trap? Doesn't look like it. We got a nice blind onto Kavi.
Kavi at 10% health, man. He's got no. This is his last wall as well. Hand of Sacrifice right before the fear from Kavi. Solid play from him, keeping Cassidy alive through that. And they're gonna swap to him. They took one out of your playbook, Zico. They're going on to him on this Hand of Sacrifice, and they're trying to punish him. They're looking for a lockout. I think they might have gotten it. Kavi could just go down here. He has that bubble available to him, and he gets it off just in the nick of time. But Cassidy now is in trouble. Alec has to block regardless, and both these teams are trading blow for blow, maybe a couple more blows, because I mean that's just one ice block, and there's no wall and no bubble left for another one.
He's cauterized proc there as well, you know, because he couldn't cancel his temporal. That's the temp shield nerf. All of that actually wouldn't even have to block before that nerf. But yeah, he's gonna have no cauterize and no proc whatsoever. He steals the buff though, gets a nice sheep on the Kavi into a fear, sheep on Illustrated as well. Cassidy dropping that bash, nice Hodge onto Doge Priest as well, making the game a little bit more balanced for Cassidy to survive. A nice barrier coming out to help Daisy Duke stabilize and just spam his damage there. They're waiting for that next Polymorph DR on Kavi. Kavi is aware of it as well, drops that pre-artifact now, and he wants to tank that CC now rather than later because he does have that artifact available. And Daisy Dukes gets that full sheep, but Cassidy shouldn't be in too much issues. He's just playing defensive minded pillar, regrowing himself, getting those blood talons, and yeah, now the Paladin is on DR, so we're gonna look for that Hodge. There it is, full Hodge, human trinket it immediately, but Kavi's in the bad spot right now. He's in a very bad spot.
He's using the wall as well, but it looks like he might be okay to survive through that. They're going to peel off of him for now, but it's swaps like that that really keep this Holy Paladin on his toes, and they force the wings through that. Now the full trap on the Doge Priest, and Alec is in some trouble. No cauterize, no block available to him. He gets that life grip back, but the T-Rex is on his tail. Full Hodge lands on the Doge Priest. This is the silence on the Alex. He gets silenced on fire, and down goes ABC. Another one, tying up the series 2-2, and we have yet another Game 5 here today at GCD EU May Clash. Crazy.
Yeah, exactly. This is
the
day of Game 5. The day of Game 5. I am so surprised, too. We kind of counted another one out a little bit when faced up against the comp that ABC has been looking so strong on. And they are able to find one here. Do you think that they can... I'm not going to say it, but do you think that they can find a win again against this composition?
I don't want to count them out because they are... But I think ABC's going to take it. I'm not going to change my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they got momentum on their side. They're looking so strong. But, I mean, they just lost. So, I mean, there's no more small maps. I'm just pointing that out. There's no more Runes of Lordaeron. There's no more Dalaran Sewers. The Grand Arena has also been played. I don't even remember what the fourth one was.
We haven't played Tolvaron, have we?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
so if they bring it to Tolvaron Arena, these chasing down, and the map choice is Tolvaron. That was funny. Chasing down a mage on Tolvaron Arena is a much different game than Dalaran Sewers, especially if you're a Paladin.
I mean, one thing to note though, Zico, you did say like they weren't winning enough, right? They weren't winning as much as they could have won, and I know it sounds a little bit silly, but that could be them not knowing the matchup as well as they possibly could. You hinted at the fact that maybe they were trying to save some of their potential so they could break it all out. And which is the thing that teams do. It is a thing that teams do at a very high level.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's like
especially with hitting comps, right?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you sit on a strategy as well, just like you would sit on a comp. But usually you don't go to a Game 5 to be stealthy. So I think that maybe it's more them not knowing the composition as well as they could. We are going to see another one locking in the same comp again. No surprises there. They don't have too much to work with. And I think that we're going to see the same comp coming out from ABC yet again, since that comp is favored here. It is favored here without the Druid for another one. But let's see. I mean... the map is definitely going to be in the favor of ABC.
I wonder if Asgraf is going to play Restorer this game. I don't understand. Yeah, first of all, Druid is his main, and second of all, he is like one of the best Druids we have. And I don't see. I mean, NG Blue knocked them out with. So why wouldn't they just play RMD into it? They are phenomenal RMD ABC. I mean, they even beat NG Blue in mirrors, so they definitely are a top tier RMD. I don't see why they would they bring the priest.
That's kind of always been one of their like claims to fame too, or the thing that you just mentioned. In mirrors, they're a very good mirror team, but it does look like they're going to be mirror team. Yeah, Subfire Disc is going to be locked in though here again. I'm curious if maybe that also comes back to not getting to war game and practice quite as much since the changes came in. Maybe they're a little bit worried about the strength of Druid.
Yeah, maybe
after the changes. I mean, I think it's clear that Druid is still very strong. I think it's it's just not always the best choice now, whereas there was definitely an argument before that it was pretty much always the best choice to be locking in that Resto Druid. But they're going to choose the Disc Priest here again. Still, though, definitely favored for them, especially on Tolveron.
I have to commend this Feral Druid Cassidy on his ability to just kite forever and stay alive for seems like forever. He seems very slippery, and he's got those survival instincts that he has to burn through. But regardless, he seems to be able to stay alive when there's no defensive cooldowns available, and his healers in CC. So I mean, that's a big reason to why I think they were hitting Illustrated a couple times. I think that's another big reason to why another one has been staying in the series so much is because they were not able to really like punch in that damage when they get the setups, and so it's kind of like stopping a setup almost in a way. So we're gonna have to wait and see if he can. So on Tolveron Arena, yes, he won't hit Daisy Duke nearly as much, or I'm sorry, Alec nearly as much. He's gonna be really hard to catch on a big map like this. But if they go on Cassidy, Cassidy also has some more room to kite too.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's a double-edged sword, and I really that we'll see Cassidy go down in this game. I think we'll most likely see either Cavi or Illustrated. I think they will go on Cassidy as the main target during the setups, but I think they will have to switch off him, like you said, because of the kiting, because it's really hard to catch a good Feral on this map. Okay, we got a full step on Cavi.
Illustrated. They know what's up, man. The sap on the Cavi, the cheap shot on the Illustrated. They're trying to make something happen right here, and Illustrated is out of there. Full kidney shot on the Cavi. Can they get something to follow it up? Doesn't look like it. They get Daisy Duke actually did get kicked by Illustrated on that polymorph, so great job by him stopping that. But the half polymorph hands, there's the cheap shot in Illustrated. He could just go down. He's got to be careful. That is going to be the 2-minute exil that he's just going to pop immediately. Now the blind on the Cavi, he's not playing Trinket. He's playing Relentless. He does not want to bubble, and so they're going to go ahead and trade out that turtle. And so many defensive cooldowns already used from another one.
Yeah, this is great. They got the turtle already at Cavi does sit nice and free on all his cooldowns. Got a DR trap onto Doge Priest, trying to turn the pressure around onto Alec. The Incarn is being popped right now, but they're counter pressuring on Illustrated. Alec has a nice PS and a temp, should keep him safe for a little bit longer. And we got a nice
Illustrated could just go down. He's gonna force the bubble and the hand of sacrifice. Did they get the MD? No, it doesn't look like it. The bubble's gonna stay for now. That was a solid kick. That could have been the game if they didn't get a kick on that. So great job by them. But Daisy Duke, he's got everything, man. He's got blocks for days.
He's got temp up soon as well.
Fire, but you know what I'm saying. And then he's sitting in this barrier as well. Werbenstein going out. He's not going to be able to land it. Cheap shot goes out onto Illustrated. Cheap shot on the Cavi. It's going to be into a trinket, but he gets fully polymorphed up on that. Great job by Alex to land that. Can they get the follow-up? Even the cross CC of the kidney shot on the Cassie into the fear on the Cavi. Illustrated is all alone. Cheap shot comes out at 10% health here, and the heals come out. The DB for just a second. Illustrated is in so much trouble, and they're trying to turn it around onto Alec, dipping him down to 20% health. He still has that block available to him, but he wants to hold on to it, and Illustrated is just on the run. Kidney shot on the Cavi. It's not over yet. He bops it out. Can he keep Illustrated alive through it all? It doesn't seem like it. They are so tapped on cooldowns. Maybe he has a hand of sacrifice available to him, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to spam that martyr and keep Illustrated up for now to the sake of his own health. So that was very, very scary. Now the trap on the Doge Priest into the maim. Alec has those crows on him as well as everything, and that's going to force the block, and another one is not out of it just yet.
That's a good setup. But right now, it's a full blind onto Cavi. They're looking to finish the game right here on the... Can we get a Meteor? He gets nice stun. there to stop the restun onto Illustrated. He does land the sheep though. Alec gets the reship too, but sack and exhilaration heal should keep Illustrated safe for now. That fears the art as well, even though a full kidney though. I would like to see them go on the paladin in this kidney just to force that wall because they won't kill Illustrated here. Oh, did he just steal the? I think he just stole the divine favor and fake.
He very well may have. I'm not 100% sure, but Alec is on the run. He's got no block available to him, so he's just trying to get the heck out away from him. But that T-Rex is going to catch up onto him. He gets stunned, but he gets the life grip, but the full Werven lands. Is this going to be it for Alec? He is on the run after all of that, and Illustrated was so close. Can they take him out? The kitty shot goes out into Cassidy, but the crows onto Alec. It's blow for blow right now. Cavi looking for maybe a CC out of that. He got sheep shotted, but there's nothing to follow it up because they are shutting down Daisy Duke right here. There's the human trinket on that full Hodge.
He's going for it.
Can he get the sheep? He gets silenced on it from the hunter, and that's gotta be it. Illustrated those on the run, and there's the polymorph into the sheep shot, but he gets the hand of sack off before the stun going out onto Cavi. Solid play from Cavi, keeping his healer alive, or keeping his hunter alive, but they swap over onto him. He has no bubble for 2 minutes. This is gonna be it. Cavi has got to stay alive. The melee wings come out in the nick of time, but can it give him enough? The full trap lands onto Doge Priest, and Alec is in trouble if they can connect some damage onto him, and Cavi somehow survives through it all. That was so scary for Cavi. He's trying to connect with those melee wings onto Daisy Duke. There's the maim on the Doge Priest. This has got to be it for Daisy Duke. He's down. He gets Hodge. A huge cauterized heal. Can they pump the damage through it? Illustrated desperately trying, and it just looks like another one has this game in the bag if they can just consistently keep this damage up. But ABC looking for another setup. Maybe they can land a ring. No ring. DB onto Cassidy. Oh, actually, that was a blind into a full ring. Cheap shot onto Cavi. ABC trying to set up onto the Holy Paladin. He is tapped on cooldowns. He has Hand of Sacrifice, but he can't do anything with that for himself. Down to 40% health here. He's looking to try to get a cash. He's trying to juke, but they are not going to get juked by Cavi. Not today. This is ABC, the RMP we're talking about. 35% health here, and their small wall is going to be fading. Interrupted. 20% health here. Even the offensive penance. Full trap lands, but Daisy Duke is going for the kill, and the bubble comes off cooldown.
Nice.
Another one stays alive yet again.
That's a huge stem coming out of Daisy as well as the pain suppression. And the Cavi's going in for the Hodge. He trinkets the human trinket on the sheep shot. Gets a nice Hodge on the Doge Priest, which gets trinketed immediately as well. Illustrated now caught in a full sheep shot. We got a freedom onto Cassidy. Nixie Rogue sitting in roots and roots over again. Cassidy actually did a game-changing root earlier to make sure that Cavi survives. Nice fear onto the dispel on Illustrated, and nice kidney, and they're going to see if they can just finish Cavi. His melee wings are running out real soon. There's a full sheep shot. He has his wall. He has used it, but he's still taking quite a bit of damage. There's a full freedom. Can he get it off? No, doesn't look like he can get that freedom off. There's a full Hodge onto Nixie, and he didn't have cloak available for that Hodge.
He got the dispel.
Can he land a kick though?
So pushed in right now, and Cavi is trying to get these casts off. Even the offensive penances are coming in, but there's no dispel for that full Wyvern right now, and Nixie cannot connect the Cavi. But the fear holds his health up for now. Doge Priest getting stunned up. He's gonna human trinket out of that to prevent, and mind control coming out as well on the Cassidy. This has got to be it. He has no peels, and down goes Cavi. ABC, the RMP, take game number 5 on Tolvaron Arena.
What a way to end the day. That was the entire day coming in on the series. And man, it could have been anyone's game. There was going back and forth left and right. But ABC gonna move on. And tomorrow we will see them play up against the KFC managers. But sadly, another one has no more left, and they are going to be headed home. But putting up really impressive results.
They put on a show.
Yeah.
Honestly, this last game, Cavi dropped the Hodge. So they had a full maim onto Doge Priest when Daisy had already procced and he had nothing. And Doge Priest still had his human trinket. So he human trinketed. And at the same time as he did that, Cavi Hodged the mage. So that they would have 2 stuns at the same time so they could guarantee the kill, which was a little bit unfortunate. If he DR Hodged the priest on his trinket instead and he knew that he was going to trinket, I feel like they could have maybe even landed the kill there. So this game it literally came down to just like one thing. I'm not saying they lost because of Cavi, obviously, but I think like if one player just did one thing differently in that moment, that could have very well been another one's win. So they should definitely go home with their heads held up high. They played a good series. Definitely not easy to face fire sub rogue mage as jungle, and they only played jungle in this tournament as well, right?
Yeah, and that was one of the crazy things too. I mean, we really talked about it like they just had no chance with the composition. It looked like all of the odds were stacked against them, and even in that terrible position, they made it look super winnable. So I'm very impressed by them. Definitely going to be keeping my eyes on them. But let's take a look at the matches that we're actually going to be watching tomorrow. We got 4 series left, potentially 5 if the grand final is reset. And it's going to be Enjoy Legion versus Northern Gaming Blue. And it's going to be ABC versus KFC Managers in the lower bracket. Whoever wins that match plays the loser of Enjoy Legion versus Northern Gaming Blue. And then from there, our winners march on to the grand finals with everything on the line. But these top 4 teams now, they have all guaranteed themselves points, and they're going to be taking a little bit of that prize pool, which is powered by you guys at home and also our fantastic sponsors, MSI, SkillCapped, and of course, Twitch. And I'm really excited for tomorrow, and I'm going to make you guys make a kind of ridiculous call here, D-Machine and Zico. Who do you think is going to be in the grand final, and who do you think is going to win?
I think Enjoy Legion is going to be.
Okay, all right. So that's 2 for Enjoy Legion.
Enjoy Legion is going to be in the final. I don't know against who, though.
Dude, Northern Gaming Blue, ABC, and KFC. All of these guys, I can't help but say, are doing super incredible. Like,
oh yeah,
any of those 4, I absolutely think could be. This is each series that we see right here: Northern Blue versus Enjoy Legion and ABC versus KFC Managers. Both of those series to me are basically grand final series. Like, those are really high level play.
It's fun
in general. I felt like we had a lot of games that surprisingly close. Actually, like we had cross kill games. We had the Red Hunter TSG in the start. We had these matches here, and also I forgot the team name, but Reelzin and Corky, they had a great series as well against Jamie and Sonica's team. So I don't know.
We had so many game 5s. I think that's pretty telling.
It's been a close tournament, I would say. It definitely been a close tournament.
It's fun to do the thought experiments though, because okay, let's say that ABC wins and Northern Gaming Blue loses. That means Northern Gaming Blue then moves to the lower bracket. And we know that ABC is just this team that's incredible at the mirror matchup. So that could be really bad for Northern Gaming Blue.
Not to mention, I just want to throw this out there as well. Northern Gaming Blue back in WAD definitely caught a lot of flack for their mirror matchups with the Rogue Mage. Like, a lot of people were saying that, Northern Blue, they're really, really good on their RMD. They beat everything with RMD. But when it comes to the mirrors, which is a very different beast, a mirror, they weren't doing so hot. But I believe that they did overcome that going into regionals. If I'm
and they've talked about that quite a bit. That's why I'm not necessarily saying the mirror's like a downside for them, but I still would give it as an upside for ABC. They're just so known for it. But I feel like Northern Gaming Blue is almost one of those teams that's in a position where they want to prove that wrong, and they want to be playing in the mirror just to show, especially when you have Waz. I mean, that kid just wants to prove everything.
I don't think we're gonna see the same mirror that you guys did, because Warrior Mage beats Rogue Mage. That's why every single team is playing Warrior Fire Mage in their roster, including both of these teams actually. So we got Waz Warrior, and we got Nixie the Rogue from last game. We got him playing Warrior as well. Both of them high on the ladder. So this is like some insider info for you guys. And Rogue Mage definitely loses to Warriors because they're so disruptive, disarm, duel, etc.
Even with the nerfs, I really do think that they're advantaged. Honestly.
I still think Warrior Mage is probably gonna win that matchup if it comes to Rogue Mage. So if they were to face each other, I think in a blind pick we would see a Warrior Mage Druid mirror, or a Warrior Mage Druid / Pala, versus a comp that they think counters that. So we might still see a mirror, but I don't think it's going to be a Rogue Mage one.
Yeah, we could talk about it for hours. We could talk about it for hours because it is really exciting. And of course, everyone just come back, tune in. It's going to be at the same time tomorrow, which is 12 p.m. Eastern. We have these 4 series left for you, and we're going to see who gets to take it all. But before we do jump off, I want to thank my co-casters so much, man. Zico, it was awesome to get to hear you cast. D-Machine. Yeah, D-Machine, this is the first time I've gotten to do anything with you like on camera. We've done a lot of work behind the camera together, so it's fun to get to do like this different aspect of WoW esports together. And also, there are a bunch of people behind the camera who you don't necessarily see, and this tournament would be absolutely terrible and non-existent without them. So I want to take a chance to just shout out everyone at GCD. I want to thank Elb, I want to thank Toxic, and I want to thank did anyone else work on the show today? That's all that I see. Sid's randomly. Oh, Angie's been helping out too. Angie, major shout out. Angie, we still haven't played WoW together. I don't know what's going on there. I think we're finally friends on BattleNet. But also Emmy. Yeah, we're getting the list right now. See, this is how many people actually take.
It's crazy.
Their hands involved to make these tournaments work.
It's
an
all
awesome community.
People would do it out of passion for the game. Like it's awesome to see.
Yeah, and Supatees randomly jumped in our Discord at some point just to yell at us, which was cool. So shout outs to Supatees. I'm sure he's just playing his flute, even though no one's even watching him. He's probably just playing his flute by himself. But once again, thank you to everyone. Thank you to our sponsors, and be sure to tune in tomorrow as the tournament comes to its conclusion, and we determine who is the best in the EU at 12 Eastern. And we'll see you guys there.